I'd like to remind members of the public that the Commission does not tolerate any disruption or outbursts of any kind. Please silence your mobile devices that may sound off during these proceedings. And when speaking before the Commission, if you care to, do state your name for the record. I'd also like to take this opportunity to let members of the public know that if we've received a large number of speaker cards for items 15A and B, which is the Affordable Housing Bonus Program, that item is not going to be heard until 3:30 p.m. So if you're here for that item and you're occupying a seat, you're going to be sitting for some time. At 3:30, we will be arranging for an overflow room because we do expect a large number of members of the public to attend that meeting. Again, if you're occupying a seat for that item, you're going to be sitting here for some time. Okay? Commissioners, I'd like to take roll at this time. Commission President Fong.
Here.
Commission Vice President Richards.
Here.
Commissioner Antonini.
Present.
Commissioner Hillis.
Here.
Commissioner Moore.
Here.
And Commissioner Wu.
Here.
We expect Commissioner Johnson to be absent today. Commissioners, first on your agenda is our items proposed for continuance. Item 1, case number 2013.1753E at 1066 Market Street. The preliminary negative declaration is proposed for continuance to March 17th, 2016. Item 2 for case number 2013.1696C at 1737 Post Street, also known as 11 Peace Plaza, Suite 300. Conditional use authorization is proposed for continuance to March 17th, 2016. Item 3 for case number 2015-007896, CUA at 1699 Van Ness Avenue. Conditional use authorization is proposed for continuance to March 17th. And item 4 for case number 2013.1516C at 450 Somerset Street. Conditional use authorization has been withdrawn. And finally, item 5 for case number 2014-002527 DRP at 2186 14th Avenue, discretionary review. It, too, has been withdrawn. I have no other items proposed for continuance, and I have no speaker cards.
Okay. Is there any public comment on the 3 items proposed for continuance? Not seeing any. Public comment is closed. Commissioner Antonini.
Move to continue items 1, 2, 3 to March 17th.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioners. On that motion, then to continue items as proposed, Commissioner Antonini?
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Wu? Aye. Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
And Commission President Fong?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 6-0 and places you under your consent calendar for item 6, case number 2015-014178 CUA at 653 Union Street, the Ferry Plaza Seafood. Conditional use authorization. I also have no speaker cards for this item.
Any public comment on the 1 item on the consent calendar? Not seeing any. Public comment is closed. And Commissioner Antonini.
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioners. On that motion, then, to approve item 6 under your consent calendar, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Wu.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
And Commission President Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 6-0 and places you under Commission matters for item 7, consideration of adoption draft minutes for February 4th and February 11th, 2016.
Is there any public comment on the draft minutes for February 4th or 11th? Not seeing any. Public comment is closed. And Commissioner Wu.
Move to approve draft minutes.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioners. On that motion to adopt minutes for February 4th and February 11th of 2016, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Wu.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
And Commission President Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 6-0 and places you on item 8 for Commission comments and questions.
Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, I think that I think Commissioner Richards had mentioned looking for this in a couple of meetings ago, but there was a study by the California Legislative Analyst's Office, and the conclusion drawn from this was that in low-income neighborhoods where there are significant amount of construction of new market-rate housing, the rate of displacement is half of that which it would occur in the same neighborhood where there is no new construction of market-rate housing. And very interesting study, and I think it does answer the question of what impact new housing has on displacement and prices within the neighborhood of existing housing. And it's an interesting study. It was also written up in the Washington Post, and I'll see if I can get Commission Secretary Ionin. I'll get the link to that study so anybody, member of the public, can read it. And an interesting point that it brings up in very extensive substantiation of their conclusion is that the filtering that was the case in the past does not exist in areas of San Francisco and Oakland and other cities they study. Filtering is the concept that older housing is less valuable. And we saw that in the 50s and 60s in San Francisco when older housing within the Western Addition, the Mission, and other neighborhoods, most notably older Victorians, was felt to be not as desirable. People left, people moved to other areas of San Francisco or out of San Francisco entirely, and the rents and prices in those areas fell, and it was so dramatic that even parts of the Western Addition, unfortunately, were torn down. And strangely enough, that whole thing is turned 180 degrees around, where now the remaining structures in those areas are much more valuable than what was built new in those areas after the older homes had been torn down. We have, the filtering doesn't exist anymore. In fact, people are interested in denser housing, interested in more historic housing, interested in being close to or within urban areas. So that explains part of the reason why older housing within all neighborhoods has increased in value and will continue to do so unless there's a big change in the public's perception of what's desired in housing. So very interesting study.
If there's nothing further, Commissioners, we can move on to Department Matters. Item 9, Director's Announcements.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Just wanted to let you know about a forum I attended on Saturday. I think there were many people from the public and the community. It was a forum on displacement that was sponsored by the MTC and the ABAG on displacement issues with respect to regional planning. It was a very well-attended event, probably 300 people, a very broad cross-section from the region, elected officials, community activists, developers, several of the department staff were there. And there was a number of very interesting solutions discussed. I think the most important thing I can say from the results is simply that there is a growing acceptance and awareness that the issues of affordable housing and displacement are regional issues. They are not just local issues, and I appreciate that discussion, and I very much appreciate MTC and ABAG for having this discussion and for being willing to put this on, but also to have future events on the same topic before they complete and as they are completing Plan Bay Area. So happy to answer more questions from the Commission on that and let you know how that's proceeding in the future. Thank you.
Commissioners, item 10, review of past events at the Board of Supervisors and the Board of Appeals. There was no Historic Preservation Commission meeting yesterday.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Aaron Starr, Planning Department staff. The first item on the Land Use Committee agenda this week was Supervisor Breed's ordinance, which would allow blade signs in the Fillmore Street Neighbor Commercial Transit District. The Commission heard this item on December 17th of last year and voted unanimously to recommend approval with modifications. The Commission's proposed modifications were to require the sign to employ a remote transformer and so that the sign is as narrow as possible. Require the sign to have an indirect means of illumination, such as reverse halo lit lettering, and limit the proposed sign to one per building and only allow the primary occupant to have that sign. The supervisor did include all of the Commission's recommended modifications into the ordinance. At the land use hearing, there was a presentation by Supervisor Breed's aide and the Planning Department. There was no public comment and no questions from the committee members. The committee voted unanimously to forward the ordinance to the board with a positive recommendation. Next on the agenda was Supervisor Wiener's ordinance to rezone Noe Valley Town Square, the parcel on 24th Street. It's currently zoned Noe 24th Street NCD public open space. The rezoning would rezone it to public open space. This item was heard at the Planning Commission on February 11th of this year and was unanimously recommended for approval. At the hearing, there was no public comment and there were no questions from the supervisors or the committee members, sorry. The committee voted unanimously to recommend approval to the full board. Last on the agenda, the committee heard Supervisor Avalos' ordinance that would require CU authorization for the removal of residential units, including unauthorized units. You may recall this ordinance has had a few hearings at the Land Use Committee. At the February 8th hearing, the committee recommended approval of the amended version that would only apply to the C3 district. At that hearing, Supervisor Wiener also made an amendment to maintain the administrative approvals for single-family homes in single-family districts that are deemed unaffordable. That ordinance is moving through the board process. This week, the duplicated file that includes all zoning districts was back at the committee with 6 additional amendments. These amendments primarily address concern from the Building Inspection Commission, which heard this item for a second time last week. At this hearing, there's again significant public comment, about half in favor of the ordinance and about half against. In particular, the Apartment Association raised concerns that the process for property owners of single-family homes should be simpler. One suggestion was to require a mandatory DR instead of a CU for the removal of an unauthorized unit in a single-family home. Based on that suggestion, Supervisor Wiener proposed an amendment to the duplicated ordinance. This amendment would require a DR for removing an unauthorized unit from a single-family home instead of a CU. Supervisor Wiener also proposed to extend the timeline by which legalization needs to be done to 3 years. These amendments will be considered at next week's land use hearing, and the city attorney has time to draft the amendments. After all that, the committee did vote unanimously to send the ordinance to the full board with a positive recommendation. The duplicated amendment ordinance will be considered next week. At the full board this week, Supervisors Avalos to require the CU for illegal and legal units, the removal of them only in the C3 passed its second read. And the increase to the transportation sustainability fee sponsored by Supervisor Avalos passed on a 6-5 vote on its first read. And the appeal of the category exemption and environmental review for the proposed commuter shuttle program, this appeal was withdrawn, so the board tabled the item. And there were no introductions. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And the Board of Appeals met last night, had a full agenda, and concluded at the stroke of midnight. A couple items that may be of interest to the Commission would be we had an informational presentation by Jeff Jocelyn and David Winslow to the Board of Appeals about the residential design guidelines and how we implement them through the residential design team. We had an appeal of your design review for the project in Mission Bay, the office buildings that are associated with the Warriors Arena. The board denied the appeal there. We also had an appeal of the variance and rear yard modification for the Harding Theater. You had heard this as a conditional use authorization. The conditional use authorization was not appealed. This was just the variance and rear yard modification to facilitate the development of the residential building at the rear of the lot, and the board unanimously denied that appeal. Had an appeal of a variance that I had denied for 893 Ashbury. It was off-street parking. They were seeking to essentially take one on-street parking space and park within the front setback in a space that measured really less than 15 feet deep and really would be a substandard space. The board unanimously denied that appeal of my denial. And finally, an appeal of a building permit for 1801 Fulton Street, which you had heard as a discretionary review. This was for a accessory use wireless facility at the corner property here. And the board denied that appeal. They ultimately upheld the permit as well on that. And that's all to report.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioners, if there's nothing further, we can move on to item 11 for case number 2014.0103CXV at 1036 Mission Street. This is an informational presentation on the public art requirement.
Good afternoon, President Fong and members of the Commission. Carly Grobe, Planning Department staff. The item before you is an informational presentation on the public art installation that was required as part of a mixed-use development at 1036 Mission Street. I will provide you with a brief overview of the project approvals as well as the planning code requirement for the public art. The project architect will briefly present the project, and then Jim Campbell, the artist, will provide an overview of the proposed art. In May of 2014, the Planning Commission approved the project for the construction of a 9-story mixed-use project at 1036 Mission Street with 83 dwelling units and approximately 1,000 square feet of ground floor retail. The project provides 100% affordable housing. All of the units will be restricted to persons and families earning no more than 50% of area median income, and 40 of the units will be targeted for persons or families that are homeless or at risk of homelessness, earning no more than 30% of AMI. Pursuant to Planning Code Section 429, the project required a public art component valued at an amount equal to 1% of the construction cost for the development. The project sponsor has commissioned Jim Campbell, a San Francisco-based artist specializing in LED works, to provide on-site public art to satisfy this requirement. The Planning Department finds that the on-site artwork presented today complies with the requirements of Section 429. The cost of the proposed art exceeds 1% of the hard construction costs. The piece would be visible from the public right-of-way, and it is not considered an architectural component of the building. The project's conditions of approval also require that the final art concept and location be submitted for review by the Planning Director in consultation with the Planning Commission. In today's hearing, staff is seeking comments from the Planning Commission as to the concept and location of the proposed art installation. This concludes my presentation, and I'm going to turn it over to Dan Solomon of Mithun Architecture, and Chris Cummings of the TNDC is also available for questions about the project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I advance. You do it. Okay, you can do it, Malcolm. I'm Daniel Solomon, Mithun Solomon, project architect for 1036 Mission. Members of the Commission, Mr. Director, it's a pleasure to present this to you and to show the work of our very distinguished and interesting, innovative public artist, Jim Campbell, and how it relates to the building that we have designed. 1036 Mission is a 9-story building. It's articulated into two sort of vertical parts. Between those two vertical masses is the building entrance. The principal public art surrounds that entrance in two 12-foot high panels visible from the street that flank the entrance, and a supplemental secondary piece of public art which Jim has so graciously offered to do in addition to the main piece. The building faces what will be a parking lot for a long time at the courthouse at 7th and Mission. And the side wall, the blind wall of our building, faces that parking lot. We've worked hard to articulate that into graceful proportions and to add some ornament of shadow casting pegs at the top of that. Jim has convinced us that he can animate those pegs in an extraordinary way. So that is the second piece of public art. You go to the plan. The plan and elevation show the location of the principal public art at the entrance, flanking the entrance, so that people entering the building go between the two panels of public art, and they are visible to pedestrians walking either way on Mission. So we'll go back to the perspective, and Jim will explain in more detail what he has proposed. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jim Campbell, and I was chosen to create this artwork. I thought that because it's an unfinished work, I would start with a presentation of some existing works that I've created. This is a work that I finished about 2 years ago. That is at San Diego Airport, and it's a 700-foot long sculpture that's on the ceiling above the pedestrians in the gate area of Terminal 2. And my work in general is with small lights that create images in very low resolution. And in this case, there are images of swimmers above the people's heads as they're walking down the terminal to kind of animate the space that is normally kind of boring. This was a 3-year project that it took to complete, and it consists of 40,000 individually hung little lights that create the moving image. My background before I did art was electrical engineering. There's a building in Hong Kong, it's the tallest building in Hong Kong, that normally shows advertisements, and they decided to hand it over to an artist for the first time, and they chose me because of my kind of long-term working with low resolution. So I actually ended up, because it was, just to be clear, the lights already existed, and I just put my imagery on top of the existing structure instead of the ads that are normally there. And so I used the same footage that I did for San Diego Airport. You could see this from about 20 miles away. This is a work that I just finished at the Des Moines Civic Center, which is a 90-foot wide, 30-foot high sculpture that also is animated with, in this case, runners from the Des Moines Marathon are kind of in this infinite loop of running around this circle over and over again. A work that I did in Madison Square Park in New York also used lights, in this case, 1,500 light bulbs. Another work that uses glass, which is slightly related to the work that I'll be doing on Mission Street.
So that was your time. You may want to get to the current proposal.
Okay. I'm sorry. I thought I had longer. Current proposal is here. It is a series of glass cubes that create a kind of modulated surface. I'll go very quickly. I didn't realize it was my time. The one on the right is the one we're choosing. So from straight on, it looks very normal, if you will, and from the side, it's abstract. It uses this effect called total internal reflection, so that the image, no matter how long the cubes are sticking out, exists on the surface. And this will be in the doorway of the building. And quickly, the architects had suggested putting these rods, kind of highlighting the shadows from the sun. And I found some technology where I can turn those lights into solar-powered pixels to eliminate the cost of the infrastructure. So you'll end up with 2 screens on the side of the building that are completely solar-powered and self-contained. All they have to do is kind of be screwed in. This is technology that I use that is similar to that, meaning that the image is actually projected onto the wall instead of projected out, which gives a much softer light, very unlike Times Square. Thank you.
Thank you. Very nice. Thank you. Okay, is there any other presentation by, okay. Opening up to public comment on this item, if there's any. Not seeing any public comment is closed. And Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, to the sponsor, just I saw the 3 choices for the figure who was walking, and I wondered why the decision to do the blurrier of the 3 rather than the one that was a little clearer. I mean, I don't care, but I just was interested in why you chose the one that's, especially at the side view, a little harder to make out what is happening.
I like my work to be more sculptural-like in that when you look at it from different perspectives, it looks completely different. So when you look at the work from straight on, you can't even tell the distortions are there. And from the side, I like it to be almost unrecognizable. But once you're aware of what it is, even in that abstract state, you can tell what it is that you're looking at because you know what it is because you've seen it in the other state.
Thank you.
Sure. Okay. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Campbell. Very interesting, fascinating. Looking forward to seeing it. And I personally like all these little art program updates, so thank you.
Commissioners, if there's nothing further, we can move on to general public comment, not to exceed a period of 15 minutes. At this time, members of the public may address the Commission on items of interest to the public that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Commission, except agenda items. With respect to agenda items, your opportunity to address the Commission will be afforded when the item is reached in the meeting. Each member of the public may address the Commission for up to 3 minutes. Before we get into it, those persons standing in front of the doorway need to clear that. I do see several seats still available for members of the public. Oh, and fabulous. Thank you. We've just arranged for an overflow room in room 421. Okay? So if you can't find the seat, you'll have to move over to room 421. You will be able to hear and see the proceedings. When your name is called, feel free to come back to these chambers to submit your testimony. Thank you for your cooperation.
Okay, opening up to public comment. Jorda Shudish, Rajiv Raja, Chris Hansen, Donald Dunsap, Allison Heath, and Jude Deckenbach.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Georgia Shudish. I'm here to talk about story poles again. I think they should be included for all projects, all residential projects that require a 311 notification. They can be part of the 311 process. Story poles should be installed prior to the mailing of the 311 to the owners and residents within the 150-foot radius. There's a period of time when Mr. Vallejo alerts the project sponsor that the 311 notification is ready for mailing, so it could be during then. Once the project sponsor is alerted, they could install them while simultaneously sending out the 311 notification. When the project sponsor signs the affidavit confirming the mailing to the neighbors, they can also affirm the installation of the story poles with a photo of the poles and a letter from the installer. The story poles should also be included in the description of the building permit application, and the project sponsors can be told at the intake of this requirement. I think it's pretty obvious why story poles have an advantage because I've talked about it before and you all know that. So thank you very much. This is for you, Mr. Ionin, for the minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Donald Dunsap here, a resident of City and County of San Francisco. I'm a progressive who gets things done for my friends and my neighbors in the community. It is rare we have the opportunity to think hard what we want in our housing policy future, like we have today on the agenda. We may have our differences or how best to achieve our housing policy goals, solving our public emergency, but I believe with the voter mandate last November, we now have a very clear idea what San Franciscans desire for the future of our city. When it's all said and done, we have to be united against a NIMBY vision who want to drive us apart and divide us. This is not who we are, my friends. I follow the NIMBY agenda very closely, and I understand what they are appealing to, and I intend to stand against it. There are 12,000 San Franciscans couch surfing every day while they work. We have another 12,000 San Franciscans living in tents on the streets. We have the greatest loss of rent-controlled units in the history of our city. Why? NIMBY policy and power have prevailed over our city over the decades, preventing San Francisco to organically grow in density, taking pressure off the sale and flipping of rent-controlled buildings. The status quo is not good enough. Standing still is not an option. San Franciscans are progressive, and they are demanding progress solving our housing crisis. The solution is complex. We need many tools in the toolbox. It's time to push forward the great goals and values of San Franciscans against the NIMBY's pro-sprawl, powerful political machine by building housing faster, denser, and higher to rein in the control of luxury rent prices. Seattle has done it, Washington, D.C. has done it, Denver has done it, and San Francisco can do it too. I will not let the divisiveness of the NIMBY efforts to rip away the progress we have made in this chamber with this great set of commissioners during this past year. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Allison Heath, and I'm here today with Jude Deckenbach, a lifelong friend of Jackson Park. She and I both raised our families on Potrero Hill. Along with other parents desperate for good places for our kids to play, we were forced to struggle with the city over funding new playground equipment at Jackson Park. That was 20-some years ago. Then, as now, San Francisco had the lowest percentage of children under 18 of any city in the country, and we are still failing to provide for our families. We understand that as planning commissioners, you have zero control over things like SFRPD and San Francisco Unified Budgets, but you do have the ability to shape policies through area plans and new urban design guidelines that could be used to encourage family-friendly development. To reverse the trend of families leaving the city, the Showplace Square Potrero Hill area plan sets specific goals to try and achieve more friendly family housing near transit, parks, schools, neighborhood retail, and other community services. Zoning requirements were written that promoted a significant number of units with 2 or more bedrooms. It was also recommended that housing incorporate design elements such as housing with private entrances, on-site open space at grade, the inclusion of other play spaces such as pedestrian-friendly safe sidewalks, and on-site amenities such as children's recreation rooms and daycare. We hope that these goals will be implemented in the urban design guidelines, and we urge you to honor the objectives of the area plan as you review projects. Next week, you will hear 88 Arkansas. Because of its location directly across the street from Jackson Park and its close proximity to several neighborhood schools, 88 Arkansas provides a unique opportunity to respond to the need for family-friendly housing. However, contrary to area plan objectives in UMU zoning, the developer will be asking for an exception so they can count bedrooms without windows towards their mandated 40% requirement. Practically speaking, it is hard for us to imagine families using rooms that allow light to pass to and from living areas with no ventilation or exposure from the outside. It is likely these rooms would instead serve as dens or offices, and the units would not serve families at all. Granting exceptions to the code sets a dangerous precedent for future development in our neighborhood and eliminates one of the strongest tools we have to build family-friendly housing. We hope that you as commissioners will do the right thing and not grant this exception. And looking towards the future, we urge you to find ways towards more comprehensive planning processes for building livable, complete neighborhoods and supporting our families. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Rajiv Raja. I come before you in opposition to the project that is currently with Planning Department of 891 Carolina Street. The proposed building is too big for the site because it's taller than all other houses down my street and across my street. It's just not going to fit in. My wife and I moved to Potrero Hill 2 years ago when we were expecting our first child. We presently reside on the upper dwelling unit of 897 Carolina Street, which is next door to this planned remodeled addition of 4,000 square foot. While new to the neighborhood and exploring the area, we were immediately impressed by the attractive 2-story houses that make up the neighborhood's unique character. Since living here, I have come to see that Potrero Hill residents move here and stay here because they are very content with the size and style of these homes. Planning conditions have proven to be highly efficient while preserving the indigenous qualities of the neighborhood for several decades. Adopting fractured gentrification is no way capable of building long-term affordable housing that has maximum compatibility with the existing neighborhoods. Besides the issue of too high for its location on the hill, 891 Carolina project would put up a wall over 2/3 of existing window area on the north side of my house. This obstruction would block significant daylight and breeze into my study room, which I rely heavily on while working from home a good portion of the week. The same would be true for my daughter's bedroom, which otherwise has been a great way of saving energy during all the seasons for natural ways to heat, cool, or light up these living spaces. For a nuclear family of 3 like ours, even with additional guests staying over occasionally for a couple nights, we found that the 1,100 square foot living area that our upper unit of 897 Carolina Street offers has been plentiful. I firmly believe that this is adequate enough to raise a family of 3 or 4 without having to compromise on any living conditions. This is also evident from the fact that the families who have lived here prior to us have lived here for several years together without moving out. I don't see a reason compelling enough to justify building 2,000 square foot living units in a neighborhood where several families have been thriving in half that amount of space per unit. If and when my family feels there is a reason to upsize, we would gladly choose to move away to an accommodating modern housing unit elsewhere in the city or to some other suburban outfits elsewhere in the Bay Area. But we would not resort to having to upzone indigenous San Francisco homes at the cost of disrupting the essential character of the neighborhood around us. I hope you will talk to your colleagues in the planning department to retain our neighborhood character by making this building smaller in scale with the neighborhood. I hope you may encourage the planning department not to allow a wall to be built in front of my study window. I thank you for letting me voice my concern today. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Jude Deckenbach from Friends of Jackson Park, and as always, when I come before you, I am advocating for green open space on the individual developments that are being put in our neighborhood, in addition to saving and perhaps expanding the precious green space that we have in our neighborhood, specifically Jackson Park. Today, however, I want to talk about nested bedrooms. These enclosed spaces, which I've seen them at Potrero Launch, and they're awesome for dens, for offices. Not sure about the bedroom, however. I don't know if any of you have children, but speaking as a mom of 3 kids, I cannot imagine putting a child in a room that does not have egress to the outside. And not just because I'm a freak about fire, but there's also the whole smell factor, which, you know, the diaper age is long, but then you have a whole new olfactory fun fest that comes at you during puberty. It's just not going to be used that way. 88 Arkansas is a development that's going to be right on the park. It is our hope that we would have family-friendly housing there, real 2 3-bedroom units. So Raja and his expanding family could actually move there and have it be 3 real bedrooms. I encourage you not to give them this exception. I know from speaking to other developers in our neighborhood, and they said, we don't have nested bedrooms yet. They're waiting to hear what you rule. It's that simple. Please help us keep real, family-friendly housing in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Chris Hansen, and I live at 782 Wisconsin Street in Potrero Hill. The property is directly to the northeast of 891 Carolina Street, which, as you know, is the location of a controversial project that's currently in planning. A similar project at the same address was submitted by the same ownership in 2002 and came before you in a discretionary review. In that review, it was determined that the proposed alteration and expansion of 891 Carolina Street was out of scale in both height and volume, not only for the immediate neighbors, but also for the broader context of preserving open spaces in Potrero Hill. The project was abandoned for a decade. 2 years ago, a slight variant of the original proposal reemerged and has been back in planning ever since. Like its predecessor, This proposal is still out of character for the neighborhood, even after 14 years of interim real estate development on Potrero Hill. From my vantage point at 782 Wisconsin, the proposed project would create a 4-story monolith towering over my backyard. From my living room and bedroom windows, I would see both the entirety of the east and north-facing sides of 891 Carolina. There is no other property on the block that would have such an invasive rear yard setback. Due to the height and close proximity of the property line, the building would block the sun in the early afternoon, creating a negative impact to my open space and that of my neighbors. The controversy surrounding 891 Carolina has been raised to this commission before by other concerned neighbors. At issue is an interpretation of various subsections of Planning Code Section 134. The zoning administrator made a determination that the rear yard may be calculated using the alternate method of averaging under Section 134C2 and 3 due to the non-conforming house to the south of 891 Carolina. However, the non-conforming property has no access points on Carolina and instead has doorways and garages facing 22nd Street. Thus, it was up to the zoning administrator to make a subjective judgment on the matter based in part on the good faith assumption that the owner of 891 Carolina intended to move his family into the unit once it was built. I'm here to suggest, perhaps, that the owner is operating in bad faith, and I ask that the project receive a heightened level of scrutiny. In 3 minutes, I can't give you all the details of the misrepresentations on submitted architectural drawings, or the pack of raccoons that lived in the attic for 2 years, or the fact that an ivy vine is literally the only thing holding up the fence on our property line. There is a big difference between responsible development and stubborn development. Since 2002, the owner has put forward essentially the same plan over and over again, and it has been tied in the same process. This time around, I asked the Commission to look at all sides of 891 Carolina Street, not just the west and the south. The backyard areas between Carolina and Wisconsin and 20th and 22nd are one big shared open space. In fact, the corridor of open space extends all the way south to 26th Street, but not with the proposed structure. So does the owner intend to become a born-again caretaker of the land once the project is completed? I don't know. Does he plan to create the biggest, boldest structure he can get away with, flip it, and then move to the house next door, which he also owns?
Sir, your time
I
is
hope
up.
we don't find out.
Okay, is there any additional general public comment? Okay, not seeing any general public comment is closed.
Commissioners, it'll place us on your regular calendar for items 12A, B, and C for case numbers 2015-012730 GPR and 2016-000003 GPA. For the MAP 5 of the Downtown Plan General Plan Amendment, the Trans-Bay Redevelopment Plan, and an informational presentation on an update regarding implementation of the Trans-Bay Redevelopment Plan.
Good afternoon, President Fong and Commissioners. Kimia Hadadan, Planning Department staff. Before you today, there are 3 items. One is an informational item, and there are 2 action items. First is an informational item in which OCII staff will provide you with an overview of the Trans-Bay redevelopment area, Zone 1, and the progress of development and implementation since its adoption in 2005. Subsequently, we will discuss a proposed amendment to the Trans-Bay Redevelopment Plan to increase the height of Trans-Bay Block 1 from 300 feet to 400 feet. The Commission will be asked to make general plan consistency findings for the proposed height change through a general plan referral and to recommend the amendment's approval to the Board of Supervisors. The third piece is a general plan amendment to MAP 5 of the Downtown Plan. This GPA would correct an oversight from the redevelopment plan adoption actions in 2005 and will amend the general plan MAP 5. This GPA is not directly related to the proposed height change in on Block 1. It also wouldn't predetermine any change to the currently allowed maximum heights on Transbay Block 1. However, correcting the reference on Map 5 of the downtown plan is necessary to make the general plan referral consistency findings. I will discuss more in detail how the two action items are related at the end of the presentation. First, Jose Campos from OCII will provide you with the informational presentation.
Thank you, Kimia. Good afternoon, Chairperson Fong and Commissioners. I'm going to set up my presentation. My name is Jose Campos. I am the Manager of Planning and Design Review at the Office of Community Investment and Infrastructure. And I'm presenting first an overview and a status update of the Transbay redevelopment project. In your package and on the screen, I present to you a time frame, a timeline of basically the project from its inception to now, and the various actions that occurred that shaped this plan. The Transbay redevelopment project was started, actually, by the Planning Commission's creation of a preliminary plan, and this is pursuant to California redevelopment law. The Planning Commission sets the boundaries of the project area based on the conditions of blight, and those boundaries are often kind of jagged and irregular, and we're going to go through maps later. But what I wanted to explain to you was that the Planning Commission really kicks off the process for a redevelopment project, and in this case in 1996 formulated the Transbay redevelopment preliminary plan. That plan was amended twice, and was amended in 2001 to make a really significant change to the proposed program. Between 1996 and the year 1999, the planning that went into the Transbay project was for only a bus terminal. So the demolition of the historic Transbay terminal, which initially started as rail and then turned into basically regional bus terminal, and the development of a new bus terminal at the main Beale site where the current temporary terminal is now. And that was 2 or so blocks south of the transit core or spine on Market Street. And in addition, didn't include the Caltrain extension. So the citizenry of San Francisco, through Proposition H in November of 1999, basically mandated that that plan be discarded and that the Transbay terminal be reconstructed on the site of the historic Transbay terminal, which is the current project, but also include an extension of Caltrain from the 4th and King terminal into downtown. So that created a big shift in the planning around Transbay, and the Planning Commission in 2001 amended their preliminary plan to reflect that. So that gave us the framework with which we went to work. And we worked collaboratively with many departments, but in particular with the Planning Department. And this was, I'm speaking of the San Francisco Redevelopment Agency as the staff that led the program. So in 2002, a multifaceted draft environmental impact report was published with the lead agencies. We had co-lead agency, Planning Department, the San Francisco Redevelopment Agency, the FTA for the transit project, and Caltrain. We were all lead agencies, and we published this EIR, which basically created the program, the development scenario for the Transbay redevelopment project. And then with that, and with a group of consultants, both the Planning Department and the San Francisco Redevelopment Agency created in 2003 and published this document that I'm holding up here, which is the Transbay Design for Development Vision document. And this document is the framework for all of the proposed improvements and development schemes in the Transbay district. This document really helped us develop all the further documents, including the redevelopment plan and the development controls and design guidelines, which is the zoning for a portion of the project area. So we did that. First, we had to certify the EIR, which we did in 2004. In 2005, we created the redevelopment plan. Staff internally created a form-based zoning document called the Development Controls and Design Guidelines for Zone 1. And I'm going to explain a little bit later what differences between Zone 1 and Zone 2, because in Zone 2, we decided that it made more sense to maintain all the good planning that went into the downtown plan and the downtown zoning, and maintain the downtown zoning in areas where it made sense within the Transbay redevelopment project area. The C3 zoning should be implemented by the planning department. So the agency, although it has the authority around the entirety of their project area, delegated that authority to the planning department at the time of adoption to administer development and the zoning code in the Zone 2 area, which I'm going to show you in a moment. Simultaneous, or a little bit later, but not too long later, the Rincon Hill Plan was adopted, which also increased heights at the top of Rincon Hill. And one thing that I think needs to be expressed is that if you look in this document, which is our design for development document, and even in the original redevelopment plan, we talk about maximum heights at 550 feet in the entire redevelopment project area, which includes the area around Mission Street adjacent to the Transbay Terminal, and it also included a 550-foot high transit terminal tower, which is now the Salesforce Tower. Since we had already done the environmental documentation, we started thinking already before the adoption that it would be kind of interesting to consider a higher height at that point, a place where we could punctuate the skyline of San Francisco, a beacon to the region for the Transbay Terminal, something higher than 550, to not have such a flat skyline. It seemed like the perfect location, and we were thinking maybe 800 feet or something like that. And so that was really the seed that started the whole planning process that was the Planning Department's Transit Center District Plan. The district plan looked at increasing heights and sculpting the skyline, looking at Rincon Hill, looking at what was approved already in the Transbay District, but more importantly, looking around the transit center itself and the height of now the Salesforce Tower architecturally rises to 1,070 feet, which will be the tallest tower in San Francisco. And it is located within the Transbay redevelopment project area. So out of the Transbay redevelopment plan came the Transit Center District Plan in 2002. This is just to get your bearings as far as the geography of the areas that I just talked about. The jagged line that surrounds the transit center around Mission and incorporates also the northern parcels of Folsom Street and all the way down to Harrison is the Transbay redevelopment project area. And that traces the conditions of blight that we determined to justify the use of redevelopment tools, which includes tax increment financing, but also a reprogramming of land that was left vacant or underutilized when the Embarcadero Freeway and the terminal separator structures around the Transbay Terminal were determined to be best not there anymore. And this was an opportunity, maybe a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, to consider redesigning a portion of central downtown San Francisco. And so we did that in the area known as Zone 1. Zone 1 is almost all public parcels. They were mostly owned by Caltrans, not all, but mostly owned by Caltrans. And they were irregularly shaped parcels with many remnant parcels surrounding it, similar to what you might have seen in Market Octavia around the demolition of the Central Freeway. And we had this opportunity to redesign a new community in San Francisco. And so that was Zone 1. And then Zone 2 is also in the redevelopment project area, but that's the area that I was mentioning that's under Planning Department jurisdiction with respect to permitting and the zoning code. The Development Controls and Design Guidelines that OCII, as a successor agency to the San Francisco Redevelopment Agency, administers only applies to Zone 1. The Transit Center District Plan came later and looked at a larger area, and that's the almost rectangularly shaped area that goes from Market Street down to Folsom, and it overlaps. So I thought it was important for you to see in context what the boundaries of these various implementing plans are. Okay. So at the time that Caltrans agreed, or the state of California agreed to transfer all those former freeway parcels to the city and county of San Francisco, it had to be done by a assembly bill at the state. This bill, AB 812, allowed for us to receive that land and develop on top of it. But it also created this requirement that I think is very unique and is something that we have to really take seriously for the life of this redevelopment plan, which expires in 2035. So at the end of the day, this law requires that in the entire Transbay redevelopment project area, Zone 1 and Zone 2, 35% of all units built, whether they be publicly sponsored or built by the private sector, they have to be affordable. And so our redevelopment plan actually requires on-site 15% inclusionary on any project, whether it's in Zone 1 under the planning code or Zone 2. And we'll talk a little bit more about this. But it's a key point. For you to get an idea of the redevelopment project area, in Zone 1, we've created a development scheme that is extremely prescriptive. It tells the developers, the future developers, that to buy this city-owned land or agency-owned land and to develop on it, you have to do exactly what we say. This was based on a design that was unanimously approved at the Board of Supervisors and by the Transbay Citizens Advisory Committee through lots of public workshops and very smart, I'd say, urban design professionals. And we came up with basically this idea of Folsom Street, this portion of Folsom Street turning into Folsom Boulevard. We required a legislated setback of 15 feet along Folsom, so we're going to have a very wide sidewalk, boulevard promenade, from almost the top of the hill there. Once you come down off of 2nd Street and you go into the ramps, which serves as a point of constriction, it opens up into a wider boulevard with a view terminating at Yerba Buena Island and the bay. And you can even see a portion of the Bay Bridge. So that linear portion of where we had those opportunity blocks really provided us an opportunity to create a grand urban design scheme. But then since we also had the land where the terminal separator structure was and other portions of the freeway, which is basically right now the main Beale block, we were given this opportunity to create a central precinct around Main Beale and to create a park in the middle, which is really the centerpiece. It's the heart of the community that we're building now. And so when we designed where the towers were going to go, because this was the first time where we were actually able to really design let's say after Prop M, after the downtown plan of the 80s, this is really the first time where we were given the opportunity to look at increasing heights in a grander scale in San Francisco. But we wanted to do so in a very judicious way. So we said, you have to build the towers where those blue rectangles are. They have to be there, and they have to be at a certain height within a range. You can't build shorter ones. You can't build taller ones. Have to be exactly the way we've already programmed it, because we figured that this scheme allows for adequate tower separation, it allows for quality of life, and it reduces the shadow impacts on the public infrastructure, and in particular the park that we were planning, the Transbay Park, which is in between Main and Beale. You also see on this map that there are other parcels that are publicly owned, but that are outside of our Zone 1. It's Parcel F, owned by the Transbay Joint Powers Authority, and then also the Salesforce Tower, which is under construction. You'll note also that under the publicly owned parcels, we were able to, and in particular with that 35% affordability requirement, we're able to build a lot of affordable housing. So one of the main goals of creating this new livable community is to make sure that it was economically diverse, in addition to vibrant, transit-oriented, pedestrian-oriented, and of good urban design. So you see here that we are looking at a potentially over 1,300 affordable units just on the publicly owned parcels, open space, 9 acres of potential new parks, and even some office development. Also within the Zone 2, we see the opportunity for 1,300 new residential units and around 4 million square feet of new office development. So what I'm going to do now is take you on, this is your project update, take you on a tour around the current status of our blocks. We divided up Zone 1 into 12 blocks, 1 through 12. And those of you who have the printed copy of the presentation and members of the public, we have them here on the table. You may just want to look at this map as I walk you through project by project what's going on each of these blocks. And I'm presenting these to you in order of when and timeline of construction or likely construction. So the first project that's actually done is Block 11. It's the Rene Kazanov Apartments. This is 100% affordable housing. It's supportive housing for formerly homeless individuals and includes nonprofit supportive, services on site. It was designed by Letty Mayton Stacy Architects. It's built and occupied. And this is located on the corner of Folsom and Essex on the northwest corner, the southeast corner of Folsom and Essex. Blocks 6 and 7. 6 is under construction. It's the tower that you will see on the north side of Folsom. It's between Beale and Fremont Street. And this is a joint development in the sense that Block 6 is developed by Golub, and Block 7 is being developed by Mercy Housing. Mercy Housing has a standalone 100% affordable project on Block 7. Architects are local Santos, Prescott, and Associates, and for the remainder of the project, the chief architect is Solomon, Cordwell, and Bunce, SCB. Here we will have 599 units, of which 180 will be affordable. It's under construction. With respect to Block 7, we're hoping to see construction start soon. We're in the final phases of construction drawings. Block 5 was presented to you already because it's an office building. It required your consideration. This is under construction. The developer, again, is Golub. Gooch Partners and SCB are the architects, and it's nearly 800,000 square feet of office. It's our only office building in Zone 1, and it's at the northernmost parcel, closest to the financial district. Block 8, which is located between Fremont and First Streets, is housing development, mixed use, retail on the ground floor. Following our urban design scheme, as they all do, this is developed by Related in conjunction with Tenderloin Neighborhood Development Corporation. The architect is Rem Koolhaas's OMA and local architect Fougeron Architects. 546 units, of which 150 or 27% are affordable. Again, this is also pending construction. We expect it to start within the next few months. Block 9, it has more or less the same time frame. This is already designed, and we should see construction start soon. The developer is Essex and Bridge Housing. The architects is Skidmore, Owings, and Merrill, and again, local architect Fougeron. 436 units, of which 109 are affordable. Now, there's still some blocks that we have to design, plan, transfer to developers, and those are blocks 2, 4, and 12. Both blocks 2 and 4 flank the park, which is in the heart of this district. That is on the main Beale block, which is currently the Transbay Terminal temporary Transbay Terminal. Once that terminal, once the real Transbay Terminal is actually built, that terminal could then be developed. And so for that reason, these are the later phase developments. Block 2 will be 100% affordable. Block 4 will include a tower and north of the park, and it should also have significant affordability, as will Block 12, which is at that far corner to the south of the project area at 2nd and Harrison. In addition, part of the redevelopment scheme requires to have public improvements. I talked to you already about Folsom Boulevard, and the design has been done, and it's actually starting on a block-by-block basis. We're starting to develop this scheme on Block 6, but the full boulevard should start next year. that we expect a park under the ramps. This is something that came out in the planning process of how to utilize the land that often is just used for car parking, the land under the freeway, in this case under the ramps that is the Fremont off-ramp and the ramp to the new Transbay Terminal. And so we have a scheme in final phases of, or mid phases of design, let's say, and hopefully by 2018 we'll see construction starting. And then finally, again, the Transbay Park, which is the centerpiece of the district in 2018. Okay, I'm going to bring Kimya back.
For this part of the presentation, I'd like to describe the general plan referral action. So we just went over the first action, which was the informational for the entirety of the Transbay redevelopment area. In this part of the presentation, we'll focus on the general plan referral action. On January 19, 2016, the OCII Commission approved an amendment to the Transbay redevelopment plan to increase the height of Transbay Block 1 from 300 feet to 400 feet. Block 1 is within Zone 1 of the Transbay redevelopment area, and as Jose mentioned, the OCII Commission maintains land use and CEQA jurisdiction within Zone 1 and therefore for Block 1 as well. But state law provides the opportunity for the Planning Commission to review the amendments and report on the general plan consistency and make recommendations to the full Board of Supervisors. The Board of Supervisors would take the final action on the amendment. OCI staff, along with a representative from Studio Gang, the architect for Block 1, are here to provide a detailed overview of the proposed project for Block 1. They will discuss the rationale for and the analysis of the height change in the context of the redevelopment area, vision, and implementation. After their presentation, I'll come back and I will summarize the findings of consistency for the general plan, and I will also go over the last action, the third item over there, the general plan amendment that's before you today.
Good afternoon, President Fong, Commissioners. My name is Shane Hart, and I'm the project manager for Transbay. I work with OCII. I would also like to introduce the developer representatives who are here. Carl Shannon. He's with Tishman Speyer. And then we also have here Sophie Hayward from OCD. Jose provided you a good overview of the overall Transbay area. What I'm going to do is drill down a little bit to the actual Block 1 project. You can see in this map that Block 1 is located on Folsom between Main and Spear Street. And if you look at the actual zoning of the block, it's zoned for a 300-foot tower, a 6-story podium, and an 8-story podium, and then townhomes along Clementina. For the project summary, the reason that the plan amendment is needed is that we want to increase the height of the tower from 300 to 400 feet. The project is planned as a mixed income homeownership project totaling 391 units. The public benefits of the height increase is that it increases the total project housing units, and that would include 44 additional affordable units. 40% of the units within the project would be affordable, and that's a total of 156 affordable units, and the project is 391, so that's how you calculate the 40%. The affordable units would be dispersed in the first 26 floors. There's a mix of 116 one-bedrooms, 222 bedrooms, 55 three-bedrooms, which is the total of 391 units. The amenities would be shared by all the residents. And as Jose will present later, we found that there are insignificant shadow impacts on the parks. Some background on the site. In 2003, OCII actually purchased a portion of Block 1. We own about 2/3 of that site. In 2013 to 2015, Tishman Speyer purchased 4 sites within Block 1. In 2014, OCII and Tishman Speyer executed an exclusive negotiation agreement. Since that time, we've been working with Tishman Speyer on the designs of their buildings within the property, as well as working with them on the terms of the sale of the land and the development of the project. In January 2016, the Transbase CAC and the OCII Commission approved the plan amendment. And then just recently, a couple days ago, Mayor Lee and Supervisor Kim co-sponsored legislation for the Block 1 redevelopment plan amendment. How do I go back? I think I skipped one. Go. This is the proposed development program. You can see on the east side where the 400-foot tower would be located. Podium 1 would be the 6-story podium. Podium 2 is the 8-story podium. You can see where the townhouses are located there along Clementina. If you can see the top, about 2/3 of the site, where it says OCII parcel, and there's an arrow, that's the parcel that OCII owns, and that consists of about 34,000 square feet. The lower, approximately third, is owned. It's comprised of 4 parcels that are owned by Tishman Speyer, and they have about 20,000 feet. Obviously, due to the zoning of Block 1, these sites must be developed together. We cannot develop the site without Tishman Speyer, and they can't develop it without us. This table details the changes to the project that have occurred since the ENA, which, as I said earlier, was executed back in November of 2014. If you go to the far right column, you look at where it's titled benefit. On the tower height, as you already know, we're proposing a 100-foot increase. That would provide 9 more stories. There would be a total of 73 more units overall for the project. Of those 73, there'd be 44 of those would be BMR units. The overall project affordability would go to 40%. It was 35% when we executed the ENA. And then for the levels of affordability, if you can see the podium totals 76 units, and we have 25 units that would be at 80% AMI, 26 at 90% AMI, and 25 at 100% AMI. Within the tower, there's 80 units total that would be for the BMRs, and of that 80, 50 would be at 100% AMI, and 30 at 120% AMI. And again, the BMRs would be dispersed within the first 2/3 of the tower. What we have here is what we did was we worked with some market consultants and some outside financial consultants, and we calculated the public benefit of the additional 100 feet height, and the public benefit came out to $31 million. The developer benefit came out to $15 million, with total benefits of $46 million. For the proposed mix, I put this slide in here just so you can get a feel for what the BMR mix looks like. If you go to the total BMR column, that represents the podium plus the tower. And you can see we have about 72 one-bedroom units with an average size of 619 square feet. We have 64 two-bedroom units with an average size of 842 square feet, and then 23 bedrooms at an average size of 1,163 square feet. The minimum size currently planned within the current designs for the one bedroom, the minimum size is coming in about 580. Two bedroom, it's 800, and for the three bedroom, it's 1,100. And then you can see the OCII and most CD required minimum sizes. For the one bedroom, they're 500. For the two bedroom, they're 750, and for the three bedroom, they're 1,000. So the current designs exceed our minimum requirements. Regarding the land sale terms, as Jose mentioned earlier, each individual project is required to provide 15% affordable. That's per the redevelopment plan. But for the overall redevelopment area, which includes Zone 1 and Zone 2, there is a requirement that we have to provide 35% affordable housing, and that's through the end of the redevelopment plan. And so therefore, if there's affordable that's required above 15%, what we have to do is negotiate that with the developer, and it usually requires a couple things. It requires the developer to perhaps build more than the required 15%, and also for OCII to provide a subsidy. And this has been the case with the other blocks within Zone 1 area. For example, with Block 8, that was a rental affordable project, and OCII subsidized that project about $200,000 a unit for the 70 podium units that were within that project. For Block 1, as I said earlier, the ENA was executed in November 2014. At that time, OCII agreed to a $275,000 per unit subsidy for the 76 podium units. So that's a total of $20.9 million that we were going to subsidize the project with. And the reason that it's a higher per unit subsidy than, say, Block 8 is because on the affordable rental projects, the developers are able to get tax credit money and that sort of thing. In this case, with Block 1, the Block 1 developer is actually funding any shortfalls as it relates to the affordable units. In the ENA, the land price was set at $19.2 million, and that was paid at close of escrow. And what would happen is that we would get paid the $19.2 million, we would put it in the bank, and then because we were subsidizing the podium units, then as the developer built the podium units, we would subsidize that project during its construction. And in the proposed deal, the land price is still $19.2 million. It's not paid in cash at close of escrow. The developer constructs the 76 podium units without an OCII subsidy, and so the construction of the podium constitutes the payment of the land price, and that saves us about $1.7 million. The reasons that OCII is recommending the tower height increase, number one, there's more affordable housing units within the project. That's OCII's goal, is to build affordable housing, and we will get an additional 44 units. Number two is because we have this overall 35% affordable housing requirement for all of Zone 1 and Zone 2, and because this project exceeds that, it helps us meet that goal. The architects for this project, the associate architect is Perry Architects and Barcelona Yang. The lead architect is Studio Gang, excuse me. And to discuss the project architecture, we have Harry Sankson from Studio Gang.
Hello, my name is Harry Sankson with Studio Gang Architects. Thank you, Commissioners, for having us here today to discuss the project. Thought I'd show you a couple brief slides of some other projects that we've worked on. This is the Aqua Tower in Chicago, completed in 2010. This is a project in New York called Solar Carve on the High Line next to the Standard Hotel, which should start construction this summer. And a tower that we're working on in Chicago called Vista Tower, rising from the right to the left away from the lakefront in 3 different masses that you see there. Also should be starting construction this summer. And here we have a view of the Folsom Bay Tower looking west along Folsom from the Embarcadero, inserting it into the street. And here we see a view up the facade, looking down from the pedestrian level on the street. And we're going to discuss a little bit about the architecture for the 400-foot tower as opposed to a 300-foot tower. In designing the building and applying the singular element of the bay window sized to the units in interior spaces, on the left there you see we have one bay, and then as we apply that across the facade vertically into what we're calling a migrating bay to adjust views out of the building from the various interior spaces to the outside. And then the middle slide there where we have a lateral offset as we shift it up and around the building. And then in the fourth slide, as you see, the spiral effect that creates around the entire mass, and that is on the 300-foot tower. And one of the things that was a challenge, given the prescription of the 300-foot height limit and the prescribed square foot floor plate of the building, as you see, it's a little bit more squat, and we studied a number of different rotations of the facade around the building. And as we further developed it, as you see in the last slide, the 400-foot tower with the rotation allowed a further development of it to extend the visual slenderness of the building, because at 300 feet, as you see, was a little bit broad and more squat, and the 400-foot tower is visually more slender as you rise up and the facade of the migrating bay rotates around. And here just the graphic showing you where that line as the bay migrates across the facade of the building. Another important aspect of the project that we're studying and continue to look at is how the building approaches and lands on the street and integrates with the public way. Here's a view from Spear and Folsom, which is now going to be extending the Folsom Boulevard plan as part of the redevelopment agreement set in the early days. And here, trying to maintain an open facade and engagement of the inside of the building to the public and to the street level, and activating the street along the building on both sides. And here's a view on mid-block, Folsom looking east past the Gap building. And to help differentiate the masses between the tower and the podium and break up the street wall and make it a more pedestrian-friendly experience, we have a mid-block entry to the second level common space for the building. And walking further around the site here, we see the podium building and the townhouses along Clementina, which Clementina, as part of the master plan, will be extended as a public street through the site. And here we have a view across the future Transbay Park looking back at the building. And now I'm going to turn it back to Jose. He has animation we developed. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Harry. As Harry Sankson presented to you the visualizations of this proposal as a pedestrian would experience it, We also were concerned with this proposed change in the zoning of 300 to 400 feet. We wanted to see how that would impact the urban form and the experience of our city, both from inside the neighborhood but also from afar. So I'm going to present to you some of our analysis on urban form, and I'm going to start in transitioning from this view, which is a rendering of the Transbay Park and the townhouses along Clementina Street, and this tower as seen here at 400 feet. So this is one vantage point of this tower from within the neighborhood. And I wanted to also show you just some of the analysis we've done with photo montage of how this tower is going to look for the people who live in this district or who are visiting as they experience the neighborhood as a pedestrian. So we also wanted to basically compare the 300 to 400 foot difference and come up with a recommendation to our commission and to you and finally to the Board of Supervisors. This right now is a still from a video that I will show you shortly. It shows existing conditions at Rincon Park, and this is the walkway along the Embarcadero. It's part of the Bay Trail. And this is really, I think, the most significant public promenade in the vicinity. And so this is how it looks like now. This is with the recently approved 75 Howard and some other development that's in the pipeline superimposed onto this photograph. And the 300-foot tower is not visible from this point. The 400-foot tower, you begin to see it, but as you can see, the building in front of it is the Gap building block, and so that's between Stewart and Spear Street, and this building is between Spear and Main. And from this vantage point at 400 feet, you can see it starting to appear and say hello. We also wanted to look at another important aspect of the pedestrian realm, which is our Folsom Boulevard project. And so this was taken on a rainy day, but this is existing conditions. That was the Block 6 tower on in the center, which is the northern side of Folsom Street. And the construction sites for Blocks 8 and 9 are just empty currently. And at the terminus of this street is, on a rainy day, it's not so visible, but you can see a glimpse of the bay of Yerba Buena Island from this vantage point. This is on the corner of Essex and Folsom. This is what a 300-foot Block 1 development would look like. On the left, you can see it's at the far end of this view on the left side. And these are the proposals that will be soon under construction, Blocks 8 and 9, and how they would be experienced as a pedestrian. As a pedestrian, when you're close to a building, you don't really see the height of the building. You see maybe up to 85 feet or so, which is the podium of a structure. But we wanted to make sure that we were looking at the building from a little bit of a distance, still within the community, to see how that impact would be when you do actually see the tower as a pedestrian. And here you actually do see the increase from 300 to 400, and this is the 400-foot tower. It doesn't take away any of the view of the water or of Yerba Buena Island. It does, extrude into the skyline a bit. Oops. And I'm going to toggle. Hold on. As you can see, the building's a bit taller and just takes a little bit of blue out of the sky. And now I wanted to show you this video. Hold on a moment, please. This is a time-lapse video of a walk along the promenade along the Embarcadero at Rincon Park, starting at where the restaurants are and from the south, and walking towards the northern portion of the park and experiencing the tower at both 300 feet and 400 feet as it impacts your view of the skyline as a pedestrian. This is at 300 feet. There comes a point, this is at Folsom where you see it most, but often it's tucked behind the Gap building. And you also see it next at 400 feet. Here you see the building behind the Gap building. It has a relationship with the Infinity development in that it's staggered and separated, but of the similar height of the tallest building in the Infinity development. But as you can see, the Gap building serves as somewhat of a step ladder up to that 400 feet in height. But probably more importantly, well, let's say of significant importance, everything is important, but of significant importance is how a higher building here would impact the urban form and the skyline of our city. So we did an analysis looking at the general plan, and this is some of the things we looked at when we were developing the original Transbay scheme. We wanted to make sure that we were still following the principles in the downtown area plan, in the urban design element of the general plan, and two of those principles really strike us as important. One of them is in the urban design element of the general plan, the principle that heights in San Francisco should step down to the waterfront. So we looked at that. We also looked at another urban design principle, which is how to accentuate the natural and unique topography of San Francisco by encouraging that taller buildings be built on the hilltops and not necessarily in the flat areas. So what I'm showing you here is a height map of, you see here the proposed Transbay Block 1 at 400 in orange. And it has a color coding of the development that is either built or imminent in that it's been permitted, and that there are pipeline projects, and we map them all to basically see what the future of the San Francisco skyline could be with reference to these two urban design principles and general plan principles. So as you can see from the north of Folsom Street, we have, thanks to the Transit Center District Plan, some significant height increases as to what we assumed would be the heights of what we call the downtown mound, or the financial district in San Francisco. And the top of that is the peak of our downtown mound is the Transbay Terminal Tower, now the Salesforce Tower. And here it's listed at, I believe, 917 or 12 feet in height, and that's to the roof line. But we know that with all the architectural elements, that height is actually at 1,070. And then we have several other projects that are under construction, like 181 Fremont, in between Block 1 and that peak of the downtown mound, that basically step down in height towards the 400 feet at Block 1. Similarly to the south, and more with regards to that second urban design principle, which is accentuating the topography of the city by building taller buildings at the heights of the hills, we see the Rincon Hill Plan and what's already being built, which is one Rincon at officially 550 feet in height from the grade at the top of the hill to the roof line. But we know that that structure actually is visible at a 605 feet because of the extensions allowed in the planning code. So with 605 feet and the grade differential, we have nearly a 700-foot height at that point. Again, that tapers down through Rincon Hill, through the Infinity Project, and down to the waterfront. And then framing the waterfront, we have a district of predominantly 200 to 300 feet high structures. The most recently, well, it's not built yet, but recently approved is the 75 Howard. But in alignment with that, we have the Gap building, which was a redevelopment project. And at that highest point, which is the structure right in front, which separates the Rincon Park and the Embarcadero waterfront from the Block 1 development, that block has the highest height of 289 at the top of the architectural element, but generally is 240 at the occupiable space, but also has this nice podium of around 90 feet. And that podium of 90 feet, that wall, that edge that frames Rincon Park and the edge of the city, basically extends from in the current built form from the Ferry Building Plaza, all the way down through to the Bay Bridge, through the Gap Building and into Hills Plaza. So we have this band of 200 to 300 feet in height that basically serves as our city's edge at the waterfront. And our building, this proposal at Block 1 at 400 feet, steps up, it's not hidden as a 300-foot height would be. It does protrude out of that, but we feel in an appropriate way behind what is the stepping down of the Gap Building and the other buildings along that band that front our city's edge in this downtown portion of our waterfront. So we decided to do a little bit more detailed analysis. This looks at basically a cross-section of Folsom Boulevard, as I prefer to call it, and our redevelopment program along Zone 1. And it contemplates the 300 feet versus the 400 feet and the idea of stepping down heights to the waterfront and also from the topography of Rincon Hill. So to the north of Folsom Street, you see this cross-section that has at the peak the Salesforce Tower. And all of these heights that are on this diagram are within the 2 blocks either north or south of Folsom Street. So on the northern portion of Folsom Street, these are buildings that are between Mission, Howard, and Folsom, so 2 blocks in the vicinity. And as you can see, the heights are extensive, and they do, in fact, if you follow the angle down, step down to the Gap Building at 300. And to the south, we see a grade differential. So you have a 100-foot grade differential shown on this cross-section, and that grade differential will result in a 700-foot height with a 600-foot 1 Rincon coming down to the Gap Building there. And so I wanted to share with you the next slide, which is at 400 feet. We still fit within that angle. So we're not actually extruding out of that angle. And just to finish off with some visualizations, we did urban design analyses from various vantage points. Just when we did the consideration of building higher heights in Transbay, when we developed the Transbay design for development, we looked at the impact of a potential height increase on various important vantage points around the city, such as from Twin Peaks, from the top of Dolores Park, Bernal Heights, Telegraph Hill, etc. But since this building is actually located behind some taller buildings, it's mostly not visible from other vantage points in the city. But it is visible from the bay. And in particular, the view that has the most significant impact and even, say, image of our city impact is this view from the Bay Bridge as one drives across the Bay Bridge. This is the existing view towards that portion of our skyline with the Gap Building. And this is how it will look with the projects that are planned in our pipeline with a 300-foot tower behind it. And this is the difference at 400. So given the context, both north and south of what is being built or is built already in San Francisco, we do feel that this does meet the test of those 2 urban design principles. Stepping down and highlighting, in the case of Rincon Hill, and potentially you could even say the downtown mound, the natural topography of San Francisco. So, and it's for this reason that we do recommend, staff recommends approval or your recommendation of the plan amendment to increase Block 1 from 300 to 400. But we also had to look at other aspects, in particular given the fact that this plan amendment does require CEQA coverage. We prepared an addendum to the original program environmental impact report. And the increase in height clearly would have impacts that need to be looked at with respect to shadow and wind. Our wind study demonstrated that there was no there was no hazardous conditions as a result in wind as a result of the increase in height from 300 to 400. And then more importantly, we wanted to look at the shadows because we knew that required a very detailed analysis. So we actually prepared, with the help of a consultant, an over 300-page document looking at the shadow impacts on public open spaces in the vicinity. And those public open spaces that we analyzed are 6, and they're listed here. These are the parks that are not just existing, but actually also proposed within what is called the shadow fan of this tower. So we've discussed Rincon Park a lot. We've discussed Transbay Park. But there are also some publicly accessible, privately owned open spaces on Spear Street and Main Street. And then we also included the proposed Transbay rooftop park, the city park, on top of the Transbay terminal. This chart here tells you the results of our analysis. We took this seriously. We used Section 295 of the Planning Code, even though, which is basically otherwise known as Prop K methodologies. And when we look at the shadow and areas of the city that are under the Prop K list or jurisdiction, we're required to use a methodology that's delineated in the Planning Code that looks at theoretically available annual sunlight. And we took that exact methodology, even though we're not required to, and applied it to not just the existing parks such as Rincon Park, but the proposed parks such as Transbay Park. And we wanted to see what that impact would be, that incremental difference between 300 and 400. And at the bottom row of this chart, you'll see that the biggest impact with respect to increased shadow as measured under TAS is one of the POPOs at still less than 0.5%. And with respect to Rincon Park, that increase in shadow as a result of this proposed height increase would be 0.34%, and much less for Transbay Park. We also wanted to make sure that looking at where the shadow falls, it wouldn't impact the enjoyment or recreation use of those parks. So we did an analysis, and I will show you briefly a video that demonstrates how the shadow falls at certain key points of the year. And this chart also tells you the extent of the longest extent of this increase in shadow in Rincon Park is 45 minutes, and it tells you the days where there's the maximum shadow, and it's near the equinoxes, February 23rd and October 18th in Rincon Park. And in Transbay Park, it was actually near the summer solstice, or is the summer solstice. So I will show you a very quick video so you get an idea as to how the shadow could impact our parks. Before I play the shadow, I would just ask that you consider a few things in this video. Basically, it shows the 300-foot proposal already cleared through the zoning as a light blue shade of the tower, and it shows as a dark blue what that increment would be at 400 feet. So look for the dark blue portion of the shading on this video, and that will be the incremental difference between 300 and 400. And also you'll notice that there are pipeline projects. They aren't actually shown as shadows, but what you will see is just a light trace of purple. And those are the projects that are in the cumulative analysis of our environmental document pursuant to planning department requirements. But that'll give you an idea as to what you're looking at. This video shows the 2 solstices and the equinox. This is Transbay Park. You see on the solstice, this is the biggest impact on the corner of Transbay Park. That's the day of maximum shadow on the 21st of June. But it doesn't reach Rincon yet. You can also follow the time of day with the clock that runs to see at what time the shadows actually impact the parks. Here are the equinoxes. And look for the dark blue. That's the incremental shadow of up to 400. The red figures are the restaurants in Rincon Park. And the solstice, the winter solstice. You can see how it follows the Gap building at the northern edge of Rincon Park in the afternoon. Okay. So that more or less summarizes our presentation. Our addendum, looking at shadow, determined that there was not a significant environmental impact as a result of those additional shadow impacts. We had at least 10 community outreach meetings. The Transbay Citizens Advisory Committee voted, and the OCII Commission voted unanimously for the plan amendment in January. Today we're meeting with you in February, and as Shane Hart mentioned to you, Mayor Lee and Jane Kim are co-sponsoring an ordinance to consider the plan amendment before the Board of Supervisors, which we hope to see heard in April. Following that, and on a parallel track, depending on the outcome of that plan amendment, the OCII Commission provides the entitlements to the development through what we call a schematic design, and for the land disposition through a disposition and development agreement. In order to ratify that, the Board of Supervisors has to okay the property transfer and, in accordance with state law, ensure that it is, in fact, a fair market value. That concludes our presentation. Thank you.
There's a last part to the presentation. I know you have a long day in front of you. I'll keep it short. So for the findings of the general plan consistency, staff reviewed multiple general plan elements and area plans. We focused on three themes in our analysis. First was the urban form, second was affordable housing, and third was shadows and parks and open spaces. First, urban form, and Jose extensively went into the urban design analysis. So the urban design element, downtown plan, Rincon Hill, and the transit center district plan include policies related to urban form. And two major points that come out of those policies are that tapering down effect that Jose described, and also a visible distinction in the skyline between Rincon Hill and downtown area towers. Staff reviewed the urban design analysis that was just before you and found the proposed height increase consistent with both of those points. At 400 feet, the proposed Block 1 would maintain that tapering down pattern, both from the top of the Rincon Hill Tower down to Block 1 at 400 feet, and then to the Gap building at 289. Similar from the north side from the Transit Tower. And also it would maintain a separation in skyline between Rincon Hill and downtown with the new Infinity Towers right across from the Block 1 at 350 and 400. The proposed project would create a balance on both sides of Folsom Street and the skyline, and it would blend in with the city's skyline. The second theme that we analyzed was the affordable housing. We looked at the housing element, and there were several policies that stress on providing affordable housing in areas of the city that are transit-friendly, and also seeking innovative solutions to fund affordable housing without traditional government subsidies. This proposed height increase, as you just heard, would add 44 BMR units out of the 73 units added. That's about 60% of the units added are going to be BMR. The percentage of BMR of the entire project will increase from 35% to 40%. Staff also finds this height increase suitable for the downtown because of the convenient access to public transit. The majority of added units are designated to moderate income households who would substantially benefit from the option for home ownership near in a very transit-friendly neighborhood. And also the dense context of this neighborhood provides the flexibility for added height without significantly changing the neighborhood character, especially when this additional height provides more BMR units. And the last theme was the shadow on public open spaces that, again, Jose described in detail. The added shadow, the maximum added shadow is only 1/3 of 1% on Rincon Park, and staff reviewed the duration, location, and time of this added shadow on Rincon Park and found that the impact of this additional shadow is insignificant to the use of open spaces, and it's also consistent with the related policy in the recreation open space element. So based on these three themes, staff finds the proposed height increase unbalanced, consistent with the general plan. And since the case report was published, the department received 2 letters of support for this proposed height change. So this brings us to the last part of the presentation, which is the general plan amendment. So first, why do we need this general plan amendment? The map 5 of downtown plan is out of sync with the Trans-Bay redevelopment plan with regards to the maximum height allowed for Trans-Bay Block 1. In 2005, Block 1 was rezoned through the redevelopment plan to allow up to 300 feet. So you can see in this map is from the Trans-Bay redevelopment plan, shows Block 1 as 300 feet. This other map is from the design and development controls that Jose also talked about for the Trans-Bay redevelopment area. This also shows more details on form controls for this block and shows the tower as up to 300 feet. However, our map 5 of the downtown plan is not consistent with that, and we have graphics that will show that more clearly. This is a blown-up version of that map. The turquoise parcels are the parcels that are subject to the general plan amendment. And the notation that was added in map 5 in 2006, you see it's marked in red. It reads, remove ADX label from freeway lands in Trans-Bay and replace with notation that says, see Trans-Bay redevelopment plan development controls. And the 6 parcels were, as you see in the pink area, were in zone 1, but were not within the ADX area, but within the 200S. So they were inadvertently left out from the amendments. So this seems to be an error, an oversight in the general plan amendments related to Trans-Bay redevelopment plan in 2005. The department was made aware of this error while reviewing the general plan referral for the Block 1 height change, and the department is proposing to fix this error to support the general plan consistency for the GPR. So what would this general plan amendment do? The amendment would add another notation in map 5 to include the 6 parcels left out in 2005 general plan amendment. So it would look like this, and that red notation would read, remove 200S label from Assessor's Block 3740, lots 027, 029, 030, 032, and Assessor's Block 3739, lot 004, and replace it with a notation that states, see Trans-Bay Redevelopment Plan Development Controls. The first 5 parcels are within Block 1, and the 6 parcels is a small portion of Block 2. So with this notation, the map 5 would reflect changes to the maximum height limits that were made in 2005 for all of the parcels within Zone 1. And again, this cleanup GPA is independent from OCII's proposed height change and does not presuppose any change to the existing height limits of Block 1. However, staff finds that the general plan amendment is necessary for the findings of consistency for the general plan referral. And lastly, I just wanted to read to the record some edits to the preamble for the general plan referral motion, case number 2015-01-2730 GPR. This is just the preamble of that motion, and there are a couple corrections. So it reads, adopting environmental findings pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, and strike approving and replace with recommending approval of the amendment to the redevelopment plan for the Trans-Bay Redevelopment Project area to increase the maximum height limit from 300 feet to 400 feet on Block 1 of Zone, strike 11, replace with 1, of the Trans-Bay Redevelopment Project area, adopting general plan and planning code section, strike 101.12 and replace with 101.1 findings, and the rest is the same. This concludes my presentation. And one more thing, there is city attorney provided some changes, very minor changes to the general plan amendment ordinance. These are basically, there are 2 commas in the text of the ordinance and a few corrections in the title. So I have the corrections here for you, and we ask that you make your decision on these amended ordinance. Thank you. We're here for any questions. David Winslow, Josh Strisky from our department. Thanks.
Thank you, and thank you to all presenters. Speaker cards we have here: Jerome Dodson, opening up to public comment; Elise DeRozier, Scott Embledge, Donald Dusnap, Danny Campbell. And if when have speakers line up on this side of the room, your right side of the room would be easiest. Tom O'Connor, Army Morgan, Rudy Corpus, Laura Clark, Lauren Post, and John Swartz.
Clock says 1. Okay, thank you.
Okay, there you go.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Scott Embledge. I'm an attorney working with the organization known as Save Rincon Park. They're concerned about the 400-foot height limit. And to be clear, the decision here is not about whether there should be a building there or not. It's not whether there should be affordable housing. It's not whether the folks in this room should have jobs building a building. It's 300 feet versus 400 feet. There's going to be a great architecturally interesting building one way or the other. Affordable housing is going to be provided, and this site is going to be developed in a way that will add to the city. But 300 feet or 400 feet. I have 3 points to make to you. The first is I urge you to respect the process. And what I mean by that is this Planning Commission went through a process that first included public input and zoned this particular piece of land as 200-foot height limit. It then went through another thorough public process, taking into account the changes in development that were going on, and it decided that height limit should be increased to 300 feet. Now you're being asked to go not through the same sort of public, thorough process that you would go through in revising your general plan, but to make an exception for one building by one developer. That is contrary to the process you should go through, especially for a parcel adjacent to the waterfront, which so many people in the city care for so deeply. The second thing I would say is you should respect the policies. And Jonas, if I could have the overhead, how do I get this on?
SFGov TV should go to it.
Okay. As you've already heard, your policies are step down at the waterfront. Respect the topography. Taller buildings on the hills to reflect the topography, and step down at the waterfront. The heights of buildings should taper down to the shoreline of the bay and the ocean, following the characteristic pattern and preserving the topography and views. This particular project does not do that at 400 feet. At 300 feet, you have a tapering down from the 200-foot buildings, at maximum 200-foot buildings at the waterfront, to a 300-foot building a block away from the waterfront. You saw the animation provided earlier, but let me just show you the existing waterfront with the 400-foot building. First, the 300-foot building, and then the 400-foot building. That is not a tapering down. That is sticking out like a sore thumb along the waterfront. So interesting tall buildings are great if they're in the right place. The right height for the building in this place is 300 feet. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Director, my name is Danny Campbell. I'm a representative with the Sheet Metal Workers, Local 104. By amending the Transbay redevelopment plan to allow for a 100-foot height increase on Block 1, will allow for more units of housing, in particular more below-market rate units, which is badly needed in our city at the moment. Tishman Speyer has been a great partner with us so far. We look forward to continuing to work together on this project. I should note that this project is going to be built 100% union. It has our support. That's significant in the fact that that will create, local residents will be employed on this project, making good middle-class wages, and it will mean career pathways for our local youth through our state-approved apprenticeship programs. I can't stress that enough. So we urge you to move this project forward today by recommending it for approval to the Board of Supervisors. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
President Fong, Commissioners, my name is Elise DeRozier, and I'm a resident of Rincon Hill and a member of Save Rincon Park and the Rincon Point Neighbors Association. I'm speaking in opposition to the proposed 100-foot height increase at 160 Folsom. I'll focus my discussion on the financial deal the city is making with the developer to increase the height from 300 to 400 feet. This deal is a great deal for the developer. It's really a steal. It's a very bad deal for the city. I'll point out 3 facts to support this. The developer is on record that he is generously providing 40% below market rate units. As you well know, the law states that he is to provide 35%. We must be clear the developer is giving the city an additional 5% of affordable housing for this project. Not such a great deal for the city, while the developer gets to build an additional 91,000 square feet of luxury apartments with an estimated $137 million in profit. Number 2, the developer is getting a subsidy to provide 27 units of affordable housing. This subsidy has become a trade of our public land valued at $19.2 million, basically getting public land for free. This, Commissioners, is a great deal. It's really a steal by the developer. Not only is the developer getting the land for free, he also gets to claim he meets the legal requirement to provide BMR units. We call this double dipping. Number 3, the loss to the city that the additional 100 feet will create by casting shadows on the most widely used park in the city, Rincon Park, on the waterfront, on the Transbay Park adjacent to the building, and the increase in traffic is immeasurable, and it is also permanent. We all want affordable housing in this city, but getting 5% additional BMR units while giving away city land for free to a developer that can net an estimated $137 million is not worth it. This deal, Commissioners, is a bad deal for the city and a steal for the developer. It is definitely not worth the financial cost and the permanent environmental loss to our public park, to our waterfront, and the neighborhood. I urge you not to approve the increased height for this project. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Donald Jessup, a resident of the City of San Francisco here. And I just want to point out the fact that Rincon Park is not a city park in the City County of San Francisco. It is a state-owned piece of parcel of land on the waterfront. So the normal jurisdiction about Parks and Rec does not apply in this case at all. Secondly, the Bay Area Bridge casts more shadow on this park on a daily basis than any building in the Trans-Bay District. Let's be clear about that. Acknowledging the public emergency of our housing shortage before our city at the last November election, 75% of the San Francisco voters passed legislation to build more dwelling units. The majority of SF tenants agreed urban density for future generations makes sense and protects the local environment from climate change and health and wellness of the Bay. What I like about the 160 Folsom project, it maintains and enhances public sight lines of the Bay at 400 feet tall. The below market rate units will be mixed throughout much of the tower instead of being on the lower floors of the 40-story building. The developer, a local developer who's been here for many decades, will subsidize homeowner association dues for low-income residents so they are not house poor for the amount of 7 years paying for their HOA dues. Spot zoning of a 391-unit building with 40% affordable spacious units in a white billionaire neighborhood where it costs $1,600 a square foot to own a one-bedroom, one-bath condo is key to infusing racial diversity while creating social equality in the Trans-Bay District community, thus creating neighborhood human equity and social sustainability while at the same time protecting our local climate via healthy green urban density instead of damaging suburban sprawl. 160 Folsom architecturally is compact, is mixed use, is diverse, is healthy, is green, LEED certified, is accessible and sustainable. Even traffic impact is lower than normal. By creating more spot zoning projects like this, it will bring down rents for San Francisco tenants and normalize real estate valuations that become sustainable and affordable for young families to transfer from low income to working middle class. Please approve the additional height of this project. We are in a state of a public emergency with our housing shortage. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Army Morgan. I'm with the Operating Engineers, Local 3. And like the gentleman said earlier, we're for this, amendment to add more stories because obviously it will create more housing, which is, we have a big housing shortage in San Francisco, that's obvious, and will create more affordable housing as well. And not to mention, Tishman's been real fair with labor. So they're going to make this all union project, which is going to create a lot of great jobs for a lot of locals in the city, and help a lot of people be able to afford some affordable housing that is so desperately needed. It's hard to find the correct balance, I'm sure, but I think this project is doing it right, and we're behind it 100%. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, and let me call a few more names here. Tommy Newmanville, Monica Wilson, Ramon Hernandez, Emmy Davis, Jesus Villalobos, Adrian Simi, Jay Bradshaw, Lance Carnes, and Robert Devlin.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Joel Koppel with the Electrical Workers Local 6 and the San Francisco Electrical Contractors Association. Our entire labor management committee is in full support of the project as proposed today with the height increase. We've been involved with Tishman projects for decades now, and they've been a very strong contributor to what is now shrinking middle-class fiber of San Francisco. We've also been involved at multiple hearings for similar projects in this neighborhood and see the Transbay District as the place for tall commercial buildings and tall residential buildings. Ideally, sustainable development will have people living and working ideally within walking distance or within blocks of this heavily used transit center. Before I forget also, Tom O'Connor, president of Local 798 Firefighters, was also here to support the project and had to leave, but I wanted to convey his support. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Lauren Post. I'm Vice Chair of OCII's Transbay Citizens Advisory Committee. I also am President of the Board of Directors of the Greater Rincon Hill Community Benefit District, the city's newest CBD. But I'm here today as a resident in the Transbay area. I live 3 blocks from Block 1 and will be looking at this building out the windows of my home. And I am delighted with that prospect. As several speakers have mentioned, this building goes a long way toward helping the city meet many of its goals. It's not monolithic. It provides below market rate housing. And as a resident of this area, I personally am looking forward to housing that brings in more families because we need more families. Well, a few details that have been mentioned, but I want to put a fine point on them, is the 40% below market rate units being proposed for Block 1 if the height is increased to 400 feet. This is huge. I can't imagine that there aren't other developers in the city gnashing their teeth that Tishman Speyer may have just set a new benchmark. But this is something that will be a tremendous benefit not just to the neighborhood, but citywide. Another benefit that I could see flowing out to city is an innovative HOA plan. Again, this was mentioned today, but I want to really call it to your attention. How to allow families and other people who are in below market rate units in these residential high-rises afford HOA dues. It might sound like a simple matter, but it really could make the difference between whether these projects are successful or not. And Tishman Speyer has been working with OCII to come up with a very innovative plan that, again, could be rolled out to other projects in the city, other mixed-use projects in the city. I commend the city staff for their extensive analysis on shadowing and enhancement to the skyline. Fortunately, shadowing is a non-issue here, and it is dishonest to say that it is. I actually took a nice stroll through the park yesterday by the Bow and Arrow, and so I would be quite conscious about increased shadows in my neighborhood, but as the studies showed and as the videos showed, negligible is even too strong a word. There isn't, fortunately for this project, a shadowing issue. I'm sure you deal with that in many other projects that come before you. In short, I hope you will approve the increase of this building from 300 to 400 feet for what it does for below market rate housing, the trends it sets, the attractiveness it will add to the San Francisco skyline and to our neighborhood. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Hi, Laura Clark, GROW SF. I think we all know that this is exactly the kind of project that we should be supporting. Increased affordable housing, it's dense, it's green, and it's beautiful to look at. I think that the shadowing has been clearly demonstrated as negligible, and we need to stop prioritizing shadows over people. Human beings will live in these buildings, and we need to support the fact that people are coming to this city and current residents are being displaced. This is an emergency, and we need to stop prioritizing people's views over the actual families that will live in these units. I beg you to support this project. The higher it is, the more people we can support in this city. This is exactly the kind of smart growth we need to be embracing all over the city, not just in these already dense urban places. Thank you so much.
Good evening,
Commissioners. My name is Ramon Hernandez. I represent 5,000 members, City and County, San Francisco, with the laborers, and I urge you to support this increase of the tower to our members to working on it and have opportunities to live in there, work and build, and they might going to have the opportunity to live in the same project. I urge you to support this project. Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners. Tommy Newmanville from the Operating Engineers Union. We represent over 10,000 members in Northern California. The general plan amendment will allow for more stories and therefore more units of housing that are below market rate, which is clearly needed for working families. And I believe that extra percentage that they're achieving, a lot of those will go to, middle-class working families, which are the people, building the structure. Tishman Spire has been great with the unions. Over at, 222 Second, I believe, 100% union job they did there. This one will be the same. This job has a good balance between the luxury and 40%, affordable units for those of us that aren't, making high six figures, which is nice. And people can build it, they can live there, they can build the next one, and just keep that cycle going. We need to increase a supply of housing one way or the other, and this is a good way to do it for us middle-class families. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Lance Carnes. I'm a homeowner and taxpayer in San Francisco. Welcome and nice to see you, President Fong and commissioners. I want to express my strong opposition to this plan, a change in the city's height limit law to accommodate additional height for 160 Folsom. Such spot zoning makes a travesty of city planning, as does the ghastly height of the proposed structure, even without additional height. The proposed additional height of 160 Folsom to more than 400 feet is a violation of waterfront plans. It casts shadows, it creates another dreadful eyesore, and unwanted congestion. The building scale is inhuman in size, insensitive in design and impact. San Francisco already is overbuilt, overcongested, plagued by ugly high-rises that are not what people want in this small-scale city. So I urge you to stop Manhattanizing San Francisco. Thank you.
Good afternoon, President Fong and Commissioners. My name is Adrian Simi, Field Representative with Carpenters Local 22, and my outlook is a lot different than the last speaker. We actually would hope that you'd support the general amendment today, because more stories equals more housing, and in that housing we get more below market rate housing, which supports housing for workers, which are carpenters, and I represent about 3,500 carpenters here in San Francisco, will have the opportunity to live in, and we look forward to working with Tishman Speyer. That's been a great partner of Carpenters Local 22 here in San Francisco for many, many years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, President Fong and Commissioners. My name is Monica Wilson. I'm a San Francisco LBE and SBE outreach consultant and also the program director of CWE, a Bayview-based program that seeks to provide opportunities, exposure, and access to first-generation college students interested in real estate development, construction, A&E, and civic engagement. I'm here to support the Tishman Speyer proposal and specifically the general plan amendment. By way of context, I wanted to present that I've been working with Tishman Speyer for close to 18 months. And I've been working with them on their SBE program, specifically professional service procurement, as well as their SBE training program. And in both instances, not only did they design and implement these programs successfully, but they far exceeded the goals and the program requirements with powerful and positive economic impact wins and opportunities for participation for the local community, as well as young adults in San Francisco. In terms of shared design guidelines and principles, grassroots, community-based, all the way. We engaged diverse community groups and just threw the net wide. What could we bring? How could we get the best outreach done? And they looked to innovative strategies to maximize opportunities. These were very powerful elements of the program. In terms of what it delivered, what are the deliverables that I can speak of today? The SBE program speaks to a 50-cent participation by SBE LBEs. They're at 89%, Strong and participation by women-owned businesses and minority-owned businesses. You can see that with the lead architect, the architectural team, as well as the structural team. On down, very strong. And they've absolutely embraced the existing LBE community, including some of the firms that have been here the longest that helped shape the LBE program, if you will. So again, based on getting feedback and participation, they developed and designed a program that is almost double what the city program is. They're at 89% right now. On the training program side, again, knocked it out of the park. They designed and implemented a training program that provided internship positions for 8 young adults, majority first-generation college students, 100% students of color, delivered over 2,100 hours of technical training, with AutoCAD, attending site inspections, Excel spreadsheets, you name it. This was a very powerful opportunity for me as an LB, as someone who does a lot of grassroots work. I have, this is probably one of the most powerful projects I've worked on. The commitment was strong, so focused, innovative commitment to the design and implementation, and it shows in the results. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. I'll call some more names. Please line up on the TV side of the room. Coco Lay, Carmen Fungueres, Peter Hartman, Marlena Morgan.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Imani Davis, and as before, I'm actually one of the CWE interns underneath Monica, who had the pleasure of working with Tishman Speyer, especially on this project. And I just want to say that I fully support this building being raised from 300 feet to 400 feet for a couple of reasons. One of the biggest reasons, however, though, is it provides a lot more affordable housing, which San Francisco desperately needs. San Francisco has run into a problem where we're not really allocating as much housing, especially to those on the lower income scale side. So we definitely need to provide housing for people who have lower incomes because it's not really available. And the beautiful thing about this project is that it creates more affordable housing units, especially at 400 feet. So Tishman does provide a solution to this, and I do believe that we should explore that solution, especially expand it the best way possible. Also, as far as creating a diverse SF, Transbay will be diversified through this project, and that's 44 more units, 44 more families that can move into this housing project if raised at 400 feet. And one speaker talked about whether or not it's worth it. I strongly believe that raising this project building from 300 to 400 is worth it because it allows for people who've been in SF natives for a very long time and who are fighting to stay in SF to have the opportunity to be housed in these affordable housing units. It's very important that we take solutions and opportunities like these very seriously and not try to stop progress. OCII was very fortunate to see the benefit of, they were helpful in seeing the benefit of raising the building from to 400 feet to see that it will ultimately help the housing process and projects here in San Francisco. So they were able to help progress in that way. And I hope you guys were able to see and understand that this is going to only help and benefit San Francisco as a whole, especially the families here in San Francisco. So I want to thank you for your time, and I hope you help us progress. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Peter Hartman. I'm a neighborhood resident homeowner, and I'm also chair of the OCII Trans-Bay Citizens Advisory Committee. As you've heard, the our Citizens Advisory Committee approved the height increase in our January meeting. The main reasons why we did so were first and foremost because of the increase in the number of housing units, 73 housing units, 60% of which will be affordable or below market rate. We thought that that was extremely important given the current issues of cost and availability of housing in our city. Second of all, we found the effect of shadows on Rincon Park and the other parks in the area to be de minimis. 3, we found that the higher building height is really very much keeps very much with the character of the surrounding neighborhood as it has developed. When we came up with the original plan about 15 years ago, there was nothing there. It was surface parking lots. And at that time, a 300-foot building seemed the idea of a 300-foot building seemed very bold. Now it seems very modest. And because we've got buildings, as you've seen around there, from 400 to 500 feet and much higher throughout the area. And finally, the committee felt that the increase in height enhances that elegant design that you've seen from Gang Studios. So I and the CAC urge you to approve the height increase. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Carmen Fornaguera, and I'm going to be one of the persons. I'm getting a below the market apartment, and I'm one of those persons who will be using this type, the extra union that they're making in the building. A little bit about me: I'm a project engineer for a mechanical company in the new Trans-Bay terminal, and as well in the SFMTA. I do comedy at nighttime, and I produce a bunch of shows. So a lot of people will say I'm San Francisco, and a person like me would never be able to live here if it wasn't programs like the BMR program. So this is extremely important. And the only thing that I hear against making the building bigger is just shadows. And I don't know, for a person like me, that I can change my life. Hearing that the only thing against it is because you're going to walk your dog and you're going to have extra shadow is just infuriating. I cannot even. I don't know even how they can say that out of their word. San Francisco is not having a housing crisis. This is a catastrophe. There is just no housing here. We cannot live here. So please, I implore you, please approve the extra apartments that are going to be built. The building is actually beautiful from the outside, and with the people that are going to be moving there, like me, it's going to make it beautiful from the inside. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Kokole, photographer and graphic design. I'm currently live in 1400 Mission Units 1002, built by Tishman Speyer. I bought this unit just 2 weeks ago. Before I purchased this unit, I was a homeless for 86 days with 3 family members, my wife, my niece, and 80 years old, my mom. We were the victim of LXZ. My former landlord kicked me out using this LXZ. Even though I paid rent on time, follow his rule and regulation, I cannot imagine if there is no BMR program, I won't be able to get a home. Now I can provide shelter for my family because of BMR program. Without BMR program, I have no way to get out from being homeless, and no way to support my family. Strength of the United States is diversity. Among all these diversity, different income diversity is the most important for living together, regardless of household income. This income diversity is necessary in San Francisco. We all can live together. That is why I strongly support Block 1 project to increase high and extend additional 44 units for VMR. I do favor of the high increase since it is more affordable to San Francisco. The higher tower, the more people can live. Shadow is a nature. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. I'll call the last of the commenters, Marion Wallace, Netvoint Kotidis, Ann Fryman, Rob Pohl, Strachan Forgan, and Mark English.
Hi, my name is Robert Devlin. I'm a sales associate at 1400 Mission, which is another Tishman Spire project that provides 190 homes for affordable living. I helped Carmen, who just spoke, and also Coco, who just spoke, get an affordable home here in San Francisco. I would actually like to read a letter from somebody from I Tran, who couldn't be here today. She's also another homeowner at 1400 Mission. And she writes, "To whom it may concern, I am unable to attend the hearing today, but would like to voice my support for the new building proposed by Tishman Spire. As I have been told, the building will designate 40% of its units as BMR. This is a huge opportunity for current San Francisco residents like myself to purchase a home and remain living in this wonderful city. I work in education and I love my job. My salary is decent, but a total joke compared with my engineer friends, what they are taking home. But there is value and substance in what I do. There are many people like me in San Francisco. We volunteer on weekends, listen to NPR, give back to our community, pay our bills on time, and have good credit. What we don't have, unfortunately, is a six-figure salary or lump sum inheritances, so we cannot ever hope to buy a place and become a permanent resident. While I don't mind renting, I constantly hear news of landlords raising rent hikes, evicting renters, etc., and this will eventually mean that I'll be priced out of the community that I love and proudly call home. A lot of people attribute the exponential increase in rent prices to engineers and foreign investors, which is accurate. But parts of the issue also stem from San Francisco's severely inadequate supply of real estate. Allowing the construction of this new building alleviates the supply problem and will help the middle class remain in San Francisco, especially since 40% of the units will be designated as BMR. When assessing this project, please consider the positive outcome that this will have on current San Francisco residents. Thank you, iTran, BMR owner as of February 2016. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hey, good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jerry Dodson. I live in the neighborhood of 160 Folsom, and I'm here to represent some neighborhood concerns we have about this project. Number one is spot zoning is bad policy. Number two, a 426-foot tower would shadow at least two parks, Rincon, where the bow and arrow is, and also the park plan for Main and Folsom. And I've also I brought a diagram to show that it would shadow a substantial part of this particular one was September 27th, but you can see by the diagram that it comes down and shades it all the way to the bay. Now, this one is a 300-foot. It still shades the park a little bit, but just hits the edge of it. But it's a very substantial shadow, and it depends on the time of year. So I think that the earlier comments, this doesn't shadow is not really true. This really does substantial shadow. Also, the proposed building would not taper down. They keep saying, oh, it's going to taper. Well, it's not. It's 426 feet, and it's only a block from the water. That's not tapering. It's not really not. Most of the buildings in the area are, say, between 200 feet up to maybe 275, but this one, 426 feet is way out of character for the neighborhood. Also, the neighborhood where I live, it's pretty windy right now, and this tall building is really going to turn it into a wind tunnel, so it's a very substantial negative impact. Also, the building is going to add more traffic to the area, which is already congested because of all the traffic, people going to the Bay Bridge. Without a doubt, the building would contribute to turning our neighborhood to shading, windy, traffic congested. It would definitely be a negative environmental impact. From an environmental standpoint, it is not a good proposal at all. Also, I just want to point out that there would not be family housing here. The vast majority of all of 92, 96%, and 80% of the podium would all be 1 or 2 bedrooms, so it's not really a family-friendly development. Also, the developer says he's supplying 40%, which is not really true. The developer's getting free land worth $20 million, so he's really only subsidizing 20% affordable. He's not subsidizing 40% affordable. Developer, in my view, the top 10 floors would be about 91,000 square feet. And if you put that at about a minimum of 2,000 square foot, but probably more, we're talking about an additional $182 million of gross profit. And even knocking off the cost of that for marketing and expenses would probably maybe be $45 million. So there would be at least $140 million of additional profit that would be made. So again, I ask that
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, Marlene Morgan, Coalition for San Francisco Neighborhoods. The coalition has neighbors all over the city. We comment on buildings all over the city. Right now, there's a lot of interest and conversation around affordable housing. On Tuesday, we heard at the board many developers talking about how a 25% inclusionary affordable housing would make everything unfeasible to build in San Francisco. And a little later today, under the Affordable Housing Bonus Program, we're going to hear the same developers say that if they'll be able to build 30% affordable under this new program, no problem. So it's very confusing as to what is really going on here. In this particular case, on 160 Folsom, the developer already is obligated to provide 35% affordable housing. So for essentially a 10-story variance, and as the gentleman said, $150 million profit, is only providing 20 extra units of affordable housing in this project. That's not significant. If affordable housing is the crisis that we all know it is, for an exemption of this amount, there should be a significantly higher contribution to affordable housing. There is simply no reason to allow this for-market developer to have another 10 stories for essentially free. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Director. My name is Mark English. I'm an architect on the California Council Board of Directors, and I'm here today to read a statement from the American Institute of Architects San Francisco chapter in support of the project and of the amendment. Quote, the design of this unique residential tower adjoining low-rise buildings and inclusion of ample landscaped outdoor streetscape plazas and terraces at 160 Folsom Street by Studio Gang raises the bar for us of high-quality design that's a welcome addition to our city. The proposed design adds a refreshing textural and rippling quality that complements the San Francisco skyline, nestles into its site comfortably amongst the glassy towers that surround it, and equitably integrates 40% of its units as affordable housing. Moreover, it is the type of building design that brings as much and more of what the city's general plan seeks to achieve. AIA San Francisco supports the project and the findings of the Planning Department staff as submitted. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Rob Poole with the San Francisco Housing Action Coalition, speaking on behalf of the organization's 300 business organization individual members. So Tishman Speyer presented this project to us in October of 2014, and at the time, 35% affordable housing and was unprecedented for a single residential building. And our members were supportive of that. We were supportive of the design, the landscaping, and while we liked it then, we feel like it's improved even more now. They've distributed the BMRs further up the building to the 26th floor. They've done a terrific job handling the HOA fees. The work along Clementina Street is great for the open space and contributes to the streetscape and the pedestrian activity. And the open space on the podium is great as well. I don't think anyone disagrees here that a tower is appropriate. It's the discussion between a 300 and 400-foot tower. And to us, the benefits of a 400-foot tower are clear. It's 73 more homes in transit in a walkable neighborhood next to jobs. 60% of them, 44, which are permanently affordable. I wish I was zoomed in better. Affordable to construction workers, to teachers, to first responders. It's 44 more homes for these people. That's clear to us. Now, I understand the opposition has been concerned about views and the shadows on Rincon Park, and the comment that, question that was brought up at the OCI hearing that really has stuck with me was, are a handful of BMR, I might be paraphrasing, are a handful of BMRs really worth destroying the quality of lives of existing residents? Now, if that means our 44 more affordable homes for teachers and firefighters and policemen and construction workers and postal workers worth changing the views of a few residents in an adjacent 400-foot tower and adding a little bit more shadow on Rincon Park, our answer is yes. We support trading height for affordability in San Francisco. We believe it's a good policy to meet our housing needs and provide more opportunities and more choices for a variety of people that want and need to live here. We think this is a terrific project, and we hope you move it forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Commissioners, my name is Strachan Vaughan. I'm a resident and an architect. I'd like to speak in support of this height amendment. As many others have noted, this provides much-needed market rate housing and additional affordable housing. In addition, I think the added height improves the studio gang design in terms of the aesthetics and the apparent slenderness of the tower. And also, I think, as we fill in these Transbay parcels, these are extremely transit-rich areas that really should support more density. In fact, I think we're at risk of looking back at this project in 20 years and wishing that we'd gone for 600 feet instead of 400 feet. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Annie Fryman. I'm normally here actually speaking about affordable housing, but today I will be speaking as an architectural designer. I want to point out first that this building by Studio Gang and Jeannie Gang, she is the reason that I chose to study architecture and many others. She is an incredibly high profile on the international stage of architecture, known for her not just design brilliance, but socially conscious, mission-driven urban development, housing projects, civic projects, all of the above. This project, approving it and getting it in the spotlight, whether that means 400 feet or like the man before me said 600 feet, 1,000 feet, that will set the standards for what we can demand in the future much higher. Getting a precedent of a high-profile architect who's known for thoughtful design will raise the bar for architects in San Francisco in the future so that residents who bemoan bad architecture can say, no, look at that one. That's good architecture. Everyone from all over the world is looking at this building in San Francisco, and we are now the standard. We can raise that bar. We can set that precedent. I think that Tishman Speyer and Studio Gang over the past 3.5 years have been working on design and outreach to get this project to the point it is now, and I think it would be a disservice to San Francisco and future residents and current residents and the architectural community and everyone concerned with the urban form and future of our city to negotiate it down into something less than. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public speakers?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. John Elberling. Certainly, I'm here to urge approval of this project and its 40% affordable housing. It sets a new standard for on-site affordable housing in any major all-residential project, and clearly is a great one. It's middle-income housing, and I'm glad to see that middle income has been defined properly as 100% of AMI, not some higher number as we've seen in other settings. Clearly, the feasibility of this high percentage results from the ultra-luxury product that the market rate housing will be on the waterfront. But it's important to know how it really works out. OCII's land swap for 76 units is just $275,000 a unit, and the developer is going to pay the full cost of those units to build them, which is more than twice $275,000 a unit. So when you adjust the math, certainly something over 30%, it would be taking into account the land swap it's like achieving a 30% inclusionary level, and it's probably above 33%. So I think that's really the precedent it's setting, and demonstrates the feasibility for this special ultra-luxury product to really do that high a level of inclusionary housing. And I think this is important to bear in mind as we talk about inclusionary housing ordinances over the next year or two. Also want to note about the shadows. The shadow on the restaurant roof is not going to terribly impair the park. And it's important to note also in the feasibility that this developer is paying substantial Mello-Roos fee for the Trans-Bay District, a very substantial fee that in substantial part is funding new parks that are being built in Trans-Bay, the neighborhood park on Folsom and, of course, the Sky Park. As you know, what we feel is anytime there's a shadow on public open space, you should require developers, even if it's like this, an insignificant one, to either improve the shadowed park, improve its usability, or contribute or somehow provide new open space to make up for it. And that's happening here. That Mello-Roos fee is definitely the mechanism that is making that happen. So we really do strongly support the Tishman proposal and urge you to approve.
Thank you. Other public speakers, please.
Hi, my name is John Schwerk, and I wanted to talk about this project in particular today because I used to work in a business that was located at 150 Folsom, which is part of the project area. The business that I worked for there was a 3D animation warehouse / rave collective / party space in the 90s and early 2000s. It was an important hub for artists, a place for people to do dance classes, for people to make creative things that were used in a variety of settings. One of the events that I produced from that space was in the parking lot that is now Infinity Towers. And we took the entire parking lot, we made it into a drive-through or a drive-in movie experience with 30 projectors on the wall of the adjacent building. It was our arts playground once a year. We rented it from the people who owned the parking lot. When the Infinity Towers came into that space, we didn't cry that they were killing our parking lot, killing our event, killing our vibe, harshing our mellow. We said, hey, we live in a city. This plan's been on the books for a while. We're going to build up here and we're going to make something really cool. It's actually a testament to all the art that happened in that space, that a piece of art, which is the architecture that's going here, that actually cares about what it looks like and wants to be a good neighbor, is going in here and providing affordable housing for people. So everybody I've talked to, including the owner of that business and the other people who worked in that space, hundreds of people, the dozen or so that I've talked to are very happy to have this building here. When you look at Studio Gang's website and watch their video, it's clear that they really care about the areas where they put buildings. It's true that they really think things like this through. They have a social mission, and we're very much in support of this project, and I am as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public speakers? Seeing none, this portion of the hearing is closed. Commissioner Antonini.
Thank you. I think this is a wonderful project, and what we're here to do, of course, is to, find that it is consistent with the general plan, and also to, continue what we had initiated as far as correcting map 5 that was in error. So that's the scope of what we have, but we do have to have findings, and I think there are quite a few. And I was fortunate enough to have been on the commission in 2004 when the Infinity and Lumina were first approved. The year before the Rincon Hill plan was approved, those projects came before us. And there was a huge debate about the height. And, the 400 feet of the taller of the towers, there are 4 total towers, 2 400, 2 350. But anyway, when you look at them now, they look sort of not dumpy, but they certainly look small relative to what's around them. So, as is often the case, there's a lot of hysteria about things, and rightly so. We have to make sure that, we don't approve everything, but when there is a quality project, then it should be approved. And the other interesting thing is that the position of the taller tower of the Infinity and the proposed tower on Block 1 are both on Spear Street, but the tower for the Infinity is further to the south, so it's between Folsom and Harrison rather than being to the north of Folsom. And if you go to the waterfront, you'll notice that it does begin to curve towards the west. So actually the 400-foot tower that is already there and as the taller tower of the Infinity is closer to the real waterfront than this tower would be of the same height. So, also, as was pointed out, a lot of this is blocked by the 380-foot, 9-foot tall Gap building. This proposed building does taper at the top. So one speaker said it doesn't. No, if you look at the design, it does taper at the top. And it is a beautiful design. It has it's white clad, which is nice contrast to what we've seen, all these glass buildings that have been built. And it's nice to see a white clad building that has punched windows essentially and looks a little bit more traditional, even though the design by Gene Gang of the Migrating Bays is very clever and will provide a very interesting building that will be noted around the world. They're also doing a lot of other things. They're widening the sidewalks. They're contributing almost 3,000 square feet of public open space. So a lot of things on that. And then as far as the urban form, which was pointed out, Rincon Hill is about 100 feet high. So as was mentioned, number 1 Rincon Hill, the tallest of those 2 buildings, is essentially around 700 feet tall if you count the additional 100 feet of Rincon Hill and then the about 600 feet height of that building. So you've got that to the south, and you do step down to 400 feet, and then you step back up even higher to the Transbay Tower at 1040 projected height for that one. So, and then going towards the waterfront, you step down to 289 for the Gap building, and then to even lower structures really on the waterfront, because this building is not on the waterfront. So that's an important thing. Then the shadow analysis was quite well presented, and I think the 0.34 increase on Rincon Park and the maximum being 45 minutes on February 23rd and October 8th, and largely on the tops of the water, the two restaurants there, Epic and Water Bar, is going to be a minimum effect, and even less so at the new Transbay Park with 0.003 and the top of the Transbay Terminal with 0.0223. So I think those are, and the effects on the post parks were also very small. And then there was a comment about traffic increasing, and we always hear this whenever we do a residential building, but actually it decreases because, as was mentioned, we had a speaker, a woman who's an engineer at Transbay and will probably be one of the residents there, and she made the point that, she is going to be able to walk to work, and that's one less car that'll be on the road and less traffic. So we're going to be providing housing for a lot of people who will be employed in downtown San Francisco. So, and even people who have cars parked there don't take their cars out very often. I rarely see anybody coming out of the Infinity when I go by there at night between 5 and 6 o'clock. I think I've seen it one time, and I make a lot of walks there. So I think the amount of traffic is overstated. The affordability, somebody misspoke. They said it was an increase of 20 units. No, the increase for the additional height is 44 units out of 73, which works out to 60% of the new units being built are going to be affordable. They're spread throughout the entire building with the exception of the very top third of the tower. They're also are affordable HOAs. It's been worked out that if the HOAs exceed a certain amount, then the rest of it will be subsidized to make it more affordable for those who may have the below market rate units. And this is being built privately without a government subsidy. I think Mr. Elberling explained it best. I mean, there would be a subsidy that it would be given to a nonprofit if they had built the affordable housing. This is not the case. That's not going to be that subsidy. So that's almost $21 million that's saved right there. That is, and certainly that's a big savings, and it's even much greater because the subsidy is about $275,000 per unit. And we know, everybody acknowledges that the cost per unit today in San Francisco to build it is around $800,000 average, and in a building like this it's probably close to or above $1 million. So that's a huge subsidy that the builder is giving to the city, because if it had to be done through a nonprofit, then all that money would have to be somehow subsidized. And so I think it's, and Mello-Roos fees, they're also contributing Mello-Roos and Business Improvement District fees, significant amount. Finally, general plan amendment. In terms of what we have to do with MAP 5, all we're doing is voting on what we had initiated. It's just a correction of mapping that was in error in the past, and it should have been, as was noted, 300 feet. MAP 5, it speaks to the fact that what was marked 80X or even in some instances 200X should really be referred to the Transbay plan. It should be 300 feet. So all we're doing is bringing it up to date, which was what was proposed in 2005 on that part of our action. So I think this is a very good project, and I'm very much in favor of it.
Commissioner Hillis.
Thank you. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot to like about this project as a standalone project. I think that the design is one of the best we've seen in a long time for a residential project. Also, the fact that we're getting 40% inclusionary housing on the standalone project is great. But I think Mr. Emlich mentioned, what we're looking at, what we're asked to look at is the height of the building and how it works in the context of where it is. And this, I think we're always kind of acutely aware when we see one project kind of asking for a height increase in a rather significant one here, how that works, because we've been faced with this question before. So I appreciate OCII kind of walking through the context of how these heights have evolved, because I think it's important to recognize, and I didn't before I was able to sit down with OCII and hear this presentation, and get it clear how things have evolved in this district, and especially between Zone 1 and Zone 2, in the fact that Zone 1, the heights were set, keeping the Zone 2 heights as they originally were in the planning code, and then we went through and substantially increased the heights in Zone 2, which I think allows us to look at more height in the Zone 1 areas. A question I have is the Infinity and Lumina and kind of south of here, were all those zoned the south of Folsom Street through the Rincon Hill plan, or how did those heights come about? Because I think, to me, what kind of doesn't maybe fit is the infinity height. But I mean, I think it works, and it works kind of in the context of here. But just a question as to kind of how those, jogging our memory of how those heights came about.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Joshua Swiskey with planning staff. I worked on the Rincon Hill plan back in the early 2000s. The Infinity and Lumina projects were entitled actually before the Rincon Hill plan, as Commissioner Antonini pointed out in 2004. And those projects were proposed, I think it was actually even before I started in the planning department over 15 years ago, just around the time that we were starting doing the Rincon Hill plan, or even just before it. And so they kind of worked their way through the process independently before the Rincon Hill plan was approved. So the adoption of the Rincon Hill plan and the planning for really the top of the hill was already kind of taking into context what was happening down on Folsom Street with the Lumina and the Infinity sites. So they sort of just predated the Rincon Hill plan, essentially.
And they were being done, though, or they were done, what was the timing of those compared to kind of the Trans Bay redevelopment plan?
They preceded the adoption of the redevelopment plan by a year or two.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, that's helpful. And does Rincon, though, the Rincon plan then kind of encompasses that area and adopted those sites?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. All right, that's helpful to know. So, yeah, I mean, I think given the context and kind of how even in the last decade or 15 years, the heights have evolved here, I don't have a big issue with the 400 feet. I think the staff has done a great job in showing us how it works. I mean, I guess the question I would have is, why not zone the rest of kind of Zone 1 higher? And I think the answer when we met was a lot of that's already entitled in built. But given what's happened in Zone 1, in elsewhere in this district, I think it's appropriate for the additional 100 feet. The other question I have is on the affordable percentages and just getting some clarity on because if you look at the projects you showed us and what's been built and what's being entitled, there's kind of a wide, well, not terribly wide, but a range of affordable percentages, inclusionary percentages. What's called for in the plan? I mean, what's the baseline that development has to do in kind of what's allowing for this increase? Some of it's being allowed by the fact that OCII owns the land, and I guess this additional amount is being allowed by the additional height.
Well, if you look in the redevelopment plan, for the individual projects, they're required to build 15%. Okay, of the project as affordable housing.
That's the developer cross-subsidizing that with their own.
Right. So anything above that is a matter of negotiation or OCII subsidy. And like I said, it's been that way with the other projects. If you look at Block 8 as an example, that was our most recent closing. That was back in December. That one was 27%. It was negotiated. If you look at Block 6, we were at 30,
just
and
a
Block
question,
9, we
that
were at
27% was achieved, the baseline 15%, and then OCII subsidized through a dollar amount per door to get the additional 12%?
Exactly.
Okay. And then for this project, just if you could just summarize, because I got a little lost on this. So at 300 feet, what would the affordable percentage be?
When we negotiated the ENA, it was 35%.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the additional 100 feet is gaining the additional 5%.
Extra 5 points.
But I think also units dispersed throughout the building. I mean, is that part of it also?
Yeah. When we executed the ENA, there was no dispersal. All the units were in the bottom 3 floors, and as part of the negotiation, we got the dispersal.
Okay. All right, thank you. And then, the other concern that was raised, which I think we all share, is the step down to the waterfront. And, again, I think you got to look at the context here. We're stepping down from Trans Bay in the transit district. You're stepping down from downtown. It would be a lot different somewhere else. But again, here I think this 100 feet works. I like the design and I like the additional inclusionary, but I think what we're focused on in the height, and I believe it works here.
Commissioner Richards.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for the very thorough presentation, staff. It's incredibly thorough. Lots been said already. Some questions have been asked, and maybe just a little bit more detail, kind of hit it head on. Some of the public commenters I heard we'll pick up right off on the urban design. Mr. Campos, if you can show us one more time how this actually fits the urban design in a downtown plan, I'd really appreciate it. It seemed like it was hours ago. It was hours ago. Just want to make sure that I have the public's concerns and I understand the correct answers to those. Great. Briefly walk us through this one more time.
Okay. So, with respect to the urban form and the shape of our city, as viewed from afar, as viewed as just, the image of what San Francisco is, we have the urban design element of the general plan done in the 1970s, basically a groundbreaking piece of work with respect to urban design, looked at internationally, and helps protect San Francisco to ensure that development in San Francisco is in alignment with these very clear urban design principles. We have two that stand out in this case that we need to look at. The first is the concept that the waterfront should not have a wall. It should not have high rises blocking the waterfront, such as, say, the Fontana Tower does, from the rest of the city, from the city that is on the hills, the city that looks down towards the waterfront. And then this leads into the second urban design principle, that the higher buildings should actually be on top of the hills to accentuate the hills, the natural topography of San Francisco, and also to allow for better views to the water from various vantage points around the city. In this case, we're looking at a portion of downtown San Francisco, a portion of the city that is more urban and has higher buildings and extends from what was always traditionally called, well, since maybe the 70s or 80s, the downtown mound, which is basically, when you look at a postcard of San Francisco, you generally see the Bay Bridge and you see the high-rise district, which is our mound. It's not really a mound, it's not a hill, but it's shaped like one because it's our financial district, it's our downtown, it's our skyline. So when we did the Transbay plan, we contemplated extending that skyline, that mound, south. And we were very careful about how to do that. And then out of the Transbay plan, and with, as Josh Switsky mentioned, through the entitlements of the Infinity and the Lumina projects, the idea of increasing heights on Rincon Hill came out, and the idea, following these urban design principles in the general plan, of accentuating Rincon Hill is the result of the high rises that we see on Rincon Hill. So when we're looking at the urban form, we want to look at the context. We want to make sure that there is the stepping down to the water, and we also want to make sure that we are keeping the topography of San Francisco visible along our skyline. Something that Kimia Hadadan mentioned in her presentation was the Transit Center District Plan, and that was the last of the big plans for downtown adopted by you in 2012. And it calls for a differentiation between Rincon Hill and what is the topography of, the urban landscape, which are the high rises, and the mound, the financial district, and keeping Transbay as that seam along Folsom. That basically bridges the two together. It's a saddle.
Okay.
And that is actually when we did our analysis, we don't see a differentiation. We don't see a building that sticks up beyond that. It is in alignment with the buildings that are surrounding it currently. The 400 feet at the Infinity, at the Lumina, just across the street, but also in context of the Transit Center District Plan with 700, 800, and 1,000-foot high buildings within 2 blocks. That stepping down to the water and that accentuating of the city form is maintained.
Thank you. That satisfies my concern. It does keep the mound intact. It doesn't just distract from it, stick up higher, and it also steps down to the waterfront. We heard some speakers say Tishman Speyer is going to be reaping upwards of $150 million from this deal. There's a land swap, it's a double dip, et cetera. Maybe could we talk about the value recapture, Mr. Hart? I think you showed some figures on the value recapture rate here at 66%. Can you tell us how you arrived at that?
Yeah, on the public, with the public figure, for the public benefits, on that slide we showed that the public benefit was $31 million. And, like I said, we worked with market consultants and we worked with some outside financial consultants and came up with that number, as in terms of what it represents is the 44 additional additional BMRs that are provided as a result of the incremental 100 feet of height. Mm-hmm. It's what that is it's the difference between the value of those, if they're at market rate compared to what they actually have to sell them for at the BMR prices. Mm-hmm. And so that's how we came up with that figure. And then for the developer benefit, I did hear people mention that, they said it was anywhere between $130 million to $170 million. And, I think what they may be referring to there is maybe the gross revenues. But how we looked at it was for those market rate units that are provided in the incremental 100 feet, we actually ran a pro forma on those, again, working with consultants to come up with what their profit is on those specific units.
Okay. So the value recapture includes the cost
yes.
of construction, cost of
it's
selling.
Revenue, not just construction costs, but really all project-related costs, whether they're direct, indirect.
Sure. And the dispersal of the units.
Right, dispersal units
selling price
and cost of capital in there,
Great.
too.
So one more thing on the value recapture. We heard double dip, land swap, giving land away. Can you tell us again why that's not the case?
Yeah, it's not the case because as I mentioned previously, in the original deal with them back in 2014, they would give us the cash for the land at close of escrow, okay, which was the $19.2 million, mm-hmm. and then we would hold on to that money, and then we would be subsidizing the project, okay, in the amount of $20.9 million, and we would provide that subsidy at the time that the podium units were constructed. So as they're constructed, we're giving Tishman Speyer these funds. And so if you look at that, we're getting the $19.2 million, but we're putting out $20.9. So, there's a $1.7 million difference there in terms of how much we're putting out versus getting for the land. In the new deal with them, we just said, okay, you're still going to close on the land. The price is $19.2 million. Okay, we're not actually going to get the cash, but in return, we're not going to provide the subsidy for the podium unit affordable project. And so that's why it saves us that $1.7 million.
Got it. So is the subsidy, giving them money, is that normal in the redevelopment? Is this?
Yeah, it's typical in all of our projects.
And that's to bridge the 15%, get above the 15% affordable?
Yes.
Okay. So the numbers work out for me. The supervisor also is already going to be co-sponsoring the legislation for the height increase, so I'm sure they have also run the numbers. You've run the numbers, so I'm satisfied there. The shadows, I wish the building wouldn't cast shadows. I look at the analysis that's done, and I see that it's 45 minutes on Rincon Park between February 23rd and October 18th. I kind of have to come back and say it's not a Prop K park. I wish the building didn't cast shadows, but I think that the additional housing units that we get are an ample trade for any additional shadows that we have. I think Mr. Elberling eloquently spoke about the additional Mello Roos funds, the additional Clementina Street open space, the street opening, as other things that actually kind of mitigate some of those shadows. So I am okay with where that's all going, and I'm happy to approve the project as well, approve the height increase.
Commissioner Moore.
I'm not quite sure how to start, but let me say that I think the building is a breath of fresh air in the overall appearance of taller buildings in downtown. I think it is thoughtfully designed and it distinguishes itself through a number of things. My obligation is today to look at the building in the context of where it occurs, and it is part of a very carefully crafted redevelopment plan that had a phenomenal amount of highly qualified planners, architects, etc., on board to craft something which was clearly in harmony with the downtown plan. There were actually similar people working on it who originally created the downtown plan and projected all of the larger ideas into this area, and out of which then grew the Rincon Hill plan. And that is where it gets a little difficult for me. One, I think, by increasing height on this particular site, we're putting into question any larger project that deals with development agreements and D4D design and compositional guidelines that shape these developments, because we're making an exception. If this project would be the last site in this assemblage of 12 blocks, perhaps I wouldn't be as much asking questions. It is indeed in the location of where this tower is, and that right next to it is an additional block, that is block 4, which inadvertently is setting us up to look at another height increase. And the reason why I'm saying that is the following. By raising the projected height on block 1, which was actually scoped to be 251 feet to 300 feet, now to 400 feet, we will be looking at a building on block 4 on the far side, on the north side of the park, that is scoped for 450 feet, by which these two buildings would basically pretty much the same height and start to diminish the idea of tapering up the skyline. And I would like to ask Mr. Campos as to whether or not you have thought about that when you created what was otherwise a very strong presentation in favor to approving height on this park. Could you comment on that?
Thank you, Commissioner Moore. The question is looking at Block 4 as one of the one of the blocks that has not been yet developed, or at least planned in a detailed way. As was mentioned by commissioners and by members of the public, basically bringing Block 1 into a height that's similar to, say, the Infinity across the way, maybe you would want to look at the other parts of the Transbay Zone 1 plan and see whether or not some of those heights can be adjusted as well. And the answer is that most of them are already being designed or even under construction, and the heights have already been arranged, with the exception of maybe a few, Block 2 and Block 4. Block 2 is south of the park, and it's designated for 165 at the highest. And from a shadow perspective, we wouldn't want to go higher, because being south of the park, it would, in fact, create a higher shadow ratio. But the question is regarding Block 4 and the fact that it's north of the park. It has crossed my mind that it would have less of a shadow impact if we were to go higher on Block 4.
I'm not talking as much about shadow. I think we should leave Block 2 out. Block 2 is not a tower location, period.
Okay.
It just isn't.
Okay.
And for obvious reasons when you look at the compositional aspects of all of it together. But I'm particularly concerned that the height on Block 4, particularly when you look at your simulation, looking from the Bay Bridge towards the 300 versus a 400-foot height, you have a benching out there of similar heights, which would be very detrimental to the entire skyline.
Right. To answer your question, yes. Looking at Block 1 and the height increase, and looking at this.
Mr. Allen, could you ask the people to be quiet because we're in the middle of another conversation?
Sure. Excuse me. Those persons entering the room, if you could do so quietly, we are in the middle of an item. And for those people who are standing and cannot find a seat, we've arranged for an overflow room in room 421 from where you will be able to watch and listen to these proceedings. Furthermore, the Commission will be taking a break following this item. Okay, so if you're here for items 13, 14, or 15, there will be a break in between this item and those. And item 15 we won't be getting to till much later. Again, room 421 is an overflow room where you will be able to watch and listen to these proceedings. So I appreciate your cooperation. Thank you.
Commissioner Moore, to more quickly answer your question, yes, it has crossed my mind. You asked me personally if it has crossed my mind for Block 4. It has crossed my mind that Block 4 at that height, at 450, could be considered higher if we were to do an adequate study and an analysis and present that to you. But we haven't yet. We're not ready for that yet.
The reason why I'm saying it, the redevelopment plan is very specific, that there is no variation in height allowed, given the fact that 3 alternatives were developed in the redevelopment plan: more buildings at slightly lower height versus at the extreme, fewer towers with a specific number of towers at a higher height. This is a scheme on which the current plan, as was shown to us today, is based. By now picking one side out of what is a composition of pieces to form a whole and making it taller without reflecting on what will inadvertently happen next door, I think is something which I have a very hard time with. And looking back, and I'm going to have to say that because there are many people here who represent other developers and have already had projects on the site, I'm questioning the basic validity of a development agreement and a D4D, which is part of this particular redevelopment project. And I know the urgency of housing, and I know the urgency in affordable housing, but is this the way to do it? I have my questions about it, partially because it leaves a very large question unanswered for me. And I think we would do ourselves the greatest favor only because of the unresolved question of not having met a fully clarified attitude towards creating affordable housing to dismantle the strengths of this plan and just nilly-willy, I'm sorry to use this word, add 100 feet here, 200 feet here, etc., only with justifying that we are in an emergency. I would prefer us to think first and act second.
Commissioner Wu.
Thank you. I think it's not an easy decision to think about the increase of 100 feet. I hear a lot of the arguments that Commissioner Hillis and Richards made around Zone 1 and Zone 2, the ability to negotiate a different kind of deal because of OCII's role. I think that what I ask is that if we approve this today, that OCII really looks at getting an overall goal of more than 35% in Zone 1 and Zone 2. The 100% to me seems like, the 100 additional feet seems to be kind of the add-on, right? So I don't want conceptually for it to go toward what was already promised, which is the 35% baseline.
Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, well, my understanding is the 35% has already been done, and it's been done for a long time, and it is the overall affordability of all the projects in Transbay collectively. So, there will be some that will be at 15%, which is the basic they have to do, and some that are very high, as this project is, because of what has been negotiated, and I think very wisely, which will help us to reach that goal. But that is still a high goal, and I don't think that's going to change at this point because it's sort of like where the rules are. And we usually like to play by the rules we've established and not change them in midstream, even though it may be desirable to have more affordable housing. I mean, we have to be realistic, too. And as far as future projects, yeah, I think this is a very good project. I think the 100 feet is a good addition for all the reasons I stated when I first spoke. But there may be concerns about other buildings, as was brought up by Commissioner Moore, but I think those have to be looked at as they may come forward. And OCII, who probably has jurisdiction over the block in question, then they will have to make that decision, as we will probably have to, too. And it may not fit into the urban form. You'd have to really look at the skyline as you move north. Eventually you're going to start to rise in height because not too far from here you come to 181 Fremont, you come to 415 Mission, which is the Transbay Tower, and you come to Mission and First, which will be, I think, almost 900 feet, 850, something like that. So you've got some very tall buildings there. But that's something we're going to have to consider at another day. But I think this is a good project for all the reasons stated, and I'd like to move to adopt the environmental findings and approve the amendment to redevelopment plan for Transbay redevelopment project area to increase the height limit from 300 to 4, and are just because that is we adopt the general plan findings that make this a good project, to make it something that we can support, and to recommend this amended Transbay development plan to the Board of Supervisors for approval.
As was amended by staff and the City Attorney's Office?
Yes, that comes more into play with the second part of it, I think, but we can do them together.
So are you just doing the general plan amendment then?
I'm just doing general plan for now, I think, but I certainly could also move
That's fine.
map 5 of the downtown plan with the, to make things easier, with the changes that have been brought by staff, the amendments to that plan. That map 5 was in error and correct map 5, so it does reflect the 300 feet which we had initiated about a month ago, with the corrections that have been recommended by staff.
Commissioners, the City Attorney has advised us that if we do take them up separately, we should take up the map 5 general plan amendment first, and then the adoption of CEQA findings and the recommendation for approval to the Board of Supervisors second. However, we can take them both together at the same time.
I would say let's do them collectively, but I thought about that too. It seemed to me in the order of the agenda it should have been
reversed.
Reversed, yes. But that my motion would reflect that I will speak to that first and make that motion before I make the motion, but I think we can make them collectively if that's fine with the City Attorney.
You can take them together. They can be made together.
Okay, so that is the motion then.
So your motion is for both actions?
It's for both.
Thank you, very good.
Second.
Did you get that? Jonas, you get that?
I did.
Second, okay. Commissioner Richards.
Mr. Campos, one more time, please. To Commissioner Moore's points, if you could potentially take your page 44 and draw in what Commissioner Moore was saying in terms of the increase in heights and how it would affect the original plan and its urban design, I'd really appreciate it. I'm trying to understand. This was block 4, I believe she was mentioning.
I mean, on the screen you have page 44 from the PowerPoint presentation.
Mm-hmm. Right.
That shows cross sections of heights, permitted projects that aren't yet built, projects that are built. Mm-hmm. Basically, the future of this portion of San Francisco skyline, with Folsom Street as a cross section. It shows heights at in the vicinity at 400 that match the height that we are proposing for this block. Mm-hmm. 1. And then an additional block inland between Main and Beale. The northern portion of the Main Beale block is block 4.
Where would that be on your cross section? If you could pencil it in or mark it in, I'd appreciate it. And if you need a hard copy, you can use mine to mark it.
It's a little hard to describe, but where it says TB2, right? Yes. That's on Folsom Street. So right. Transbay Block 2 is on Folsom Street. That's between Main and Beale. Mm-hmm. Those will be, generally podium structures with one small tower of 165 feet.
Okay.
Then behind that is Block 3. Mm-hmm. So you're seeing it from a sectional perspective. Block 3 is a park, so you don't see that. And the structure that you see behind that's outlined in silhouette would be Block 4, which is zoned at 450 feet in height. And that's the location of the block in reference.
So then I think to Commissioner Moore's points, and maybe she can help me understand this more, it would be like taking the building on Block 8 at 550 if we were to give 100 foot height increase and moving it over to Block 2?
Well, within that, from that cross section where it says Block 2, but
Sure.
one block in.
Sure.
One block out.
Got it. So what would that do to the original plan urban form?
I mean, I think what Commissioner Moore may have been representing is that following that line of tapering, that could be done and the tapering could still happen.
Okay, I'll let Commissioner Moore comment on that. Please.
If I may, I think your slides 46 and 47 speak to my concern that by increasing the height on Block 1 to 400 feet and not really clearly committing to something on Block 4, is that what it is? We are having a benching out, and I'd like you to show those pictures if you can. That's page 46 and 47.
Could you use a hard copy and then point it with your finger
Sure.
or a pen?
So
much
on
easier.
the screen, I have the photo montage that Commissioner Moore was just mentioning. Hold on a second, please.
Okay. It's on the overhead. Page 47.
On the overhead, here's...
Okay.
All the same height.
Switch to the overhead.
Versus what is intended.
Great. Okay.
Shading line to create it.
Great. So if you can maybe mark it in or pencil it in what she's referring to.
I'll show you with my finger here, since I don't have a marker on me at the moment. But you can see Block 4, Block 1 is this tower here, and Block 4 is demonstrated simply as a massing. It's further away, so even though it is higher, that's from this perspective, that's how it would look.
Where is it again?
Right here.
Like a greenish one.
That green kind of cube?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
It would be just as tall as, it's supposed to be just as tall as this building would be if we approve this.
50 feet higher.
taller. Okay. And Commissioner Moore?
I'm saying, looking then over to the left, you're creating like what I call a benching out of similar height versus something which indeed is the tapering down of the mound in terms of overall skyline form. That is the intent of the redevelopment plan. It's a deliberate move to make this building 300 feet maximum, and that is where my objections are. The ideas were so strong that only to sell it based on affordability doesn't quite make it for me, because in the long run, given that the Lumina as an outrigger building, which was approved before this plan was even done, is basically not doing us any favors at all. It's actually detracting in quality from what we're supposed to do.
So the Lumina building already sticks out?
Yes, it's basically, it was built before this plan was enacted. Otherwise, it would probably never been built there.
And the building shown on page 47, that's the Block 4, the cube, if you were to raise it 100 feet, how tall is 181 Fremont behind it?
181 Fremont is in the 700, I think around 750 feet in height.
So I don't know, Commissioner Moore, help me out here. If we were to raise that Block 4 100 feet, it would appear to me to be more sculpted kind of going down in that saddle.
I do not believe that I can engage in that discussion.
Okay.
That is the authority of redevelopment and the successor agency. All I'm saying is that this should have been thought through before this building on its own came forward.
Okay.
And I am concerned that there will be another battle fought out in front of this commission to raise the height of the other site just for the same reasons. And I don't think that is good planning, and I don't think it does anything for us to having strong development agreements and D4Ds that should be governing large projects. It just doesn't do it.
You want to comment on that?
Well,
thank you.
Yes. I mean, I have no comment other than the height in the redevelopment plan for Block 4 is currently 450 feet.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hillis.
Yeah, so I just wanted to comment on that also. I mean, I share some of the concerns that Commissioner Moore raised, but I think what's driving all this is, we planned a relatively small area. This zone in redevelopment, and I think we did it because it was the publicly owned parcels. And that's why I got comfortable with the 400 feet, because, if we want to Monday morning quarterback this, I think we should have zoned everything starting with the Transbay Heights. But it's been an evolving process as we went on. And that's why I asked when I met with OCII staff that same question about, well, why not look at everything in this zone to see if we can increase heights? And I think the problem was, because I'd actually recommend you do that, but I think the problem was they're built or being drawn or entitled, and so that's possible. And I think certainly the issue of Block 4 could come up because that's the only one that's not entitled, and someone could say, hey, 100 additional feet makes sense here, and it might, but I think that's something you look at down the road. I don't think we want to lock ourselves into doing that or not doing it, but I don't see that as a big issue or a reason why we shouldn't move forward with this, because I think this on its own makes sense. In works in this, and it was partly the iterative process that we did the zoning in this area and took on Transbay and zoned that at 800, 900, 700 feet, which allowed for this to happen. So I'm supportive still. Thank you.
Commissioner Moore.
I just like to say that this building is one of the last kids, or more or less the last kid coming to the block in this particular area. All of those who came first followed of what is an extremely strong plan, which created a very cohesive set of development, and it's filling out. And only because the last one asked for an exception, we cannot give that kind of thoughtfulness to all of the others who came before them. If this would have been brought up early on, we could have rethought the redevelopment plan in a very different way. I do not believe that you rethink the whole thing when it's almost finished.
Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, in terms of historical content, for what it's worth, we approved both the Infinity and the Lumina, as I mentioned before, the Rincon Hill plan. Infinity was built shortly thereafter. Lumina, because of economic reasons, is only just being completed now. So, but the heights of the various towers, the two sets are essentially the same. And but I think that there are many cities that have tall buildings. I'm not saying we need tall buildings on the waterfront, but cities where they have water near them, like Chicago and New York, will have tall buildings, and they feel the benefits of these buildings will outweigh their height and the negative effects they may have. And we probably have a little even less buildable area than some of those cities do, where we could support larger buildings. The other thing that's very important in the Transbay plan is the tower separation. Whether or not this tower is 400 and another tower is built a block or two further forward, there's quite a separation there. And if you look on the map provided where the tower sites are, those tower sites are separated quite a bit from each other, which was a mistake we made in the 60s when we built too many buildings too close to each other, all at the same height. Because of the hysteria over high, tall buildings, we had a bunch of kind of mid-sized buildings that are block-shaped. So we would have been better off in retrospect to have taller buildings in our downtown area, maybe have fewer of them and have a little more separation among those. And I think that's what's happening here. So I'm very much in support of this.
Commissioner Hillis.
Just not to belabor this, but I just say, I think I would agree with you, Commissioner Moore, if the plan area were broader. But it's kind of this 12-block area came about a little bit piecemeal with the Lumina Infinity leading, followed by Zone 1 and then Zone 2, Rincon and then Zone 2. And that's kind of the context I look at it for being able to approve this.
Commissioners, if there's nothing further, there is a motion that has been seconded to approve the general plan amendments, adopt the environmental CEQA findings, and recommend approval to the Board of Supervisors with the amendments made by staff and the City Attorney's Office. On that motion, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye. No.
Commissioner Wu.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
And Commission President Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes 5-1 with Commissioner Moore voting against.
Thank you very much to all the staff, and that's a big piece. And Jonas, we're going to take about a 20-minute lunch break.
Thank you.
SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television.
Street, I believe about 10 years ago. Environment is huge. It is stronger than willpower. So, can you guys come in for a second? Surrounding yourself with artists, being in a culture where artists are thriving and there a huge amount of them is a healthy environment. Right. You're making a statement. Push, push. That's better. When I start thinking, I see it actually, well, sometimes I don't see it. But when I do, it's usually from the inside out. It's like watching something being spawned. You go in and you begin to work, excavate, play with the dancers, and then things begin to emerge. You may have a plan that this is what I want to create, here are the ideas I want to play with, but then you go into the room and there may be some fertile ideas that are becoming manifest that are more interesting than the idea that you had initially set out to plan. So there has to be this openness for spontaneity, also a sense that regardless of the deadline, that you have tons of time so that you can keep your creativity alive and not cut it off, and just go into old habit. And it's a lot like listening, really, really listening to watch what's going to emerge. Can I go from Ricky, please, and David? So I like this thing where you put your foot on his back. Let's keep it. Where your mind is how you build your life. If you put it in fear, if you put it in failure, it works. Doubt works. It's a commitment. And for most artists, it's a vocation and a life that they've committed themselves to. There's this notion that artists continue to do their work because of some kind of external financial support. If that was taken away, artists would still do their art. It's not like there's a prerequisite for these things to happen or I won't do it. How could that be? It's a relationship that you've committed to, it's a vocation, and no matter how difficult it gets, you're going to need to produce your art on whether it's a large scale or very small scale. The need to create is going to happen, and you're going to have to fulfill it because that's your life.
So the satellite we're actually looking at, that we're going to see in about 3 minutes, we can't see it, but it's somewhere over there. It takes about 8 minutes to go across the sky, but it's only reflecting sunlight for the couple seconds we're going to see it here in about 3 minutes. So the satellite we're going to see is Iridium 84. It's 1,000 miles away and it was launched in 1998. Nope, here it is. You see it?
Cool. I didn't get it.
I think I definitely got it.
I think you got it though.
Yeah, just let it run a little bit. So there's satellites and there's man-made objects, but really on any given night you can find a dark hilltop or go to a regional park in the Bay Area and be able to see very clearly planets overhead. We've seen the Orion Nebula. There's open star clusters like the Pleiades. There's always some place within a city that you can enjoy the sky.
It is an unbelievably large reality that, for me, I think for most people, at some level is very hard to comprehend. It's just hard to believe. You look at planet Earth and it's just this gigantic space, and now you try to imagine, Jupiter 10 times bigger and the sun 100 times bigger than our own Earth. Phenomenal things in space, and the distances are incredibly vast. But that's another thing that I find by standing out under the sky and learning and sharing a little bit. There's just a natural desire and wish to feel that connection.
My name's Don Saito, and I'm a volunteer at the Chabot Space and Science Center. I operate all 3 large telescopes. Their names are Leah, Rachel, and Nellie.
Great. Do you have a favorite?
This one, Rachel. It's big and it's old. It's hard to operate, but it's a challenge to operate, and that's what I like about it. It makes the operator more necessary. When the conditions over the bay are hazy, that's actually when the best viewing conditions are for telescopes. That's because the air is stable. What happens is when the air is unstable, the air next to the Earth warms up because the sun's shining on the Earth, and that rises up into the upper atmosphere. And that rising, it's like big giant bubbles of warm air rising from down below up into the cooler upper air. That causes turbulence. So eventually all that warm air moves to the upper atmosphere, and it's cooler down below. And when that happens, there's no more convection occurring. So there's no more bubbles of warm air, and the air stabilizes. That's called an inversion. So that's actually the best time to look through a telescope at distant objects, because it's that roiling, bubbling air that causes the image to distort in a telescope.
You go outside and look up at night and you're enjoying stars, you're seeing light, of course. It's an astonishing, kind of mind-boggling thing that what you're looking at, of course, is thousands, sometimes millions of years in the past. So you truly are looking up into a time machine. In the nearby zone that we look at, what we enjoy looking at night are things like the moon and planets. They're closer, they're brighter, they have more detail to look at, and they're being illuminated by that same sun that's illuminating us right now. So here's the connection I like to share with people. When you're out at night looking up at the sky, there's photons of light coming down, literally, that have traveled for trillions of miles, or in the case of planets, millions of miles to get here. That light is coming down on Earth, and when we look up at the sky, but now, not just with our eye, but with the telescope, it's gathered hundreds of times more photons of light, much more brightness than your eye will ever do. And it's a good quality telescope that narrows the light to a small circle, and then that little light comes out the side through an eyepiece that you can focus. And then when I invite someone standing next to me,
so where is it? It's that bright guy right up there. And
please look at Jupiter right now. Take a moment and gaze into the eyepiece.
Yeah, I see it.
Did you guys come?
And what you're seeing is a beautiful round ball. And what you're experiencing at that moment, truly,
Wow.
40 minutes before, were photons that were bouncing off the cloud tops of Jupiter. And now they've flowed through several hundreds of millions of miles of space. They've arrived at my telescope. They've been focused. And now you step forward and your eye is receiving those exact photons of light. And at that moment, you can truly, truly say in the most real way that you are experiencing Jupiter. And all you have to do is take a few seconds of time and peer in there and enjoy it.
Yeah. I think I hopped in more. What are those stripes? Are those the rings?
No, those are the cloud bands. Have you guys looked at Jupiter yet? Have you guys looked at Jupiter? Come look. This is the best. It'll only take a minute. Let me make sure it's all centered up for you. It's perfect, right in the center. There you go.
The line right there. Yeah. And then even.
It's fantastic. I mean, not bad for a sidewalk under a street light, right?
The universe is like a television show. We all came in the middle, and no one is staying till the end. And in the middle of the program, we're trying desperately to figure out the plot.
John has had an interest in astronomy his whole life, and one of the parts of that has been making sure that people that normally wouldn't be exposed to astronomy have a chance to actually view the sky. And people that view the sky and become excited about it have a chance to actually build and manufacture their own telescopes at low cost and have the pride of having built them themselves and get a chance to go out and observe, sometimes with very large telescopes. Now, John, you've had a lifelong interest in astronomy, haven't you?
Yes.
And what got you onto the road of actually sharing astronomy with other people?
When I first made one of these telescopes, my friend told me you can grind your own glass. I thought he was nuts, you see. But when he showed me that you could really grind your own glass, we made a 12-incher, you see. And when I first saw the third quarter moon through that, I thought, oh, my God, everybody's got to see this. That's really what happened to me. As soon as I saw what you can see through a telescope, I thought everybody's got to see this, because what we ordinarily see is nothing like what the universe really is about.
His mission through most of his life was really to help other people in some way. He got into building telescopes. He really found, he took the fact, after World War II, that there were all these portholes from ships that were just ending up in salvage yards and nothing to do with, and he started grinding them into telescope mirrors and really gave birth to the idea of modern, backyard astronomy and amateur astronomy in general. Before that, the only people that had telescopes, you had to have anything of any size at all on a tripod, and that type of mount, for a big telescope had to be stationary. You couldn't carry that around. So the invention of the Dobsonian mount really brought large telescopes into the realm of being portable, and that changed everything.
Within the cities, you can see the planets and the moon. And with the sun telescope, you can see the sun. Because those things are not intimidated by these lights. None of them are, especially the sun. We go to places like Ghirardelli Square, Hollywood and Vine. Mm-hmm. We go to places where the people are. And to the national parks we go, state parks, city parks, Indian reservations, beaches, all over the place we go, where the people are already there but have not the opportunity to see.
I started writing the blog called The Urban Astronomer, largely because I wanted to point out to people that even when you live in a big city, there's still plenty to experience in the night sky. We live in an indoor, nighttime, lit world. We're watching a television, you're at a table having dinner, you're cooking, you're doing something in your home. You walk outside of your home, you look up at the sky and you say, I think I can see 3 stars. Not very much. All you have to do is give yourself about 5 minutes even just after 5 minutes. Don't just immediately go from the dark outdoors into your house, but be patient. Walk into your backyard. Find a quiet spot where you can relax. And in my own backyard, I have to hunt and peck to find the right spot on the grass where I can sit down or lie down, where I'm not being impinged upon by a street light right here or right up there. So my task in my own backyard is to get away from these annoying streetlights, effectively in the shadow of the garden bushes and trees. And now I have a little darkness to enjoy. As you begin to look up, you'll be amazed how quickly and how suddenly you're going to start to see a lot more objects, that there is truly plenty to see in a city setting. So you don't have to go out to the desert or the mountains or wait till it's summer vacation or whatever. You can do it every night of the year if you want.
Did you know that over 15% of San Franciscans live in dangerous soft-story buildings that may not be ready to survive the next earthquake? Well, in today's episode of Stay Safe, we're going to talk more about San Francisco's soft-story buildings down here at the epicenter. Hi, everybody. I'm Patrick Odolini, Chief Resilience Officer and Director of Earthquake Safety for the City and County of San Francisco. We're down here at the Epicenter, which is our pop-up collaborative space down in the South Market area of San Francisco, where we occupy a storefront where we can talk about earthquake policy and educate everybody in San Francisco, from the homeowner who's never done anything to their house to the most advanced structural engineer that we have working around here. And speaking of which, I'm actually joined by one of those engineers. I'm here joined by Kelly Cobean today, who's going to talk to us a little bit about soft-story buildings that we see in San Francisco. How you doing, Kelly?
Very well. Thank you for having me here.
Of course. So in front of us here, we have a little bit of a model of a typical San Francisco soft-story building. When I see this, a lot of times I think this is some of the most beautiful architecture that our city has. But a lot of people don't know that these are problematic buildings. Why don't you tell us a little bit about some of the risks that we see in these types of buildings?
Soft stories in general we have seen as vulnerable in past earthquakes, including significant damage in both the Loma Prieta and the Northridge earthquake to this type of building and character of building. When we talk about the soft or weak story, what we're talking about is generally a ground story that has less wall or other bracing to resist the lateral forces or the horizontal forces that might be imposed by the earthquake. And so we're looking for something that is particularly weak or soft in this ground story. Now, this is a wonderful example of what some of the residential buildings that are soft stories in San Francisco look like. And the one thing that I would point out here is that the upper floors of this building have residential units. They have not only a fair amount of wall around the exterior of the building, but they also have very extensive walls in the interior around bedrooms and bathrooms and corridors and other things that provide an awful lot of bracing. So this has a significant amount of bracing in the upper stories and is significantly less vulnerable in those stories. Now, very often we get either a garage or storage or sometimes commercial occupancy in this ground story, and that very often not only has a whole lot less perimeter wall, but it often has little or no wall on the interior. That wall is your earthquake bracing, and so we see very significant bracing up in the top floor and very little bracing in the bottom. And so when the earthquake comes and hits, it tries to push that ground floor over, and there's very little to keep it from moving, from degrading, and eventually potentially going far enough that a collapse could occur. So we know they're vulnerable, and they're vulnerable because of the characteristics of this ground story.
So Kelly, is this only a problem that we see in buildings in San Francisco?
No, this is certainly a national problem, more acute in the western states and other states that have higher seismic hazard, but definitely throughout California, up into Oregon, Washington, and moving out east into other states. This kind of building exists, and this kind of building is vulnerable.
And it's important to note, Kelly, I mean, you know, when you were involved with the Community Action Plan for Seismic Safety, I mean, this was a different way of thinking about these types of things. You know, we had a community member group of over 100 people that were involved, and you were one of them. Tell us about how those conversations went. Why did we decide as a city or as a community to start thinking about fixing these types of buildings?
There were a lot of aspects that were considered well beyond just the engineering answer that these are vulnerable, and that effort brought in a lot of people from different aspects of the community that looked at the importance of these buildings to the housing stock and the possible ramifications of losing this housing in the case of an earthquake, the financial implications, the historic preservation implications, where, as you mentioned, these are very handsome-looking buildings that are important to the appearance of the city and what makes the city of San Francisco something that tourists and people outside are interested in coming and visiting.
And I think it's such an amazing story when you think about the 10 years that the community spent talking about this issue, but we actually did something about it. You know, now we have an ordinance that's put in place that's going to protect 120,000 residents in San Francisco and retrofit over 5,000 buildings by 2020. So I think, you know, I'd just love to say on behalf of everybody from the City and County of San Francisco, residents and employees, we want to say thank you for the work that you've done to help push this forward and help make people more aware of these issues.
And it was an absolutely fantastic community effort.
In an earthquake, you know, what happens to these types of buildings? You know, what are we expecting to see here?
What happens when the earthquake comes along is that it moves the ground both horizontally and vertically, but it's mostly the horizontal motion that we're concerned about, and it starts moving the building back and forth and pushing on it sideways. And as you can see when I start pushing it, the upper stories with all of the walls are staying fairly stiff and fairly straight up. Mm-hmm. And the lower floors, once you push them enough, actually do collapse, just like I did right there.
And so luckily we can put this building right back up where it came from, so it's a lot easier. So Kelly, obviously these aren't real shear walls and real frames here, but when we start to retrofit soft story buildings, why don't you tell me about how this starts to make the property or the building more stiff?
The easiest and most cost-effective type of bracing that you can put in is either to put in a brand new wall or potentially to go in and strengthen a wall that's already there where you don't need to have an opening. Where you have maybe a garage door or access to commercial space, you might go to a steel frame or other type of bracing system that provides the strength and stiffness necessary, but at the same time allows continued use of that area. But together, some combination of walls and frames or other tools that are in the retrofit toolkit can bring the building up to the strength that's required in order to remove the vulnerability from the building. So that when ground shaking comes, it in fact is a whole lot more resistant and less vulnerable. And ideally, this story down here would be made as strong and stiff as the stories above.
And if I'm a property owner that wants to retrofit my building, what's the first thing I should do?
The first thing that you should do is to find a professional that can come in and help you evaluate your building in order to, one, figure out that indeed it does need to be retrofitted, and two, give you some idea of what that retrofit might look like, and start evaluation and design to help you determine the retrofit required.
Well, Kelly, I can't thank you enough for being here today. Thank you so much for your wealth of information on how we can take care of our soft story problem in San Francisco. And for you, the viewer, if you have any other questions, please feel free to visit our website at www.sfgov.org/ESIP. I'm Patrick Odolini. Stay safe.
All right, on 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we weren't short.
Renovation was going on to the surround of the green itself for well over 2 years.
The lawn bowling green went through extensive renovations to the concrete pathway and the gutter surrounding the existing green. New metal fences and gates were also installed around the perimeter. The project is funded through Community Opportunity Fund, a neighborhood park capital improvement program from the 2008 Clean and Safe Neighborhood Parks Bond. The program allows residents, neighborhood groups, and park advocates like San Francisco Lawn Bowling Club to initiate capital improvements by matching public funds with philanthropic donations and volunteer contributions.
And we're finished, and we're finally able to come back and bowl on our home green, if you will, our number one green. That's the celebration.
On October 7, 1901, a Scottish fraternal organization from the St. Andrew's Society in San Francisco formed a lawn bowling club. John McLaren, then superintendent of Golden Gate Park, laid out the first lawn bowling green in the eastern corner of the park, near Sharon Meadow. A permanent green, now called Green Number 1, was built and opened in 1902. During the 1906 earthquake, which destroyed much of the city, the grounds heaved and the greens were left with an uneven surface. It was not fully restored until April 1907. The sport attracted many players, and the Women's Golden Gate Lawn Bowling Club was formed in 1912. So the Parks Commission laid down another play area. Green Number 2 opened on July 19, 1913. The San Francisco Lawn Bowling Club is the first municipal lawn bowling green opened in the United States, and it's the oldest on the West Coast. The clubhouse and greens are now registered as San Francisco City Landmark number 181. It's not all fierce competition here. Food and good old friendships are what drive a great club. Members leisurely exchange memorable stories of their previous games. Some may be true, some not. Memories of past winners are preserved on the Wall of Champions.
Make sure you get the picture in the corner. That's me. On week 3.
No, this isn't bingo or a Scrabble game. It's the pairing of your day's competition.
1, 2, 3, go. Ring 2, Doreen, Christine, and Ginger against Bob Remedios, Tess, and Rob Pollack.
Eyeing your opponents and giving them the classic stare down is a pregame strategy in any game, even in lawn bowling.
Play ball! Heads! Yes! Even though it's heads!
My jack high?
Ow, almost.
2 and a measure.
The white ball, the size of the tennis ball, is rolled out first.
That's the object of the game. You want to get you want your bulls to control the jack, not the opponent's bulls. So when the end of play is over, when all the players on both sides have bowled all their bulls, that's a completed end. Then you do the scoring. And the scoring is that you will get 1 point for each bowl you have close to the jack than the opponent's first bowl. The jack can be moved, it can be picked up and carried away from where it is to some other point on the green. You can move the jack to where you have a bowl behind the jack somewhere. There's a lot of elements to the game.
You were about a yard long.
I'm a right-handed player. I'm going to play my forehand. You always have the weighted side on the inside. If the bowl loses momentum, the weighted side is going to make the bowl arc in. So I'm right-handed. I play my forehand. Bowl arcs to my left. If I want it to arc to my right, I have to turn the bowl over in my hand. And now as it loses momentum, it's going to arc to my right on the backhand. So you have to be able to play both hands. You can't be a one-handed player at this game.
Come on, backhand.
Who lost? Nice ball there, George.
All right. I've been lawn bowling for about 10 years. After I retired, I needed something to do. So I picked up paper. In this paper, I see in there lawn bowling in San Francisco, Golden Gate Park. Ever since then, I've been trying to learn how to bowl, and I really enjoy bowling.
Good try, Tom. Good try.
It's a very good sport, good exercise. Most of all, lovely peoples here. And you can have lots of fun when you join San Francisco lawn bowling.
Good try. Number one.
The San Francisco Lawn Bowling Club is located in Golden Gate Park, near Sharon Meadow and the Carousel. For more information about the club, including free lessons, log on to their website at SF.
Hello. Good. How you doing? It's
ready. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the San Francisco Planning Commission regular hearing for Thursday, February 25th, 2016. I'd like to remind members of the public that the Commission does not tolerate any disruption or outbursts of any kind, and to please silence your mobile devices that may sound off during these proceedings. And in case your friends will enter the room, you can let them know that we do have an overflow room set up in the South Light Court now on the first floor. Commissioners, we left off under your regular calendar on items 13A and B for case numbers 2014-832 ENX and CUA at 988 Harrison Street, also known as 377 6th Street, for large project authorization and conditional use authorization.
Good afternoon, President Fong, Commissioners, Doug Vu of Department staff. The project before you is a request for conditional use authorization for the conversion of an automobile service station to another permitted land use, and a large project authorization to allow demolition of the existing structures and construction of an 8-story, 83-foot tall, 82,305 square foot mixed-use building fronting Harrison, 6th, and Clara Streets. That will include up to 100 dwelling units, 6,485 square feet of ground floor commercial space, and a basement level garage for 73 parking spaces. That will actually be accessed from Clara Street and not Harrison Street as indicated on the report. A total of 10,950 square feet of usable open space is provided at a second floor interior courtyard and a rooftop deck. And finally, a total of 134 Class 1 bicycle parking spaces would be located at the ground floor with independent access from Harrison Street. And also, 8 Class 2 spaces would be provided as part of the project's required streetscape plan. Under the provisions for a large project authorization, the proposed project is seeking modifications to the planning code requirements for rear yard, exposure, and accessory off-street parking. The project is located in the East Soma neighborhood, which is characterized by a mixture of light industrial, residential, and commercial uses. Interstate 80 is located 1 block south. Market Street and the Moscone Convention Center are 3 and 4 blocks to the north, respectively. And the Victoria Manalo Draves Park is 1 block west of the subject property, about 400 feet away. The adjacent properties on the subject block along Harrison Street include 2 automotive repair shops, a motel, and several multifamily dwellings. A nightclub is located directly across Harrison Street, and a Chevron gas station is directly across 6th Street. The properties to the north across Clara Street include an industrial building and 2 commercial parking lots. The Commission approved the construction of a new 9-story, 85-foot-tall mixed-use building with 104 dwelling units and 700 square feet of commercial ground floor space at the Commission's October 15, 2015 hearing. And the 2 commercial parking lots that were previously mentioned at 345 and 301 6th Streets have entitlement applications for similar mixed-use residential projects that are currently under review. Over the past 5 months, the project has received extensive design review, and the proposed building responds to the mass and scale of the subject block. Proposed are several 3-foot deep breaks that are cladded with glazing and framed with concrete to divide the massing into distinct blocks, while also providing a clear cornice line. The ground floor has a defined concrete base and incorporates high-quality materials and transoms above a proposed metal awning to identify the commercial storefront. The corner of the building is differentiated through tall, articulated elements and the more extensive use of wood veneer panels. 2 ground floor dwelling units with walk-up stoop entrances are proposed along Clara Street that are compatible with the smaller scale of the development and narrower street width. The building has also been designed with an interior courtyard that will provide ample light and air to the interior units that face onto it, and a significant amount of common space is provided by a rooftop deck that is easily accessible. Finally, access to the basement level parking spaces is provided via a single 10-foot wide driveway at the rear of the building along Clara Street. Since the report was published, the department received 1 letter of support for the project and an endorsement by the San Francisco Housing Action Coalition. The Commission is being provided copies of those correspondences today. After analyzing all aspects of the project, the department finds that the project is consistent with the planning code, priority policies, and the general plan. The project is an appropriate infill development that will replace an inactive service station with 100 new dwelling units to the city's housing stock and 6,485 square feet of commercial space in an urban area that is planned for mid to high density development that is near downtown employment and entertainment centers. The project's design is a unique interpretation of the area's contemporary architecture and will complement the rapidly changing nature of its location between West Soma and Rincon Hill. The project will result in improvements to the surrounding pedestrian environment, including street trees, landscaping, sidewalk widening, and bulb outs. The project will provide 12 affordable housing units on site that are proposed for rental. The project proposes a parking ratio of 0.73 spaces per dwelling unit, or in this case 73 spaces, which is below the maximum conditionally permitted 75 spaces. And the project will fully utilize the Eastern Neighborhoods area plan controls and contribute nearly $1.6 million in impact fees to the Eastern Neighborhoods Public Benefit Fund. Based upon these findings and those described in detail in the draft motion, department staff recommends approval with conditions. The project sponsor is present and has prepared a presentation. This concludes staff's presentation, and I am available for questions.
Great, thank you.
Good afternoon, President Fong, Vice President Richards, and Commissioners. I'm Will Millard. I'm joined by my architect colleague, Mike Pittler. We are Workshop 1, the development and design team for 988 Harrison. As Doug mentioned, 988 Harrison is a proposed 8-story building, 83 feet in height, consisting of 100 units. 44 of which are family-sized, having at least 2-bedroom units. Can we get the presentation up on the, there we go. 44 of which are family-sized, having at least 2-bedroom units, 2 bedrooms. 12 are designated as on-site affordable per current inclusionary housing policy. We also provide 6,500 square feet of high-quality street-facing commercial, basically half of the building's footprint. as well as 134 Class 1 bicycle parking spaces and 73 automobile spaces in a basement garage utilizing automated parking stackers. The project is located in South of Market at the corner of 6 Harrison Streets, just a half block from Interstate 80. The site has frontages on Harrison, 6, and Clara Streets. The proposed project would replace an unimproved lot, once a former gas station, that has been fenced and vacant for almost 10 years. This is a view of the property from along Harrison. This view is from across 6th Street. And this third view is from the corner of 6 and Clara Streets. I'd like to note that both 6 and Harrison Streets are 80 feet in width. Clara Street is a narrow east-west alley and is 35 feet in width. The neighboring properties to the east on Harrison include 2 auto repair shops, several 2-3-story apartment buildings, and a 22-room motel. The neighboring properties to the east on Clara include a parking lot for one of the auto repair shops and an 8-unit live-work building with 5 levels. Directly across Harrison Street is the End Up nightclub, and next to it is a construction supplier. Both of these properties back up against Interstate 80. On the same side of Harrison Street, across 6th, is a former car wash, now a parking lot. Across 6th Street is a Chevron station, heavily utilized because of its proximity to the interstate on-ramp. Across Clara Street is a single-story warehouse that was recently approved, as Doug mentioned, for a 9-story building with 104 dwelling units, as seen here, owned by the Realtex Development Company. Because shadow from new developments has been a common concern in the neighborhood, and the first thing that we did when designing this project was to conduct a shadow analysis. We hired Adam Noble of CADP to look at the building's potential impact on Gene Friend Recreational Center and Victoria Manalo Dravas Park. We started by generating a massing model. We asked CADP to develop a shadow envelope that would identify specific parts of the building casting shadow on the 2 parks. We then reduced the massing of the building so that it fit underneath the shadow envelope. This involved reducing the building's overall height, relocating stair and elevator penthouses, and stepping back portions of the top floor. The result was a building that has no shadow impact on the parks per Code Section 295. Since filing our initial application for the project in May of 2014, we've also conducted a range of outreach. Our project mailing went to neighbors, community organizations, and we hosted a pre-application meeting near the site at Gene Friend Recreation Center. We further printed flyers and distributed them door to door around the neighborhood. We then contacted key neighbors for meetings. This also included outreach to nearby nightclubs, including the End Up, with the help of the Entertainment Commission. We further engaged local advocacy groups, including the Bike Coalition and the San Francisco Housing Action Coalition, for input on the design. During that outreach, we heard no serious concerns about the project, and most everyone we spoke with supported our plan for redeveloping this vacant site. With that, I'll pass things on to Mike, who will talk about the building design.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is an image of the site as seen today at the corner of 6th and Harrison Streets. And this is a rendering of the proposed project. As Will mentioned, our site is unique in that it has 3 street frontages. And it seems that we've become accustomed to this with many of our recent projects that also have had multiple frontages. Our experience on those has taught us that the best approach is to keep the material palette and the details simple while exploring subtle variations to a theme. And that's the approach that we're taking with this design. For the material palette, we're proposing to use medium tone colors, with the predominant material being a high-quality wood-textured rain screen panel. And I think a sample has been passed around to you. The secondary material is a beautifully poured concrete expressing the building's structure. Each facade is divided into distinct volumes using continuous vertical niches and framing each as the exposed concrete structure. Within each volume is a pattern of glass and wood planes that are punctuated with small cantilever decks. In addition to providing each residence with a small step-out, the decks provide each facade with sun shading for the windows below and a constantly shifting texture created by the movement of the shadows throughout the day. The decks are simply detailed with clear frameless glass railings and the application of a wood soffit panel when located above a wood element, and all of them are double stacked, providing a vertical rhythm to the facade. The building sits above a double height base and is capped with a thickened concrete cornice. Within the base is the building's high ceiling commercial space with residences above, continuing the storefront's expression. These residences have glass walls, sliding doors, and Juliet railings that are detailed with a perforated version of the same wood panel. The perforated panel is also used throughout the building's base in a variety of locations, like at the residential lobby and at ground level residences. At night, the perforated panels will transform the look of these areas by giving them more transparency. Another view. This is looking at the intersection of 6th and Clara Streets. To complement the building's design, we've worked with Fletcher Studio to design a beautiful, functional, and lively streetscape. As shown in the ground level plan, we're proposing a large sidewalk bulb out along Harrison Street for the benefit of both the residential lobby and the large commercial space. There you go. The divisible commercial space can accommodate many users given its size and multiple street frontages. Along Clara Street, we're proposing 2 residences which will be set above grade with recessed entry stoops. As Will mentioned, Clara Street is a narrow east-west alley with height restrictions starting at 60 feet from its intersection with 6th Street. As a response, the building only extends 60 feet from the corner, avoiding these restrictions. The benefit is both a reduction of the building's mass along Clara Street and the 12-foot setback it provides along the building's northeast side, allowing for a finished facade complete with operable windows. Levels 2 through 8 contain most of the building's residences. They're organized around the building's courtyard, which measures 40 feet across by 50 to 60 feet deep. With the width of 25% the width of the block, it will be aligned with future bid block open spaces should the parcels to the east be redeveloped with residential uses. The project's open space will be located on a roof deck. Let's keep going. There we go. As shown here. And with that, I'm going to pass it back to Will.
So in conclusion, we're here today to request approval of a large project authorization with exceptions for rear yard, dwelling unit exposure, for 6 units on the building's courtyard, and for off-street parking requirements. We're also seeking the approval for a conditional use related to the conversion of the former gas station. Regarding the conditional use, the key issues we raised in our findings are that, 1, the former gas station on our site was closed and the tanks were removed almost 10 years ago. 2, there's an active service station across the street in the Chevron station, and that there are no less than 5 gas stations within a half-mile radius of the project site. So with that, we'll conclude our presentation. We'll take questions.
Great, thank you. Okay, opening up to public comment. Susan Markle Farrell. Suzanne Markle Farrell. Okay, is there any additional public comment? Oh, here we go. Rob Poole.
Good afternoon. Again, Commissioners. Rob Poole with the Housing Action Coalition, speaking on behalf of all the organization's members. Thanks for the opportunity to weigh in today. So Workshop 1 presented their plans to us back in September for the first time, and we didn't think we were quite prepared to take a position on it, but fortunately they could come back to us with a much improved design that's before you today, and our members do support the project. The site obviously is clearly underutilized. It doesn't make sense to have vacant lots sitting around in San Francisco, especially in areas that are so close to all the major job centers and transit. They meet the baseline affordability requirement, which is, we support that as a policy. If they can increase it, either by using the dial or another policy, we would be more supportive. They're going with pretty much the as of right parking ratio, which is fine. We would generally support less parking, but the bike parking ratio is high, and that's great. From an urban design standpoint, it has improved significantly since we first saw it with the massing broken up. The ground floor plan is very solid, and they've worked well with their landscape architect to create a more pedestrian-friendly environment, particularly with that bulb out on 6th and Harrison Street, as well as some of the other landscaping. We hope that if approved today, that as it moves forward, they can pursue some features that address water conservation. And, we see a lot of projects, and with some neighborhoods, the community is very active, and with others, they're not. And generally, when we see projects in this area, it just tends to be a bit quieter. But we feel that the project sponsor has done a good job of working with the community and with planning and hosting meetings to try to get feedback. And we're glad they got support from an adjacent neighbor. And we think that what they come up with today is a very good project, and we would strongly urge you to support it. Thank you.
Susan Merkel. Suzanne Merkel. Okay, is there any additional public comment on this item?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Anastasia Yovanopoulos. I don't live in this district, but I'm concerned that out of 100 units, there are only 44 two-bedrooms when especially Commissioner Antonini says it should be family-sized. What about the 3-bedroom units for families? And we know that a lot of people in this area live in SROs and would welcome an apartment. More than 12% should be what I suggest. I know that it, cuts into the profits of the developer, but I think this should be a consideration because of the area and the need. Thank you.
Sue Hester, you've had a series of projects that come through on the east side of 7th Street between Folsom and Harrison. At the last hearing, it was a joint hearing with Rec Park. There was a great deal made of the fact that the shadows cast on Gene Friend Playground were unimportant because it wasn't open at that time of the day when there were shadows on the Gene Friend grounds, as well as the particular layout of the grounds didn't make it important. Imagine my surprise when Rec Park planners made a presentation at the Eastern Neighborhood CAC in January saying that Gene Friend Playground was about to be redesigned, totally obliterated, and the hours changed because they only have evening hours functionally these days because it's a basketball court venue. So they were very specific that the plans would be changed not only for hours but also for layout. This project was one of the 3 projects cumulatively shadowed Gene Friend. Planning department should be upset about a shadow impact on a park that you were, quite frankly, I won't use the word lied, misled about. And not only the Planning Commission, but Rec Park Commission. So if someone is aware that there is a planning effort from the city on a building that's definitely under Prop K, definitely, not even like you had on item 12. So you have to apply Prop K. You have to know what the hell is happening with all the development on the east side of 6th Street, and it's right next to Gene Friend Playground. And when I look through the files, I'm looking for information on that, and that kind of information is obscured, not present, hidden. How much attention is staff paying to the fact that you have cumulative development going from 4th Street to Harrison Street that affects Gene Friend, that affects the livability, and as the last speaker said, this is in the youth and family zone, south of the Market. You're supposed to be building family-size housing. And instead, you can make a lot of money if you're a developer by building up, building small, and making a lot of money. So it's not your job to expedite people making money. It's your job to ask these questions. Thank you.
Is there any other any other public comment on this?
Yes, I'd like to just piggyback on what Sue Hester said about the shadow impact. If there is I'm not familiar with the project per se, but if there is a shadow impact, that has to be studied, that has to be analyzed. The 12 affordable units out of 100 is problematic. And the fact that Housing Action Committee was outreach to, and God bless them, the Bike Coalition. There are many other SOMA-based organizations that are dealing with housing issues that could have come to the table. They could have, it could have put their input or some ideas into the planning of this. Seeing just what types of developments are being proposed for SOMA, and the fact that you do have 100 units in a youth and family zone, it's problematic. I work for Senior and Disability Action. Also, there are many seniors, there are many people with disabilities in SOMA. Where's the provision for them? Where's the housing for them? Thank you.
Sir, did you want to speak on this item? Okay. Is there any other public comment? Okay. Public comment is closed. Commissioner Moore.
I'd like to ask Mr. Mollett, please, to answer a question regarding shadow and open space. I understood your modeling shadows really shaped the building so there would be no shadow, period. Is that a correct answer?
That is correct, yes.
Did you have any idea or any response to the questions that Ms. Hester was raising?
Again, as I said in my presentation, we did a thorough shadow analysis. We hired a consultant who looked specifically at impacts under Prop K, Section 295. We did have a minor shadow impact on our initial modeling, which then was completely revised, and the project that you see before you today has no impact on Gene Friend Recreation Center.
I appreciate your saying that. I actually like to mention to the commissioners that there are ways of modeling buildings to not cast shadow. That modeling occurs to create a maximum shadow-free environment. With regard to other projects, we sometimes discuss this as a way of doing it. But that aside, I think this is a good infill project on a kind of challenging side, given that Harrison and 6 are still difficult sites given where they are as a context, or the future context of the site is still TBD. The one question I would like to ask you is the following, and Mr. Mollett, if you wouldn't mind. You are bringing rather small studio. Would you mind coming up to the microphone, please? You're bringing very small studio units to the market. They are not micro units, but they're hovering at the edge of being micro units, but they by definition aren't. Mm-hmm. The question I am curious about is, given the fact that you are facing 2 wide, still to be determined streets that don't have yet a lot of character more than many cars moving on them, why are you dedicating 3 feet of balconies if a 3-foot pop-out at the bay window would have been really a nice idea, giving somebody who lives in these units an additional square footage?
Sure.
Could you answer that for me?
I'll let Mike handle the design issues, but let me just clarify. This is a predominantly, unlike the last project you saw that we designed at 750 Harrison, which was an exclusively studio project. There are 44 2-bedroom units in the project. I'll bring up the floor plan again. But we did have a look at of a design, I think, and Mike can speak more to this, that was interesting. And the use of the balconies is really a design motif, I think, as much as it is providing some open space for each one of the units.
Yeah, and that said, if we did put bay windows on the studios, and we paired the bay windows so that half the bay window was on one studio with the other half on the other studio, the yield for that particular studio would be a very small pop-out, a little small bay window, which is what we did on the panoramic project at 9th and Mission. Utility-wise, it provides very little on the interior. And from my perspective, having done a lot of smaller units on all studio projects, the small step-out is something that residents have liked. I know that firsthand from speaking with a lot of them. So one project we did this on was Cubics. And so I felt that to provide a little bit of outdoor space to be more of a benefit than having a small interior bay window.
I disagree with you, but that is a separate issue. 3 feet is really not a step out. You can barely stand there. You can hardly get a chair out there. And it doesn't really add the amenity that it claims to do in plan. But that aside, I'm curious, obviously, with the glass railing on particularly the southwest facing balconies, that is one of the first things which gets cost engineered out. We all know that. And my question is, once this building starts to be more solid looking on the south side, for example, you would use your perforated metal or whatever you would be using in lieu of the glass, what does it do to the building?
I can't speak for something that hasn't been done yet. I don't know.
But you know yourself that those glass railings are one of the first things that go. So what looks right now like a nice transparent pop-out, which plays with the light, might become something which looks more foreboding.
On another project that we did them on, we did install the glass railings just like that. So my experience is different.
The other question I have, relative, again, that would be Mr. Maul's question, regarding your unit exposure units. You said you have 6 of them in total.
Correct.
And you have 12 affordable units.
Correct.
In what way can we ask that these units are not necessarily becoming the BMR units? Because, again, light and air is important to everybody, so I want to see a certain commitment to equity, how these 12 units are being assigned.
Well, I think Doug can probably speak to the mix, but let me just point out where the units on the courtyard, if we could bring up the plan that's on the laptop here. The 6 units that face the courtyard, 4 of which are 2-bedroom units, one of which is a 1-bedroom, or 2 of which are 1-bedroom units. Again, we'll have a mix of units. They'll have to be mixed up by floor. Doug can talk more to the specifics of that, but they will not be exclusively the units that have a requesting a dwelling unit exposure exception.
Thank you for verifying that. Appreciate it.
Commissioner Richards.
I guess question, again, I'm glad to learn these things in public comment with the developer and didn't realize it was in the youth and family zone. Question about why no 3-bedroom units if it is in the youth and family zone?
So in my experience with projects like this in South of Market is that I don't believe that even though it's in a youth and family zone that a market rate project like this is drawing as many families as other neighborhoods. We are working on a project in Potrero Hill, for instance, where we've made a large accommodation. We'll be bringing that project to you later this spring, but a very big accommodation to the neighborhood around 3-bedroom units. But specifically for this project, for neighbors, for groups that we spoke with, 3-bedroom units were not a priority. It was more a mix of 2 bedrooms as per the Eastern Neighborhoods rezoning, and smaller units. As we know, the cost of housing is quite high. Our average unit size is, I think, on average, about 624 square feet. So we're trying to keep those units smaller. This is not a luxury housing site. This is not Rincon Hill. It's not Spear, and it's not Folsom down there. It's 6 in Harrison. We've got some pretty underdeveloped properties there. We have a nightclub across the street that works all hours. It's not particularly the first place that a family goes to find housing.
Thank you.
Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. I generally am supportive of having a higher percentage of 2- and 3-bedroom units, particularly, and if there is a possibility to, I think you can change things around up to 10%. I believe as you move forward with the planning department, there's a chance to add some additional 2s or a couple of 3s or something. It wouldn't hurt, but I think the argument is a good one that aside from the fact that this might be a little more affordable, would not probably be the first place where families would be looking to rent. However, if there were true family-sized units of 3 bedrooms, a few of those that probably would attract some families because they might be a little at a price point that might be a little more attractive. I think it's a nice project. Otherwise, certainly a big improvement over a former gas station in an empty lot. It's always kind of a dusty area down there and, underdeveloped. So I think having this on there will begin to make the entire neighborhood a little bit more friendly for people walking on the street, non-automotive uses, and the more projects we can approve, we'll start to create a neighborhood there. So I am in favor. $1.6 million in fees. I think that's a good thing, as well as adding the housing units and a good size courtyard, and also the chance for some commercial. There's not a lot of commercial in that area, so there's a potential to do a lot of good things. I think the architecture is good. I would, make sure that the balconies are functional ones and they're not just, as Commissioner Moore was pointing out, something that isn't really going to be used that often, particularly if they face west. I'm not so sure with the wind blowing in there if they're as good as a bay would be with a window on it. So, again, those are things to think about as you work with staff to finalize your design. But I'm in favor. I'm going to move to approve.
Second. Commissioner Wu.
I am supportive of the project. I just want to say, though, that there are families living in the neighborhood already, and I don't want to discount that it's important for families to be everywhere. There's a reason the Youth and Family Zone got created. I live a block away from here. I'm not moving anywhere because I can't afford to, so, that's just the way it goes. Secondly, I think that I am really happy that you redesigned your building so that there's no shadow on Jean Friend. I think that if you could teach your developer friends to do the same, that would be great.
Commissioner, seeing no further comment, there is a motion that has been seconded to approve the large project authorization and the conditional use authorization with conditions on that motion. Commissioner Antonini?
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Wu?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
And Commission President Fong?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 6-0 and places us under 14A and B for case numbers 2014.0284 CUA and VAR at 1567 California Street. You will consider a conditional use authorization, and the zoning administrator will consider a request for variance.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Claudine Asbaugh, Planning Department staff. The project before you is a conditional use authorization for a mixed-use development at 1567 California Street, located at the southwest corner of the intersection between California and Polk Streets. The project sponsor seeks conditional use authorizations to exceed the bulk limitations within the ADA Height and Bulk District, to develop on a lot greater than 10,000 square feet in size, and to create a garage entry on California Street within the Polk Street Neighborhood Commercial Zoning District. The proposed project includes the demolition of the existing 11,746 square foot building and surface parking lot, and the construction of a new 7-story, 63-unit mixed-use building with approximately 8,000 square feet of ground floor retail, below-grade parking for 41 cars and 72 bike parking spaces. The residential units would consist of 2 studios, 37 one-bedroom units, 15 two-bedroom units, and 9 three-bedroom units. The ground floor commercial space would be distributed between 6 tenant spaces with frontage along both California and Polk Streets. Roof decks of approximately 1,500 square feet at the 5th floor and 2,800 square feet at the 7th floor would provide common open space. Below-grade parking is accessed via California Street. As of the writing of the staff report, the department has received 31 letters of support for the project and 2 letters in opposition from the owner of the adjacent property at 1561 California Street. The project has undergone many variations since originally submitted to the department. Feedback from department staff as well as community organizations has resulted in a project with a higher density count, larger units with a more varied unit mix, as well as massing and design changes to help the building fit into the existing context. At the time of the writing of the report, the project sponsor had elected to provide 2 affordable units on site and to pay the affordable housing fee to satisfy the remainder of the requirement. Since the writing of the report, there have been changes made, and I'll let the project sponsor update you on that. After analyzing all aspects of the project, department staff recommends approval with conditions. Specifically, the project is consistent with the objectives and policies of the general plan. The project adds 63 dwelling units to the city's housing stock and commercial services to the Polk Street Neighborhood Commercial District in an area well served by public transit. The new residents will add to the customer base of the area, support the economic viability of the surrounding commercial establishments, and activate the sidewalks within the Polk and California Street commercial corridors. The project has been designed with alternating facade treatments, sculpting of the upper stories, and a well-defined pedestrian realm to reduce the apparent bulk of the development and to complement the pattern of existing development in the area. The project sponsor is present and has prepared a presentation. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Project sponsor, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Cyrus Sanandauji with Presidio Bay Ventures. Thank you for your time. We're a San Francisco-based development firm. Have been here going on 8-9 years now and have been involved with a handful of projects. Some of our more recent work that has come through this commission includes 85 Bluxom, which is an office project that was here earlier last year, which we just completed. 1045 Bryant, which is the old House of Louis redevelopment, and a building at 6th and Brannan, which is currently the location of the Adult Probation Department. Our site is at the corner of California and Polk. It is currently a retail store and a surface parking lot with no housing on site. We identified this as a severely underutilized site and thought it would be an ideal location for a great infill project. We are presenting you with a mixed-use development here with 63 units above retail. We're not taking away any of the retail square footage that currently exists and are adding 63 units to the housing stock, which in light of the current housing issue that the city's facing is significant. The site, just to give you a little bit of context, is on the southeast corner of California and Polk. It's not the Crestation building, which is the first question that everyone asks us, but it's actually the Out the Closet and smoke shop building. A few of the project highlights, which Claudine did hit on. The unit mix is actually more heavily skewed towards 1s, 2s, and 3s. We actually only have 3 studios on site. 36 one-bedrooms, 15 two-bedrooms, and 9 three-bedrooms. The initial design actually had these unit sizes a little over, on average, a little over 1,100 square feet, which we thought was a little large. And so we shrunk that down and increased the number of one-bedrooms, which is where the unit count increased. It's targeting to be a very sustainable building, LEED Gold for homes, and also the first well-certified multifamily building in San Francisco. Our 85 Bluxom building was the first well-certified office building in the country, actually, and so we really do take sustainability to the core. We're planning on using 100% union labor, as with all of our other projects in the city as well, and so that's something else that we feel very proud of. We truly do feel that we're a local community developer. And if I can just jump into the community aspect of this, really, we've been working at this project now for going on 3 years, and the formal process with the city's a little past 2, but it all started with our community outreach, and we've done an extensive amount of that The project has truly evolved, and that's something that I wanted to spend a few minutes walking you through. But we've worked very closely with the Middle Polk Neighborhoods Association, the Lower Polk Neighborhood Association, the homeowners associations from the Marlowe and several other buildings in the area, the Lower Polk Business Collaborative, the Polk Street Merchants Association, SF Hack, Spur, various union trade groups, and individual merchants, residents, and neighbors of the project, all of whom have written in with support letters. Their voices really shaped and helped us iterate the project design, and that's really what I wanted to focus on here as part of our presentation. This was our initial massing study, and it was mistakenly interpreted as a initial design. It was called a very SOMA-esque building, but the purpose of this was really our massing. This was about 3 years ago, and we went to Lower Polk and Middle Polk and the other groups that I mentioned, and took in all of their feedback, and then went around the neighborhood and took in the inspiration. And one of the interesting things about this building is that it's situated on the border of what's considered Middle Polk and Lower Polk, and so there are quite a number of groups that have a vested interest in sort of the outcome of the site and that intersection. One of the other interesting things, being in this sort of tweener zone on Polk Street, there truly isn't a consistent identity on Polk Street. So in fact, one of the things that's very consistent is Polk Street's inconsistency. But there are certain features that we have pointed at and incorporated in the ground floor experience that we'll go through, including those entryways, the facade relief, and so on. And our architect is here as well, and he'll go through that in a little more detail for you. But our next major design iteration, was to distinguish between California streets as being a very vehicular causeway and Polk Street, which is a much more pedestrian-friendly environment. And in actually getting a lot of the feedback from not just the merchants and the residents, but folks that frequent Polk Street and California, folks that are involved in the tourist business and so on, that corner really has a lot of promise. It really is a corner that ought to be taken advantage of, and so we wanted to point out the cable car, but that was something that we wanted to really highlight. And so the idea was that this building didn't just terminate on Polk Street. Its active facade, its walkability, its life isn't just on Polk Street. It actually carries around through California. And so we put the entrance of the residential units on California Street as far away from the commercial space as possible, along with a vehicular entry into the garage, which is actually in its current, where the current curb cuts are, going to the surface parking lot, so as to not change the flow that already exists at the site. That allowed us to maximize the retail frontage, not just on Polk Street, but to wrap it around California Street, and really to highlight the fact that given the slope change off of California and down Polk, that we had a number of 5, 6 different retail suites that we were able to put in as opposed to one large retailer in that space. The building also plays on sort of the monuments that you see, the monument signs, the blade signs that you see along Polk Street, the Leland Hotel, for example. That's what that arch is there. We were very closely involved with the CBD that was put into place and the greening mission that included. And so the living wall that was incorporated into the design was an ode to that, really to help soften Polk Street's hardscape. As you can see, the Polk Street side of the building steps down significantly. We are a corner lot, and we don't actually have a large neighbor. If I can actually go back, the step down in the original design, which still carried through where the number 3 is the same height as our neighbor, which was the former 7-Up grocery store that's now the Euphoria Gym. I believe that was one of the letters that was sent to planning. And similarly, on the Polk Street side, we've also set back from our neighboring building as well significantly, and that's actually where part of our outdoor courtyard space is. I can walk you through that. This is our proposed design, and this is a shot from the northwest corner of California and Polk. There's an image as well showing you what's actually underneath that living wall, which is the same rain screen system that clads the entirety of the building. I wanted to invite our architect, Mr. Riyad Ghanam, up from RG Architecture to walk you through some of the materiality of the building and some of the other features of the building from an aesthetic standpoint.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Riyad Ghanam. I'm the principal of RG Architecture here in San Francisco. Cyrus already mentioned a lot of the components of the building that the design revisions that we've brought to this point, and I'm just going to speak a little bit more in detail about the materials and about some of the sculpting of the building. As we designed this building, there was a lot of community feedback and work with the planning department staff. And in working with all these different groups, we developed the motif more clearly of this block type of motif, where we've taken this larger mass of a building and turned it into what seemingly more compartmentalized masses that have a little bit finer scale and more contextualized within the neighborhood. We also took a close look at the commercial level and tried to create small vestibules along the commercial level that tie in with the fabric that exists along Polk Street. Here's a view looking from Polk Street. The point that we'd like to mention here is just that we are basically tying the building into the scale of our adjacent neighbor. A similar view from California Street, again showing the block motif and how we're stepping down the building as we approach our lower neighbors to the east. Here's a view a little bit further back on Polk Street. Again, here you can see the vestibules I was mentioning for the commercial levels and the variability of the facade, where we have all these different levels and step backs, creating more depth to the facade, and also the building massing creates a variety of open spaces.
Thank you, sir. That concludes your presentation time. I'm sure the commissioners might have some questions later.
Okay, thank you. Opening up to public comment. Are there any speaker cards?
Good evening. Mo Jamil, president of Middle Polk Neighborhood Association. Our organization drafted a letter of support of this project, and we're very excited that Presidio Bay has made an investment in Middle Polk. In particular, we're excited about the inclusion of BMR units on site. Middle Polk has a policy of, in order to get our endorsement, we want to see the affordable units on site, and we're very happy that Presidio Bay did that in this case. Second, and very important for this project and also for future projects on Polk Street, neighborhood scale, appropriately sized retail. This project is going to bring in 5 new retailers, which supports the corridor. It continues to build the neighborhood in a positive direction. Thirdly, one thing that we're very conscious of in our neighborhood is pedestrian safety, and we think that this project is going to enhance pedestrian safety by making some streetscape improvements. The project sponsor has agreed to cooperate with Middle Polk and Lower Polk on things such as advocating for bulb outs and perhaps even a scatter sidewalk on Polk in California to really close up that large space for pedestrians. So we would commend project sponsor for working with us for over 2 years on this project, and we urge this commission to approve it. Thank you.
Good afternoon once more, Commissioners. Rob Poole with the Housing Action Coalition. So it's been about 10 months since we reviewed this project, and we can say that there have been various iterations of the design, and the project sponsor has been very responsive since then in responding to our feedback and taking our suggestions. There was a lot of back and forth discussion, and we feel like they've responded very well, particularly on a lot of our members had some strong feelings about making sure there's a strong differentiation between the ground floor commercial space and the residential space above it, and we feel like they've achieved that well, as opposed to stepping back the ground floor further and creating more of a buffer between, I believe, California Street and the ground floor along there. and we think the project sponsor has done well there. We generally like to see projects really take advantage of the allowable density on the site while providing well-designed housing. These are generally larger units, and it's good to have a mix in San Francisco, of course, because we're tending to see smaller and smaller units come to us. So that's fine there. At the time, they had not decided if they could or would do the in lieu fee or the on-site choice. All things being equal, we tend to prefer on-site. We're happy they chose that option. And not a lot of project sponsors choose to pursue LEED Gold, and we're very supportive that they went that route. And it's terrific that they have support from the Middle Polk Neighborhood Association, and they've clearly gone through UDOT twice. They've talked to a lot of different people. They've talked to us. They've talked to Spur, and they've taken in a lot of comments and put together what we feel is a really good project, and we hope you can support today. Thanks for your time.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Joel Koppel, Electrical Workers Local 6, San Francisco Electrical Contractors Association. It's refreshing to deal with a developer like Presidio Bay, local developer using local general contractors, using local subcontractors, employing local residents and apprentices. This is just a great win-win for our industry. We've been involved with the project through its design and are very in favor of the project as proposed today. What I'm seeing now specifically is some of our members in the city reaching out to me asking how we're going to be doing on these projects. So I wanted to, without having them speak, submit a couple cards for our members that live on Leavenworth at Hyde Street. Just for the record, they are supporting the project even though they cannot make it tonight. Thank you.
Hello again, Commissioners, Director Rame. Danny Campbell, Sheet Metal Workers, Local 104. We too are proud to support this project. It's going to enhance that neighborhood, replacing a former boxing gym and thrift store with we feel, a very well-designed condominium project. And for the aforementioned reasons by Joel, who just spoke before me, we support it for that reason and look forward to your support. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Selby Johnson, and I've been, going to 101 Canadian Street for congregation for building and replacement, and if there's any better way of doing a better job on the construction, I will sure look into that. I'm right now transferring my car license to from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania to San Francisco, California, so I can be better reaction on these building processes. And if the project is looking, great on a lot of sides, if there's any adjustments, I would try to see what kind of repairment I can do on that. And I have some proposed instructions on my list here. If you have some of the buildings I've been putting together, and I am, trying to restructure it and make it to where it would be better, exemptions to the appearance of the building, and widen for condominiums. And this is just houses that I've been working on right now, and this is for primary construction period that I'll be doing over 110 Kinetic Street. So I'm looking for more to get more better construction work on a lot of these areas, and I'm pretty sure I'll do better on my point of view, to where we can see a lot more examples on condominiums. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Commissioners. My name is Chris Schulman. I'm the Secretary of Lower Polk Neighbors. I do apologize about my attire. I'm the substitute speaker today and was not able to make it home before the meeting. I want to respect your time. It's a long night. Middle Polk Neighbors, Mo Jamil, really echoed our points, and I'd ask you to really emphasize what he said as you're making your decision. My final thing to add is that this developer, Presidio Bay, they really engaged with us, worked with us, listened to us, came to meetings, and they're a real example of how a project should be done. Thank you so much.
Is there any way to raise this up? I want to zoom. There we go. Right. And the focus?
I think we can see it pretty good.
Okay. Okay, Commissioners. Good afternoon. My name is Michael Skolnick. I've lived in the Middle Polk area for 18 years now. I want to start off my presentation with a corner housing project that many of you remember. It's at Clay and Larkin. It went through multiple design iterations. The open space in the courtyard and the roof resulted in a better design. It has enclosed bays and was unanimously approved by this Planning Commission. Let's go to the corner of Polk and California. I call it a cacophony. On the northwest corner, we have a Greek Revival, which is the Chase Bank. On the opposite corner, we have a concrete mini mall that's completely water-stained and visually noisy. On Polk, a few steps north, we have the former Royal Theater, which is either historical preservation or adaptive reuse. And finally, across from that, we have Maple Hall, which is an historical resource that was used for meetings and theater and dance in the 30s. The former Royal Theater is a 15-year-old housing project. The open balconies are used as outdoor closets. There's no usage by the tenants because of the narrow area allotted, the climate, lack of privacy, and noise. No tenants were captured because no one uses these. Next, we have a new construction at Pine between Polk and Larkin. The tiny open balconies are nothing more than awkward people pockets. They've become outdoor storage closets. The same open balconies are on the rear of the building, looking out onto the alley. Pine is an auto-dense street, same as Polk in California. There is little to no use by tenants because of the narrow area allotted, the climate, the wind, and the noise. So the solution that I'm here to suggest is I'd like to see a superior outdoor space design. I suggest that the developer request an open space variance, and that if he does so, the commissioners please consider. Replace the open balconies with closed bays or dispense with them altogether. Put the balconies behind the building and off of California and Polk. The options for consideration now are an open air roof space with the open space variance, install outdoor grills, space heaters, water, electricity, create a private dwelling backyard for tenants, just like Clay and Larkin. We need a superior design for this gateway corner to Nob Hill. Let's dispense with faddish materials and be two solutions. Commissioners, Please continue this matter so that staff can continue to work with the developer to improve the design. Thank you.
Okay, is there any additional public comment on this item?
Yes, hello, Commissioners. I apologize, these are impromptu remarks, but it seems to me that my wife and I are longtime residents in San Francisco since 1997 in that neighborhood, and we've noticed the degrading of the area, the continued degrading in terms of the loss of character and the loss of prestigious and art types of retail outlets. For example, Acorn Books, which had to close down on Polk, as it would be a neighbor. Fields Bookstore, also a very well-known bookstore, had to close down. The Lumiere Theater on California. I don't want to bore you with a list of the outlets that have had to close, but it seems to me that talk about out of character. What is the character of Polk Street? I think there's no. I have in my mind. I've spoken to Cyrus, and there's no doubt in my mind, even though I've never worked with him, the professionalism of Presidio Bay. That's not in question. What's in question is a very characteristic part of the town with the cable car, with Polk Street, which is, of course, as you well know, was one of the first sites for the gay pride. So my concern is that the neighborhood will be degraded even further. It becomes a locus of massage parlors, of discos, of bars. St. Patrick's Day on Polk Street was a mess. And the Super Bowl, of course, you had whole groups of demonstrators congregating down Pine. So I'm not sure what the solution is here, but certainly I would want more time and reflection as regards to what the city and the commissioners want to make of Polk Street. So I thank you for your time.
Is there any additional public comment? Okay. Public comment is closed, and Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, a couple of questions probably for staff or developer. The first is, I assume from the testimony you've given that you're putting your BMRs on site, all of them. So what do we got, 7 of them? How many are we going to have?
Thank you. Sorry, our presentation got cut short. So we actually have 8 on site.
Yeah.
It's 1 studio, 4 one-bedrooms, 2 two-bedrooms, and 1 three-bedroom.
Okay, so that's a good distribution. So 8 on site, yeah.
And given the unit distribution within the building itself across those mixes, it'll be dispersed throughout.
No, that's good. The other thing, a related question is, you originally presented you had units were around 1,100 square feet average, so I'm not sure why you went to more smaller units rather than keeping the larger, fewer units with your plan for the building.
Feasibility. So the cost per foot, as you know, in San Francisco continues to skyrocket, and so you can continue to get the same unit mix and just have more units. And so you, by extending more dwelling units into the market, you're helping with the affordability issue. The feedback that we've gotten resoundingly was that 1,000 or 1,100 square foot 3-bedroom is much more cost attainable than a, for example, 1,500 square foot 3-bedroom. And so by being able to pare those down, our average unit size is about 900 square feet, give or take. And so we haven't really lost that much, but we've been able to add another 12 units to the mix, to the supply.
So even with that many one-bedrooms and studios, you're still averaging around 900 square feet.
They're certainly larger units, yes.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I think that's fine. I would prefer if you had a few more 3-bedrooms, maybe, fewer ones. That's something that you could continue to work with staff on a little bit, because you do have a little bit of an allowance after we approve it without coming back to us within 10%. So it's something that perhaps the other commissioners might comment on. Then the other thing is design, and I do kind of like what Michael Skolnick came up with. It's a quieter and calmer design, and I think he made some good points that these balconies may not be that practical, and I don't know how the other commissioners feel, but I sort of like the idea of using them as bays instead of balconies, and maybe adding to your interior square footage, and might address the corner a little bit more quietly than the design that you have. So that's something to think about. Otherwise, I think it's a good project, and I appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you.
I have a couple other comments. Yes, this might have been the site of the original Blums. I don't know if it was here or across the street, but anyway, it was long before your time. It was a place where you went for candy and chocolates, and it was very good. It was famous in San Francisco, and the original one was on Polk near California. I'm not sure of the exact site. So anyway, we'll see what the other commissioners have to say. Thanks.
Thank you.
Can I just ask a kind of a overall clarification from staff? And the design of that building, I think, is, maybe it's in alignment with some of the things we've seen or we're about to see on Van Ness Avenue, maybe even sort of the Oyster development, that style, that modernness. And on Polk Street in California, in neighboring buildings are a little older. I won't say historic, but they're older in design. How do we jump from sort of this neighborhood commercial older area to a modern style? That's an open-ended, tough question, but there's a pretty, and I'm not opposed to it, but there's a stark contrast.
I mean, our goal has always been, unless it's actually within a designated historic district, the department's approach has been the buildings that we move forward with are contemporary, but are designed in a way to fit within the context, right? So, I mean, it's a judgment call that we make. It's one of the reasons why this building has the kind of the massing that it does and the breakdown in the massing, because of its responding to that context. But we frankly discourage buildings that are falsely historicist, to use a technical term. So that's why it doesn't have, Victorian bay windows and cornices.
Okay. Perhaps Commissioner Moore can ask my question in a different manner.
Are you calling me to speak?
Yes.
Thank you. For disclosure, I live very close by, and I walk by there almost every day. And this corner distinguished itself, President Fong, through exceptionally bad architecture. That is an understatement. Our Greek revival is definitely from another planet, another state called Nevada, and it particularly is enhanced by the night lighting of the bluish color of a chase, as you and I talked about a couple of years ago. But that aside, the attempt on modern on the southwest corner is, I think, adding further to the question, what do we do? And as Director Ram said, there is basically not any subtle way of finding architecture which could lead, except there is some background modern architecture nearby, which this particular project tries to rely on, although it strongly recalls the Oyster Bay building on Clay and Van Ness. But that aside, what this project does, and I think that is a strong voice of the neighborhood that I have heard over the years, it tries to really mass in context, which is one of the most distinguishing and strong features of what's in front of us. The way it transitions to the lower and older buildings on Polk, and the way it transitions to the lower residential buildings going up California, I think is an extremely good move. So is the massing as you look at not holding uniform heights on the stronger corner portion of the building. So those are all very positive things. Where I personally have a little bit of a problem is that the lack of variation on the two street facades doesn't give me the feeling that a project of this size, and it aggregates multiple blocks, meets really the different character of the two streets in a strong enough expression. And the reason why I'm saying that is that there's only one building in San Francisco which manages to do an absolutely beautiful green wall, and that is the east-facing wall of Drew on Broderick. That is a school which has an environmental program which practices making this a green live wall, but there is no other project anywhere in the city that I have seen where a green idea really succeeds. It becomes a maintenance nightmare, and since you have a north-facing wall, I kind of question that is enough variety to really bring it into the family of the California discussion. For me, particularly as you go beyond the intersection of Polk and California, moving towards the east, it is really a residential boulevard rising towards Nob Hill and the historic district around Grace Cathedral and Huntington Park. And I would have preferred a more quiet transition as the building moves up the hill. And what that means to me is that the balconies don't track the corner with balconies coming from Polk going up California, but if you would keep the west-facing balconies facing Polk on the corner and close the element as you're turning the Polk Street corner, I would find that much stronger. With the removal then of the green piece, you would have an entire different facade expression, which is basically more punched windows, and the overimportance of balconies coming around the corner would be de-emphasized. That would be the only suggestion I have to kind of make giving the building more variety, breaking the scale, and letting it shine for all of the other things it does well. Those would be my only comments. And I hope I addressed your question about style.
Yeah, I just think it's a really important corner for San Francisco, and it's along the cable car line, the California line, as you're beginning to enter up into a more traditional, historic San Francisco area of town. Commissioner Antonini.
I agree with Commissioner Moore. I think treating the two streets a little differently would be very good to differentiate. You did a good job of stepping down, but the two sides should have a little bit of a variation and not so much emphasis on the balconies. We alluded to the project on Clay and Larkin where we worked for about 2 or 3 years, and it will be finished soon. We'll see if it ends up looking as good as it did when we approved it, but I hope it does. And there was a lot of careful handling of the balconies on that type of thing and what sort of balconies and bays to have. And there are many ways to do it without, you can have, there are techniques sometimes to have the bay be, possibly made into a balcony on some occasions with doors that open to the inside, which sometimes might be a little less obvious and set the architectural tone. So I'd like to see it continue work with staff, take into consideration with Mr. Skolnick's ideas, and see if we can quiet the building a little bit more. I think it does a lot of good things, and perhaps Commissioner Moore will have some other suggestions to help make it fit in a little better. Maybe we'll move to approve with suggesting the project sponsor continue to work with staff, perhaps with advice from Commissioner Moore, if she is so inclined, to see if we can modify the design a little to, and also with neighborhood groups, also enlist the neighborhood on the design to help it blend as much as possible with the rest of the neighborhood. That's my motion.
Second.
Commissioners, there is a motion that has been seconded to approve this project with conditions, including a suggestion that the project sponsor continue to work with staff and neighborhood groups on furthering the design per Commissioner Moore's comments. On that motion, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Wu.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
And Commissioner President Fong.
No.
Zoning Administrator, that motion passes 5-1 with Commissioner Fong voting against. Zoning Administrator, what say you?
I will close the hearing for the rear yard modification with an intent to grant with standard conditions.
Thank you, Commissioners. That will now place us on our 3:30 p.m. calendar.
Jonas, we're going to let the room transition here and
All right.
take just a 5-minute stretch break, okay?
Sure.
Thank you.
Are you going to toss this one page out of it? From this one? Are you going to keep this one?
No, because I voted no.
SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television. SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television.
Right.
We're getting started here. Is anybody in the overflow room, or is it everybody go home?
All right, good evening and welcome back to the San Francisco Planning Commission regular hearing for Thursday, February 25th, 2016. I'd like to remind members of the public that the Commission does not tolerate any disruption or outbursts of any kind. Please silence your mobile devices that may sound off during these proceedings. And when speaking before the commission, if you care to, do state your name for the record. The room is quite full. Those of you who are standing will need to find a seat. If you cannot find a seat, we've arranged for an overflow room in room 421. You will need to... Well, okay, just... Well, that's what they told me. Let me call them very quickly because I know they kicked you out of the South Light Court as well.
This might be just a handful.
You think? All right. In the meantime, thank you. Okay. So 408 will be the overflow room. We're going to hear from staff first. There we have made accommodations for organized opposition to then follow staff's presentation. Directly following organized opposition, we're going to make give an opportunity for those disabled persons to then come up and speak, and then we'll be calling people in the order that pretty much we received the comment cards. Okay. For those of you who are in the overflow room, you will be given an opportunity to speak, and in the overflow room, you will be able to hear and listen to the proceedings in this chamber. Okay?
And Jonas, due to the number of cards, and this is not our first hearing, we're going to go to a 2-minute.
Excellent. So you will have 2 minutes to speak. Commissioners, we left off under your 3:30 p.m. calendar for items 15A and B. For case numbers 2014-001503, GPA and PCA. This is the Affordable Housing Bonus Program, General Plan, and Planning Code amendments.
Commissioners, I will start out this with some brief comments and then introduce Supervisor Tang, who is here to speak to the legislation as well. As Jonas said, this is the 5th hearing that you've had on this item. This was an item that staff worked to develop with the supervisor and the mayor on one of the many tools we need to develop in our toolbox to address the affordable housing crisis in the city. It was one of the recommendations that came out of the mayor's housing working group in 2014, and it was developed with a number of those stakeholders at the table. We believe this program could, over a number of years, produce up to 5,000 new affordable housing units. But I think it's important to remember that that is a small part of the city's overall affordable housing portfolio, which is expected to grow from 40 to 50,000 units over the next decade or so, from 40 to nearly 50,000 units over the next decade or so. I think it's important to remember that many people have questioned the need for this program, have questioned the mechanism of this program, and have said just make developers provide more without giving them a bonus. And even if you were to do that, for example, the charter amendment that is before the voters this June would double the affordable housing requirement that's in place today. Even that represents a very small percentage of the total affordable housing portfolio in the city, and never mind the actual need. The point is we need other solutions. This is one of many that we would put forward to you as a good solution to this problem. The legislation in front of you in its original form and was introduced by Mayor Lee and Supervisor Tang on September 29th. Since the last hearing, we've worked to develop 10 more recommended amendments to the comments and questions, and from many of the community meetings that we have gone to, of which there have been about 20 community meetings. So the presentation that you'll hear from staff today is basically parallel to the organization in your case report, which is that staff will present on 6 key topics. For each topic, staff or our partners in other agencies will explain the program as currently drafted and then discuss recommended alternatives or recommended changes to those topic areas. These are in response to many issues we've heard and proposals we've heard from you and many members of the community over the last several months. I would suggest that you could use those 6 topic areas to organize your discussion as well, so that you could take a separate discussion and potentially even a separate vote on each of those topic areas, similarly to what you did on the short-term rental legislation. So that might be a way of organizing your discussion and your vote as well. So with that, I'm happy to introduce Supervisor Katie Tang. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you so much for taking the time to not just once, but on several occasions, entertain the Affordable Housing Bonus Program. Just very briefly, I became very interested in working on this issue with the Planning Department as I was coincidentally around the same time that they were developing this, trying to figure out ways that we could really better utilize the underutilized sites in our district, in District 4 on the west side of town, along our transit and commercial corridors. And so it just seemed a perfect partnership at that time to be working with the Planning Department on this. And I would say that I really want to applaud the planning staff for the hard work that they did in terms of trying to listen to the community in making this a much better piece of legislation. Back before the holidays, they had committed to our communities that they would go back out to every single district, and they did so, not just once, but twice or more on several occasions in certain districts. And I was so surprised when they committed to that, but they did it. And I know that there have been many concerns shared with all of you, with all of us, about the legislation and what the program entails. But I would actually, I do want to take the opportunity to thank those who have come out even in opposition to this legislation, because their comments have actually helped us make it better. So since the time that this legislation has been introduced, the Planning Department staff in our office, and along with other departments, have been working on changes to it, some of which have already been incorporated, some of which are before you today in terms of what you might recommend to the Board of Supervisors. But things such as not allowing projects that entail the demolition of rent-controlled units from participation in this program, prohibiting projects that involve the demolition of existing units overall from participation in the program, preventing certain types of lot mergers from happening so that we don't get excessively large projects, changing the appeals process, for example, in terms of the 100% affordable housing buildings, and deepening the income level targets to serve a broader range of families. And of course, one of the very important things that we have heard a lot about having to do with the small business community. I know that planning staff has recommended several suggestions to you today, and I know that there's a lot more work we can do to sort out more details to make sure that we're protecting our small businesses. It's certainly something that I do not want to see our small businesses go away because of this program. And so I think that after the over 20 community meetings that the planning staff have held throughout the city, all the hearings you have been through, that we have really worked so hard to make sure that this is something that reflects San Francisco's values. And one of the things that I've also heard, and I think our planning director mentioned this briefly in his comments, is, do we have to do this? And I would just respond that yes, it's very clear in our state law. There's a mandate that we have to pass a local version of the Affordable Housing Bonus Program, but it is up to us as to how it is that we want to make it look like. And I think that through all the work that has happened so far, we have all tried to make it a way that reflects San Francisco's values, again, whether it's to try to work hard to protect small businesses or to do things that prevent excessively large buildings or that don't displace tenants living in existing units. So I would just keep my comments brief at that and say that, I appreciate everyone's feedback and what they have done to try to make this legislation better. And I know that there's still more work that we can be doing. But overall, I would say that this is one tool that we have been lacking in our city in terms of trying to build more housing to serve our middle-income families. And so I hope that overall this Planning Commission can support the Affordable Housing Bonus Program. So with that, thank you very much. I apologize I can't stay for the rest of the hearing, but thank you to the planning staff as well.
Thank you. Okay, to staff.
Good evening, I guess it is, Commission. Gil Kelly, Director of Citywide Planning. I'm going to be very brief, and I think I'm encouraging staff to be as brief as they can as well. We've got a lot of public to hear from tonight, and then we'd suggest that really we answer your questions after the public testimony, other than for brief clarifications, if that's all right with you. I wanted to Just to introduce the members of the larger city team who are here to help answer questions this evening, and also to just acknowledge and thank them for their work. Kate Hartley and Sophie Hayward from the Mayor's Office of Housing and Community Development are here. Lisa Gibson and Michael Lee from the Environmental Planning Division in Planning. Diana Ponce de Leon and Joaquin Torres are here from the Office of Economic and Workforce Development. I believe Regina Dick Andrisi is here from the Small Business Commission, who we have consulted on a couple of occasions. Audrey Pearson and Marlena Byrne, also from the City Attorney's Office, are here. Thank you for both being here. Corey Teague, who is the Assistant Zoning Administrator, is here to help with some of those code interpretation questions that may come up, and we're also going to task him as best as he can step up to it to answer questions about the historic preservation aspect. Tim Fry was called away and couldn't be here this evening. And finally, of course, our Affordable Housing Bonus Program team from Citywide Planning, Kirsten Dissinger, Menica Mohan, and Paulo Ikazoe are all here, and they've done a lot of work to prepare for this evening. So I'm going to ask them to run through as quickly as they can. What our focus is tonight is not to sort of rehash what you've done in the previous 4 hearings, but to really focus on the 6 packages that Director Ram referred to. And those packages are suggested amendments or changes to the legislation based on what we've heard from the 20-plus community meetings and correspondence. I myself have attended a number of those community meetings, and we've really tried hard to listen and to make this proposal better while still keeping its core intent to create as many as 5,000 affordable housing units over the next 20 years through what I would describe as a fairly strategic infill approach across the city. You'll hear a lot of different arguments, but I would urge you to keep in mind the basic trade-off here is to not use public subsidy, but rather to harness private investment to get a higher number of affordable units in trade for development incentives in the form of density and height bonuses. And that is that's a valid trade-off, and one that only you and the board can really make. But that's the essential trade-off there. And to remind you that in the background of this is the state density bonus program, which allows people to come forward and ask for roughly equivalent bonuses without the same number of affordable units. And so that's just a part of the trade that I would ask you to keep in mind as you hear the pros and cons of it. So with that, I think what we're going to do is stay in the order of things that appear in your packet. So we'll first, and there'll be different staff members talking about each of these because they've developed expertise in each of these areas. The first topic will be the sort of eligible sites, because that's been a big issue of concern. How broadcast is this program and where is it likely to play out? The second topic will be around infrastructure and particularly transit services. And we'll hear from both Kirsten and from Graham Satterwhite from the MTA on that topic. Paolo will introduce the first topic. Kirsten will talk about the urban design, which is the third cluster of issues in your packet. Then we'll move to the entitlement process, which will be Menica and Corey talking about that. The small business concerns that we have heard about have been numerous, and we want to hear both from Joaquin Torres from OEWD and Kirsten as well. And the final topic is really a very important one, which has been raised in your last public hearing and in all the community meetings we've been to recently, which is who are we really serving by this program? What are the appropriate levels of affordability? And in that particular case, we do want to suggest some things, including one kind of homework assignment. Should you decide to act this evening and pass this on to the Board of Supervisors, there are some things that we'd like to continue to work on there up to the board level. So that's sort of the preview of the and the order of the packages. So with that, unless there are questions for me, I'll just turn it right over to Paolo for the first one. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Kirsten's going to do a bit more.
Just one more intro. Hi. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Good evening. Kirsten Dissinger, Program Manager for Affordable Housing Bonus Program. As has been said, tonight's hearing will really be focusing on the 6 topics that are outlined in your case report. I also recommend you take a look at Appendix C, which is a really good summary of staff recommended amendments, and will maybe help you as we go through those different topic areas, excuse me. Before we dive into those topics, I'm going to do a really quick overview of the program for the benefit of the public. We've had 5 hearings on this item, and I recognize a lot of the faces in the public as community members who have been participating in a lot of our meetings. So just really quickly, the goal of this program is pretty straightforward. It's to incentivize more affordable housing and to do that without any public dollars. And what we're trying to do is develop a program that creates an incentive to provide 30% affordable housing. And the HBP proposes development on key infill sites throughout the city. The program is projected to produce around 5,000 new permanently affordable housing units without a single dollar by offering 2 stories of height to subsidize that housing. And the extra height pays for that. So it's a pretty simple goal, but a pretty complicated program. And the program has 3 different options for project sponsors. We started by actually just really trying to understand how the state density bonus law fits to the city of San Francisco. We worked with David Baker Architects, we worked with Seifel Consulting, really modeling that program. We came to understand that. That's what we call our state analyzed program. And from that analysis, we learned that that program would only incentivize project sponsors to provide 13 or 20% affordable housing, depending if it's a rental project or an ownership project. And that's when we turned to create our own local program. The local program takes its cues from Prop K and the city's housing element to incentivize higher levels of affordability, 30% in fact, by offering 2 additional stories of height in addition to some of the incentives and benefits that are available under the state program. And then finally, there is a separate program for 100% affordable projects to help the city better utilize our subsidies. And Sophie Hayward from Mayor's Office of Housing will be talking about that in a minute. I want to spend a minute talking about program design. We really designed this program to make the 30% affordability program more attractive. We think the outcomes from that program are better for our city. If there are sites in the city that are going to see new housing development, we want to see the highest level of affordability in those buildings. Also, we have the most autonomy around the local program because it's not state mandated. We can add more restrictions and add more requirements to that. So it's kind of an interesting dynamic between the state program and the local program. The state program has a very clear restriction based on state law. So, but we have to remember that these programs are optional, and we want to make that local program still viable on many sites. We do have 10 recommendations for you today. When we were crafting those recommendations, we were really responding to comments we heard from all of you and also comments we heard from the public. But one of the things we tried to balance was the concerns people were expressing with the ability for this program to continue to produce 5,000 permanently affordable housing units. And we think the package before you achieves those 2 objectives. So before I turn it over to Paolo, I just want to remind you that we'll be covering all 6 topics. There will start with a discussion of the issue and how the program currently responds to that, and then we'll discuss the proposed amendments. So thank you for your time. Paolo.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Paolo Ikezoe, Department staff, and so I'm going to kick us off with Topic 1, which is program eligibility. So staff has heard many comments, both from this Commission and the public, that this is a one-size-fits-all program, or that the scale of the program is too large. To address these issues, I will start by explaining how the Department understands the program outcomes. Our starting point is all 150,000 parcels in the various zoning districts in our city. Then we narrow down, describing how we get to the 30,500 parcels in the Affordable Housing Bonus Program area. And then we'll drill further down and show you how we get to these potential soft sites. As the maps of the entire city are kind of difficult to see on this screen, we've prepared a poster-sized version of these maps, and you also have handouts in your packet And so thank you to Kirsten and Menica for being our display models. But we'll show you the maps, and we'll also swing them around for those members of the public. So first of all, as one intent of this program is to implement the state density bonus law, we start with the eligibility criteria of that law. The law applies throughout the state of California to any residential project of 5 units or more. There are a number of criteria, both in the state law and the local ordinance before you today, which limit which districts and parcels are eligible for the AHBP in San Francisco. Now I'm going to take you through those criteria. So this map is of the dozens of zoning districts in San Francisco, and this is all 150,000 plus parcels in our city. So first, we limited our analysis to zones that are under the planning department's jurisdiction. So districts regulated by the former redevelopment agency or the port are removed. Large development agreement areas such as Park Merced are also removed, as their development potential is largely determined by these agreements rather than the planning code alone. Okay. The state law only applies to residential projects, so zoning districts where housing is not allowed as a principal use, such as PDR or P zones, for example, are excluded next. This leaves us with all the zoning districts in San Francisco where residential development is allowed. From the beginning, this program has excluded the many areas of our city that were rezoned in the past decade. Area planning processes like Market Octavia and Eastern Neighborhoods involved multi-year detailed deliberations, and the new zoning districts that were created under those plans generally do not limit density, residential density, by lot area, instead regulating density by height, bulk, and a minimum 2-bedroom requirement. For this reason, our team did not analyze the application of the AHBP in these newer zoning districts. The department is working closely with community stakeholders and other city agencies to develop tools, including possibly density bonuses, to increase the amount of affordable housing produced in these neighborhoods. That effort is separate from the AHBP before you today. A minimum threshold for the state law is 5 units. RH1 and RH2 districts, which allow only 1 or 2 residential units per parcel respectively, are excluded from participating in the AHBP. These districts cover roughly 70% of our city's residential parcels. So with the removal of these districts, we are left with the mixed-use and residential multi-unit zoning districts that are part of the Affordable Housing Bonus Program area. So flip it again. So here's the blue map that we initially presented to this commission and to the public. I think it's fair to say that this map caused a fair amount of concern and confusion. And while we initially used one color, this blue, for simplicity, it unintentionally masked some very important details. And so now I'm going to get into those very important details. So that blue map includes all 30,500 parcels in zoning districts where the AHBP will apply. While the proposed program will apply throughout these districts, a parcel's underlying height and bulk, which vary quite significantly across the city, would continue to apply as the base upon which any height would potentially be awarded. Any zoning-specific ground floor controls, such as those that exist in our various NC districts, would continue to apply, as would any use-related CU requirements that exist today. So a parcel's underlying zoning is the first test for whether it's eligible for the HBP or not. So these 30,500 parcels have passed that first test. As I'll now show you, there are several other criteria that a parcel would need to meet in order to be eligible. So then we flip.
Guys, I think if you stand against the wall there,
we can probably
maybe everybody gets a shot at it, or a better shot.
Maybe hold it up a little higher.
Okay.
There we go. Okay. So the first major limiting criterion for parcels is historical significance status. So the state law explicitly bars the demolition of any resource listed on the California Register of Historic Resources for a density bonus project. So no density bonus can be granted under this program or state law on these sites. Our local ordinance goes further, barring HBP projects on any known historic resource, which our department defines as a CEQA Category A building. So on the projection and on the PowerPoint, I'm showing what this looks like in our northeast quadrant. So the citywide, this requirement removes 4,750 parcels from eligibility, and it applies to both the local program and the state analyzed program. Further, there are over 22,000 parcels that have not yet been surveyed. These are Category B buildings. Before any project that was categorized Category B was eligible to seek entitlement, our department would need to complete a historic, an HRER. If that building was determined to be Category A, it would then be ineligible for the Affordable Housing Bonus Program. So if you flip again. The next criterion has been the subject of much discussion. After our December hearing, Supervisor Breed proposed a friendly amendment to our ordinance, which would limit the program to parcels that did not contain any rent-controlled units. This amendment addresses many community concerns about the loss of existing affordable housing and the potential displacement of existing tenants. This amendment was discussed extensively at the last commission hearing. Almost half of our city's housing units are subject to rent control. So this removes a significant number of parcels from eligibility under the state program. So in addition to the 4,750 parcels which are not eligible because they're Category A, 14,800 additional parcels are disqualified because they are estimated to contain rent-controlled units on them. Again, this poster shows the whole city, but this slide on the presentation zooms in on District 3 to give you a clear sense of how just these two criteria reduce the potential parcels eligible for HBP. Flip back and forth. You can see. Great. So before I talk about other legislative criteria, I'd like to talk about all the private actions that will be necessary for an eligible parcel to become a new housing project. First, there would need to be a willing seller of the land and a willing developer. Then the department and community would review and revise the project proposal, and the project would ultimately require this commission's approval. These various steps take multiple years, and it is for that reason that we project that the potential development through this program would take roughly 20 years, or several development cycles. So then, is that? No, keep it. Sorry. However, in response to comments about the protections for existing buildings, especially existing residential buildings, the department is recommending that the commission consider an amendment that limits this program to projects that do not demolish any existing housing units, rental or owner-occupied. This would remove a further 7,200 parcels from eligibility for the Affordable Housing Bonus Program. So what would this mean? Because the city has such strong protections for the existing housing supply, the department had always projected that Affordable Housing Bonus Program projects would be limited to parcels that did not have existing housing. I can explain more about why we made that assumption in the Q&A, but essentially this amendment would still enable the program to produce 5,000 permanently affordable housing units in San Francisco. However, there are trade-offs. Throughout the city and the program area, there are many buildings that are developed with fewer units than what zoning allows. So here I'm showing an example of one such building at 1681 Fulton Street near Masonic. So the building pictured here is a one-unit residential building in an RH3 district. The height limit is 40x. In 2014, this building was approved for redevelopment into a 4-story, 3-unit building as allowed under current zoning. This project requested and received a rear yard variance. As you can see, the building's units, and well, maybe you can't see, it's a little small, but the building's units are almost 1,500 square feet on average. MLS information shows one of the units last sold for $1.5 million. We had OpenScope Studio model the program on small sites such as this one, and their analysis suggested a similar building could have been built with 6 total units, more modestly sized units, of which 4 would be market rate and 2 permanently affordable middle income on a site such as this under the proposed Affordable Housing Bonus Program rules. So one of the key trade-offs I think before you is if this amendment is approved, then this scenario, this 3-unit building, would be possible throughout the city on sites where the existing building there is an existing housing unit, but the density is below what's allowed under current zoning. So this would still be, this could still happen. However, the 6-unit scenario that I just described, which includes 2 permanently affordable middle income units, would not be allowed to develop. And so flip. So I want to end on the potential soft sites. On Monday, we released this memo, which is in your packet, and there are some on the table there. It's on our website as well, which includes a map and a list of the potential soft sites for the Affordable Housing Bonus Program. The memo explains what a soft site is, how we identified them for the purposes of this program. The parcels on this map are sites that, based on our best available data, meet all of the eligibility criteria that I just described and are underdeveloped relative to what their current zoning allows. These sites were not selected by the department. They simply, again, based on our limited but best available data, developed to less than 5% of what their current zoning allows. With or without this program, these sites are soft. With or without this program, these sites are eligible for development. Current planning code controls already enable housing of up to 7,400 units on these sites. If every single one of those sites did on-site affordable under our current inclusionary requirements, it would yield a maximum of 900 affordable units. This program would provide options for owners and developers of those sites, those same sites, to provide more housing at a variety of affordability levels to a city desperately in need of more housing. The state density bonus law increases the number of units enabled on those sites by 35% to 10,000 units, of which we estimate 13 to 20% would be affordable. Our proposed local program works towards our city's Prop K goals of 33% on-site affordable housing in new development by enabling 5,000 permanently affordable units out of a total of 16,000 possible units. This program proposes that if and when those sites should develop with new housing, that maximizing affordability while keeping the projects feasible is the best strategy to help the city meet our affordable housing goals. Thank you.
Thanks, Paolo. I appreciate your time and attention to that issue. Certainly, the program eligibility has been one of the issues we've heard the most about in the public, and so we really wanted to spend some time making sure that everybody really understood that just zoning district alone is not what qualifies you for the program. So we're open to questions on that. I want to move on to topic 2, which is infrastructure to support new growth. And this commission particularly, yes.
Do you mind, because of the complexity, and maybe this is what we've discussed or not, that as we get through each of these topics, if there are specific questions
absolutely,
that we offer that, and there may not be, but I wanted to make sure. Any questions, specific questions about topic 1? Commissioner Antonini?
Well, just a quick clarification. You pointed out that one site on Fulton. That was a demo and a rebuild, but there could be a middle ground where you could have a building that was somewhat larger, would be an addition, would not be a demolition. So that might be something we might want to consider when we get to decision time.
Okay, great thought.
Sure.
Commissioner Richards. And just to clarify, well, we haven't heard public comment yet. This is just any kind of clarifying question that commissioners may have for staff. Commissioner Richards?
So on the 3,700 additional sites beyond the 240 soft sites that are just commercial, how many have been surveyed? Do you know?
I believe Paolo said there was some 4,000. I'm going to look at him. 4,000 that we knew were Category A, and a number that we knew were Category C, and there's 20,000, was it, roughly, that are Category B? And so 22,000 that are Category B, which means that they are eligible for historic by age, but they have not been surveyed yet.
Okay, so I guess I'm assuming then that the 3,700 on your page, this one here that skinnies it down before you get to the 240, that all of those are Bs.
They're Bs or Cs,
Bs
correct.
or Cs. Okay, great. And how many, with these 3,700 parcels, how many units would these yield? Forget the 240. Let's talk about the 3,700.
We didn't run the numbers on
Yeah,
that. That's
okay.
certainly something we could look into, but because many of those parcels have really healthy buildings, we felt like, I think that's the next reduction that happens. We say, you know, is there already a 5 or 6 story building here, then it wouldn't necessarily develop.
My thought is that they'd probably be the one-story commercial buildings that have banks in them and things like that. That's what my thought would be.
Oh, I see. They're 3,700.
3,700, right.
Or they could be, yeah. I would imagine they'd be multi-story because they're not soft. So they would probably have a bigger building footprint than a single story.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great. Okay. And now, without further ado, on to topic number 2, infrastructure to support new growth. So for this item, we've heard some comments from the public about why isn't there a community benefits plan for the Affordable Housing Bonus Program like there was for Eastern Neighborhoods and Market Octavia? And I think that's a really great question, but I also think we have a really good answer for that. First, I want to put in context the Affordable Housing Bonus Program compared to Market Octavia and Eastern Neighborhoods. Those plan areas were smaller in size and increased the density in those neighborhoods by 40 or 50%. And in the case of Eastern Neighborhoods, we were talking about converting a neighborhood into a more residential field. So there was a lot of infrastructure really necessary to support that new residential development. In the case of the Affordable Housing Bonus Program, on average, we're increasing the density by only 6% rather than 40 or 50. There are some neighborhoods where we're increasing it by up to 23%. But the scale is still very different than those area plans. But I still agree that we need a response on the infrastructure. So what is our response? So right now, there's been a really big change in how the city thinks about and plans for capital improvements. It started about a couple of years before the area plans were adopted. The city created a capital planning committee. And this committee brings together many of the different capital agencies and really develops a plan for how we're going to do long-term capital spending and planning. And this committee, in part in response to the planning department's participation, and in part in response to the IPIC, which is the group that really helps facilitate the expenditure of area plan impact fees, and honestly, in response to the city's growing population, is taking really seriously the goal of connecting growth with capital planning. So it is happening on a citywide scale. And then within these projects themselves, the Affordable Housing Bonus Program projects, they will be subject to a number of development impact fees so that when the new buildings come online, a new surge of capital dollars will be available to support that. You can see on here there's 4 different impact fees that each project would be subject to. These are all citywide fees in addition to the inclusionary housing fee. 2 of these fees, the transit fee and the child care fee, did not exist when our area plans were adopted, and that was part of our motivation for developing area-specific impact fees. Certainly, by far and away, the transportation question has captured the most attention because I think we all sort of experience the state of our own ability to move through the city. The new TSP fee does only apply to projects that are 20 units or more, which is about 80% of the projects in the Affordable Housing Bonus Program portfolio. So we've projected in today's dollars this program would generate $99 million in transportation funding for initial capital. It will probably be. It'll probably be a little bit more than that because of inflation and indexing of the fee over the 20-year period. And as I've said, I've showed this map to you a number of times. It just shows that most of the program area or the eligible zoning districts are within a walking distance of Muni's rapid network. And this is where MTA is planning to invest most of their resources over the coming years to rapidly improve transportation services. Actually, we've got Dart and Ito from the MTA to kind of talk you through some of the major transportation improvements that are planned and the capital planning that's happening citywide. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. As Kirsten mentioned, my name is Dart Ito, and I'm with the Transportation Planning Group at the SFMTA. So I'm here today to talk a little bit about kind of our long-range transportation planning processes and how that leads to capacity improvements to build the infrastructure that we need to transport people as the city continues to grow. So the first step is to kind of look in a long-term framework. Commonly at this point we're looking out towards about 2040 to anticipate what future travel demand will be. This is rooted in projections of the number of residents and the number of jobs that are likely to be here over the next 20 plus years. And we develop a range of strategies and other plans that look sometimes geographically or other times by the different types of transportation modes such as pedestrians or bicycles to identify what improvements would be needed to meet future demands. A lot of these get combined into specific capital improvements that are then consolidated in our 20-year capital plan, which is adopted by our board every 2 years. This becomes kind of the wish list of the needs to maintain the existing system as well as enhance or expand the system to meet future demand. All these documents fit into countywide planning efforts such as the San Francisco Transportation Plan, which is developed by the Transportation Authority, as well as Plan Bay Area, which the MTC and ABAG produce roughly every 4 years. So after identifying the needs, a lot of these strategy and planning documents are used to advocate for funding, either to make sure that the types of investments we need to make here in San Francisco are eligible for funding and that they compete well with other jurisdictions if it's a federal or state program. This slide talks about specifically one effort that the city undertook here, Mayor Lee's Transportation Task Force, which we used a lot of the information that we have developed over the years to identify what the transportation needs are for the city and where the shortfalls would be. When you think about the transportation needs, roughly half of our needs are to just maintain the system that we have. We have over $10 billion worth of transportation assets that have been built up over the past 100 plus years here. So about half of the needs going forward are just to maintain the services that we have that are the backbone of our transportation network. The other half would be to enhance and expand that program. And so one of the recommendations from the task force was to provide some additional funding to both restore the existing system as well as to build the capacity for future growth. And then on a near-term perspective, we have a number of efforts that are currently underway. As Kirsten mentioned earlier, the MTA is focusing a lot of its transit investments in the rapid network. brand of Muni Forward. So this is both capital improvements as well as investment in additional service hours and capacity to the system. Along with that, we have other programs that are replacing all the vehicles, providing greater reliability, and in some cases increasing the capacity to accommodate additional riders. One project that is part of that Muni Forward program is along the 22 Fillmore on 16th Street, where we have a package of improvements to implement transit-only lanes, new bulbs and islands to provide more reliability and quicker travel times for transit patrons, as well as new signals, pedestrian safety, and streetscape improvements along that corridor. And then larger projects like the $1.5 billion investment in the Central Subway, which is partially an extension of the existing T-line. But coupled with that capital investment, there will be service increases that cover the entire line from Chinatown down to Sunnydale and serving the Bayview neighborhood. And going forward, there's a host of other transit projects, such as the Geary Bus Rapid Transit Project, which is moving its way through environmental review now, that will help to provide reliability and additional capacity on some of the busiest bus corridors in the city. And this is all supported by a lot of the improvements that we're making in the pedestrian realm to make walking within San Francisco safer and more pleasant, including a number of activities that have been undertaken in the last 2 years under the Vision Zero umbrella. And then last, a number of bicycle improvements are programmed, plans for up to 20 miles of upgraded and improved bicycle facilities over the next several years. So, kind of going from that macro regional needs, long-term needs, down to the specific investments that we're making today. I hope this gives you a little sense of our overall planning process to accommodate growth and make sure that the transportation needs of the city are being addressed. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Darton. So I did ask Darton to focus on short-term projects that were in the Richmond and Western Addition and Bayview, because those are the neighborhoods where the highest percentage of potential projects might happen. Darton is unable to stay for the next hour, so if there are any specific questions from commissioners, now might be a good time to entertain them.
Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, I think you mentioned that under 20 units there wouldn't be a TSP fee. So, I might suggest that we prorate that because many of the projects might be, fewer than 20 units and they should pay something probably. That would be my thought. I'm not sure what the projected breakdown is in terms of what percentage you think will be over 20 and under 20, but I can see a lot of sites where they'll only be able to add 2 or 3 more units.
It's about 20% that are under 20 units.
Okay, well, even so, that's 20% more we can gain some money for. So I think that might.
Commissioners, I'll remind us. I think at these little junctures of questions, they really should be sort of clarifying questions rather than deliberation, as we have not heard public comment yet.
Sure.
Commissioner Richards.
So the question then, Ms. Dissinger, the $99 million would be from the 80% that would be eligible for the TSF under your modeling.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. No questions for Darton? Thank you. Okay, great. So we're on topic 3, which is urban design. And the concern that we've heard, there's been a couple different issues that we've heard about urban design and really what these buildings will look like. So I wanted to start us off with some familiar drawings. We worked very closely with David Baker Architects on really thinking about urban form and what these potential buildings will look like. And just as a reminder, these are some pretty roughly sketched buildings. The building all the way to the right is what could be built on that potential soft site if it were developed under today's rules. It's a 50-foot building that could house 15 new units. And with the Affordable Housing Bonus Program, you see that you've got 46 units and 2 additional stories of height. These drawings are actually just really rough sketches. These aren't what the buildings will actually look like. I wanted to remind everybody that we do actually have urban design guidelines that are part of this program. And they cover 4 different topic areas. But the 3 here that I've put on the screen, I think, really represent the continuation of San Francisco's urban design choice to really be context specific. So we really think that the design guidelines will enable us to have these buildings and have them really suit and match each neighborhood. So we'll see a very different building type in the Richmond, say, than we would in the Excelsior or Visitation Valley. They'd really match the surrounding context. Right here, what you see is the existing height map for the city. There's been a lot of comments that this program is one size fits all. And while we are offering the same incentives throughout the program area, the city's existing height program variegates. And so we're building those 2 stories on top of those. If it was a one-size-fits-all program, we might say something like, everyone can build throughout the whole city an 8-story building. And that's absolutely not the tact we're taking here. We're building on the existing urban form design. So I wanted to make that really clear. And then at the last commission hearing, there were a lot of great comments about how do we relate building heights to street widths. And that is something that San Francisco has been doing for a really long time. We've been thinking about not just reaching our housing goals, but really building the street context and the urban design context that we want by using the buildings as the walls of our streets. So with all the conversation from commissioners last time, I went back to our urban design team and really got educated on how they think about the right ratios between heights and buildings. And they actually go to a source that you maybe have read, and I'll put it over on the overhead projector, which is Alan Jacobs' book called Great Streets. And Alan Jacobs was a planning director at the city of San Francisco when the urban design element moved forward, and also has worked a lot on our streetscape design pieces. So Jacobs writes in the middle of this book a whole chapter about a whole section about how to define a street. If a building's facades or walls are the answer, how big do they have to be, or how small can they be? The wider a street gets, the more mass or height it takes to define it. He discusses a number of different varying theories and other people's philosophies on urban design, and basically concludes that varying goals for relating street widths to heights, including there's human-scaled streets. We want to really make sure we have that. We also want to make sure that we have defining streets. And then finally, and I think most compelling and used the most in a lot of our urban design guidelines, is really thinking about the sun angle onto the streets and sidewalks. And he concludes that the optimal range for the ratio of buildings are 0.75 to 1.5 of the width of any given street. So with that information, we kind of tested our program area. If I can have the projector or the slides back, the PowerPoint. So the map you see before you is our application of those ratios. The color coding for the widths of the streets matches the appropriate color coding for the potential heights of the building under this program. The darker the color, the higher the height is that's allowed on the parcel, or the higher of a building that would be appropriate for that street width. So right now we're looking at the Outer Sunset, and you can see that, I'm going to have to cheat and look. You can see on Tarval Street, for example, there's a dark orange street with yellow and orange parcels around. So those buildings are within the range or lower than the range permitted by the ratio that Alan Jacobs put forward. In contrast, if you look at our downtown area, you can see that the buildings are oranges and reds, but the streets are yellow. So these streets, he would say, are too narrow for the downtown context. Of course, that's a different street typology completely, but I want you to understand the methodology we used here. So streets generally would match or be darker than the building parcels around them. In conclusion, in case you didn't follow that confusing analysis there, and I apologize, we've been wrestling with how to make this really clear. What we found is the ratio that Alan Jacobs put forward as the right ratio for streets and building widths are respected and maintained in our neighborhood commercial corridors throughout the program area. Okay, another urban design issue. There are historic districts with underutilized or soft sites. And so I wanted to spend some time reminding the Commission and talking through some of the design controls that we developed with the historic preservation staff that would help cue the way buildings would be designed and reviewed if they were infill projects in historic districts. There are 9 design guidelines for historic infill, and I believe this is in your packet. We presented these to the Historic Preservation Commission, but these two, I think, really point to, again, the 2 big issues, which is taking cues from the district itself and maintaining the character. And finally, the last topic under urban design. In January, we proposed an amendment to the program which added a limit to lot mergers. Currently, in most of the Affordable Housing Bonus Program area, Affordable Housing Bonus Program, there are very few districts that have limitations on the merging of lots. We've heard from the community pretty clearly that there was an interest in having some regulation on that. We proposed a 125-foot limit, so lots could only be merged if they were 125 feet or less. So this is the part where we talk about some amendments. Given the issues that we've just gone through, we're proposing 3 different amendments to address concerns that we've heard from this commission and the public around urban design. First, while we think we've gotten the ratios right between heights and street widths, we do think it's valuable to really address this issue of would these buildings potentially canyon a street or a neighborhood corridor. So we'd like to recommend that you consider adding a design guideline to maximize light and air to the sidewalks and frontages along the streets, including alleyways. The alleyways comment actually came from a specific community member in District 3 who reminded us that there are a few very precious alleyways in that neighborhood. We heard a lot about a lot of appreciation for the limit on lot mergers, but a question about whether 125 feet was exactly the right number, and we decided that it made more sense to make it simply 50% of the block, so therefore it can adjust to each neighborhood context. So rather than choosing the average block length and making it 50% of that, we can just make the regulation itself 55% of whatever block you happen to be on. So that's a second recommendation on this front. And then finally, a recommendation we got from a commissioner is to really make sure that all case reports include an analysis of a project's consistency with design guidelines. And so that's a third recommendation we're making on urban design. That concludes topic 3. We're halfway through, so if there are any questions on that before we move on.
Commissioner Richards.
I don't think we got the historic district guidelines, design guidelines in our packet.
There's four sections to the urban design guidelines document. The fourth section is historic.
Thank you.
Yep.
Continue, please.
All right. Without further ado, let me introduce Menika Mohan, another lead planner on the Affordable Housing Bonus Program. Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners. Menika Mohan, Department staff, planner for the AHBP team. So I will be covering the topic of public review and Planning Commission approval for AHBP projects. Note that I will be referring to the project review process as Section 328 for simplicity. Some commenters have expressed concern that AHBP projects will not have adequate public input, city review, or planning commission review. In particular, commenters raised questions about the appeals process proposed for the local AHBP, conditional use findings, and the ability of the commission to make modifications to the design of a building. Clearly, this topic has been the subject of both confusion and concern. As the case report outlines, there is very little change to the overall process, and the process for public input and department review remains exactly the same. In fact, the Commission's authority is enhanced in some cases, and most importantly, underlying land uses are still in place with the approval process. For example, if a parcel zoning did not allow a bar on the second floor, that underlying land use would continue to apply in an AHB project. So as drafted, Section 328 does not reduce public input nor public hearing requirements for projects entitled under the program. There is still a PPA, a pre-application meeting, and department and review. In fact, the local program increases the opportunity for the public input because every local AHB project will require a planning commission hearing. Should a project include a component that would currently require a conditional use approval, otherwise known as a CU, the Commission would continue to be required to make the necessary findings that would otherwise be made as part of a CU hearing, in addition to the findings set forth in Section 328. I do want to be clear. Section 328 recognizes that projects that take advantage of the local program may be larger than the surrounding neighborhood context in order to facilitate higher levels of affordability, but projects must comply with the Affordable Housing Bonus design guidelines. The Commission can disapprove a project if it fails to meet the HB design guidelines, other applicable design guidelines, the Better Streets Plan, the general plan. And under this proposal, only projects that provide 30% affordable housing or greater would be eligible for Section 328. This chart summarizes the review process for existing, state-analyzed, and local programs. As you can see, the local AHBP always requires a commission hearing, where the state-analyzed program and even our current existing zoning don't always require commission review. So why did we create 328? One, we wanted to create a single process for projects with clear requirements and procedures. This creates a clear process for the public to follow and the Commission. Secondly, it enables the Planning Commission to grant exceptions to proposed projects without requiring a variance. The review allows the Commission to grant minor exceptions to the code to respond to design concerns raised by staff and the community in ways that would otherwise require a variance from the zoning administrator. And finally, we wanted to build on the success of the LPA process established as part of the Eastern Neighborhoods mixed-use districts. So as currently drafted, projects that apply under the local AHBP are appealable to the Board of Appeals. We have heard concern that the public would like to appeal projects to an elected body. Therefore, the staff have recommended amendment changes. The appeal of the Section 328 to the Board of Supervisors using the same appeals process as a CU. And that concludes topic 4. So if you have questions at this point.
Okay, no questions on topic 4. Topic 5.
All right, great. We're making great progress. So topic 5, small business retention. Kirsten Dissinger again, department staff. There's been a lot of conversation around the potential implications of this for existing small businesses, and we've been working really hard on this with the Office of Economic and Workforce Development, who are here with us tonight, and they're going to talk a lot about some of their programs and emerging programs that are looking at business retention and relocation. But we've also been working with the Small Business Commission. We've presented to them 2 times, and Regina, I can't remember your last name, Dick Andrazi is here from the Small Business Commission. So if you have any questions about the letter they sent to you today or their comments on the topic as well. So just as a quick reminder, what does the program currently do for small businesses? And what we're talking about here are 2 issues, actually. One is existing small businesses that might need to relocate. And then we're talking about maintaining a neighborhood commercial corridor in these areas, so making sure the new buildings are creating the types of commercial spaces that contribute to the neighborhood commercial corridor. So it does two things. First off, and most important, I think, is it requires project sponsors to give early notification to any existing tenants. And this really helps give the small business enough time to do all the planning and strategy work they need to successfully relocate. And this idea actually came out of our work with the Office of Economic Workforce Development and the Small Business Commission. The Soft Site Story program right now, I think that's one of the lessons learned there, is that these small businesses are getting very short notice, 3 and 4 month notice before they need to relocate, and it's very complicated for a business to try and do that successfully. I'll leave it to Joaquin to explain that in more detail. The other thing the program offers is continued access to the priority processing for any small businesses that do need to relocate. And then finally, Joaquin will be talking about a lot of the existing services that the OEWD offers for them. Before I hand it over to him, though, I just want to remind you exactly when that early notification happens. It happens before the department is willing to process environmental review. So that could be multiple years between when a tenant gets notification and when construction starts. And that's as drafted currently. So at this point, I'd like to invite Joaquin Torres up to talk about Invest in Neighborhoods. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you so much for having me. Joaquin Torres, Office of the Economic and Workforce Development. I'm here to present on our small business retention and relocation services and programs that both currently exist and ones that we're developing based on our experiences working with small businesses through Invest in Neighborhoods and also across the city with existing programs and in partnership with the Office of Small Business and the Small Business Assistance Center. I want to say that, of course, that our office recognizes the challenges that small businesses face in this very dynamic economic environment, and we absolutely believe that both with the existing tools and resources that we have currently, as well as the ones that are upcoming, that are developing as we speak, that we have sufficient tools and resources to continue addressing the needs of our small business community, while also supporting our city's housing goals. So just for a moment, I want to talk about some of the existing services and programs that we have that are available to our small businesses. Those include small business consulting. We believe in promoting sustainable and profitable businesses, and we do so through one-on-one technical assistance that we provide in marketing, accessing and utilizing social media, technological advances that can support a small business, inventory, bookkeeping, things like that, to stabilize and strengthen the business as they grow in their spaces, and sometimes also expanding into other ones. In addition to that, legal and lease negotiation assistance to make sure that they have the resources and expertise on hand to help them dealing with their leases. One of the most important tools and pieces that a business can have in relationship to its relationship to a property owner. City department assistance in terms of being able to organize and strategize with city departments to help alleviate the burden on small businesses. Access to capital, both in terms of loan packaging services and financing options that are available to small businesses. Our ADA CASP inspections, making sure that the liability that a small business may face is reduced by ensuring that they are aware of what can be feasibly pursued in terms of dealing with those accessibility issues. Our facade and program called SF Shines that we're able to deploy that can also be used to help leverage a stronger lease or lease negotiations with a property owner. And then the Invest in Neighborhoods Corridor Initiative as a whole, in terms of the staff members that are able to assist small businesses across the city and connect them with the resources as easily as possible. And then in addition, the production, distribution, repair, and relocation and broker services that are provided by our office, whether we talk about space sharing assistance that we can provide, the banking and loan assistance that I mentioned earlier, the one-on-one consultations with banking professionals so they can get personal guidance on how best to pursue those, additional legal assistance as well as technology training to figure out exactly how best they can utilize those services. And then, as I mentioned, some of the new programs that we're pursuing currently that are really building on, again, the experience all of us have working on the ground with so many of these small businesses and our partners. And we call this our retention and relocation program that includes both small business consulting and case management, real estate readiness assessment, relocation assistance, and our broker services, an individual who can actually help folks find out where the most accessible and affordable spaces are, space sharing, pop-up matchmaking to ensure that space is effectively utilized, and that also being in line with what the community would want, where those businesses may relocate, and succession planning as well in terms of what's going to be the best path for those small businesses. In addition, the legacy registry and business grants that can be available, and also a small business acceleration program. And restaurants are usually a great way to figure out how best to streamline the permitting process for small businesses that can inform how we work with businesses, small businesses in the future. So those are just some of the items that we have in place right now, and we'll continue to develop. And to talk about the additional recommendations that we've been working on with the planning department, I'll ask Kirsten to come back up and talk about those.
Thanks, Joaquin. So, as Joaquin said, we have been working closely with the Small Business Commission and OEWD to develop a number of recommendations that we think will strengthen the retention and relocation strategies for any existing businesses that could need to relocate as a result of this program. So the first one is one that we actually discussed at the last Planning Commission hearing, and that is to offer any of the existing businesses first right of refusal to return to the new space. And so we're kind of imagining this as opening up a really good and important conversation between the small business owner and the project sponsor. If that small business owner is interested in returning to that space, they could work with the project sponsor to really design the space to meet their needs and sort of accommodate their business. And we could see how a project sponsor might want to show this goodwill gesture to the community of maintaining an existing community-serving business. The second idea is one around relocation costs for those businesses, and this is also an idea that was generated in part through comments from this commission. And so similar to how the Uniform Relocation Act works, we're proposing that project sponsors would pay a fee to cover some or all of the relocation costs for small businesses that did need to relocate. And then finally, and certainly Deanna from OEWD really helped us think this through. We really think that minimum notification to a business between when they find out that they may need to relocate and when they need to actually relocate should be about 18 months. We found, especially complicated businesses like restaurants, that's about how long they need to go through all the tenant improvements in the new space and figure out their capital planning. We don't think this will actually cost the developer or project sponsors very much because processing from environmental review to construction is generally longer than 18 months, but we'd like to give that surety to the small businesses. And then finally, we didn't talk about this too much, but we at the Small Business Commission had a number of really interesting conversations about, well, what happens to the neighboring building? If my business stays here, I want to make sure that the neighborhood commercial corridor is maintained and that it's maintained with the character of its existing small-scale neighborhood commercial businesses. We did take a look at all of the neighborhood commercial controls, and there are pretty restrictive use sizes and an opportunity for a CU above, but we wanted to give the Commission the authority to reduce the size of those spaces to make sure they maintain the sort of neighborhood commercial corridor character, and also to reduce the sizes and also require commercial use. So in some cases, project sponsors may or may not choose to include commercial on the ground floor. And in most of the districts we're working in, the neighborhood commercial corridors and RC, commercial is not required, but we wanted to give the Commission the purview to do that if you felt that it was on that specific site the right way to build that neighborhood commercial corridor. So those are our 4 recommendations. If there are any clarifying questions, otherwise we can move on to our final topic.
Doesn't appear to be any clarifying questions.
Great. I'll invite Menaka Mohan back up to talk about affordability.
Hello, Commissioners. Menaka Mohan. And I will be discussing the last topic, topic 6, who are we serving with the Affordable Housing Bonus Program, the topic of affordability. So over the past few months, we've heard the following questions regarding who the HBP serves. Namely, why doesn't the program address the lowest income households? Are middle income households served by market rate housing? And should there be neighborhood specific elements of the program? Before we address the questions, I wanted to review the current proposal. The AHBP will be one of many affordable housing programs in San Francisco. The program is unique in that it does not require public subsidy of the affordable units. Rather, it incentivizes the private sector to provide a greater absolute number and greater percentage of affordable housing, similar to the city's existing inclusionary program. The AHBP will increase the number of affordable units built to service low and moderate income households, while also broadening the band of households eligible for permanently affordable housing to include the middle income. As proposed, the tool does not provide housing for the lowest income San Franciscans. As I said earlier, this is only one of the city's many programs to address the need for affordable housing. Most of the city's programs do serve the very low and low income, and I would like to invite Sophie Hayward from the Mayor's Office of Housing and Community Development to speak about the city's affordable housing programs and address some of the concerns that we've heard.
Good evening, Commissioners. And Sophie Hayward from the Mayor's Office of Housing and Community Development, and I'm also joined by Kate Hartley, our Deputy Director for Housing. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Our office is enthusiastic about the program because it augments our efforts to increase the production of affordable housing. I want to run through just a few slides to address 3 topic areas. The first is to define terms and to describe our portfolio and who it serves. The second point is to highlight needs and the affordability gap. And then last, I'd want to summarize what we see as the positive impact of the program on our production levels. I'm already there. So to start, what is affordable housing and what are we really talking about here? The table that you see up on the screen details the salaries for single-person households and for families of 4. So for a single person, a very low income, or 50% of area median income, is $36,000 per year, or $51,000 per year for a family of 4. By contrast, a single person earning $85,000 per year is earning a moderate income, and a single person earning $100,000 a year is a middle-income earner making 140% of the area median income. So to the extent possible, try to keep those numbers in mind when you see this table, and I'll describe it because I see it's not very legible up on the screen. This table describes the income ranges that our affordable housing programs serve, and it includes our existing programs as well as our projected pipeline. And in the 4th column, the impact that the proposed density bonus program would have on our production. And I just want to make one correction. In the second row, which reads very low, low, and moderate income, that should say very low and low income up to 60% AMI. So just to maybe highlight what some of these numbers mean. What this is saying is that on the city's existing affordable housing portfolio of about 40,000 units, 92% serve households that earn up to 60% AMI. The vast majority of our portfolio serves low and very low income households. Why? This is because, first, that's of course where there's the greatest need. But it's also because we can take each local San Francisco dollar and leverage it with state and federal credits, funds, and programs to turn it into 2 additional dollars. So we have that power to leverage up to 60% AMI. So again, that's 92% of our existing portfolio. That's not just MoCD's portfolio, that's all of the programs in the city. This also shows that about 8% of our portfolio, about 3,200 units, serve households earning more than that, between 60 and 120% AMI. What are those units? By and large, those are not publicly funded units. Those are privately funded inclusionary units, either produced in order to satisfy Section 415 of the Planning Code or produced through OCII or the former redevelopment agency's inclusionary program or through the condo conversion program. Of our existing portfolio of, again, about 40,000 units, we have 32 units that serve households earning between 120 and 150% AMI. That's effectively 0%. We are supportive of the proposed density program because of what we see in the fourth column. More units and a wider band of households served. And I'm certainly happy to go back to that slide if there are questions later. So why does all of that matter? I think that I know that there has been criticism about the middle income targets for the inclusionary units produced through the density bonus program. And so I just want to take a moment to note that households earning up to 140% AMI, that was $143,000 for a family of four, that are not lucky enough to already be in stable housing are effectively shut out in our current San Francisco housing market. They face a significant affordability gap even at 140% AMI. Market rate rents are about $3,500 a month for a one-bedroom, $4,730 for a two-bedroom, $5,800 for a three-bedroom, and by contrast, affordable restricted rents for a 140% AMI unit, I mean, I can go through the numbers, are much less. You can basically see here that the large blocks of red are the gap, the difference between what market rate rents are and what middle-income households can afford. An affordable 140% AMI rent for a one-bedroom is $2,500. For a two-bedroom, it's $2,850. And for a three-bedroom, it's $3,210. This program would provide a modest amount of housing. We anticipate it would be about 6% of our full portfolio of middle-income housing units for households truly in need without requiring any public subsidy. I'll wait a second there. I want to address two of the questions before I move on that Ms. Mohan brought up. First, why doesn't the Affordable Housing Bonus Program address the lowest income households? And I would say that it does. So I'm going to switch from the presentation on the slides here to the overhead. And probably something will come up. Okay. By way of example, I just want to highlight the role of the 100% Affordable Housing Bonus Program on 4 upcoming affordable housing projects. And let's see, for each of these upcoming projects in the column I just indicated shows the density allowed under the current zoning. The next column over shows the total number of units that we would be able to build if we employ just the state density program, the existing program that is available. And then the last column are the total number of units that we could produce using the proposed local density program for 100% affordable housing. The difference is significant. If we use the local program, we could get far greater units. I think that's clear. The second question that Ms. Mohan brought up that I think is significant is, are middle-income households served by market rate housing? And I would say no. Not if households, even those households earning up to $140,000 a year, if they're not already in stable housing, they're priced out. And then lastly, I just want to take a moment to dispel any notion that this program would divert public resources from our investments in affordable housing that serve the households in the greatest need or the communities in greatest need. To do that, I'd highlight just that in 2 districts alone that bear significant displacement and gentrification pressures, Districts 10 and District 9, We anticipate investing close to $400 million within 5 years, and those dollars are for low-income housing. The density program, the density bonus program, would not take away any of those dollars or divert them toward middle-income programs. The density program would proceed in parallel, and it would add to this investment by providing a modest amount of housing for middle-income earners. And it creates a means to provide that housing that we don't currently have. Remember, we currently have 32 units in the city's portfolio that serve households earning above 120% AMI. So just by way of conclusion for my small part of this, I want to reiterate that we see two clear benefits to the program. The first is that it creates a means to produce middle-income housing units without reducing any resource going toward low-income housing units. And then lastly, as the chart on the overhead shows, the 100% affordable density bonus program would allow us to increase our production immediately. Thank you.
So as MoHCD just presented, the AHPP is the one tool available to produce affordable housing in the city. The AHPP builds on the city's existing inclusionary housing program, which serves low and moderate income households earning up to 55% of AMI for a rental and 90% AMI for ownership. Only projects that provide the affordable units on site are eligible for the Affordable Housing Bonus Program. This will incentivize projects that might otherwise elect to pay the in lieu fee to elect to provide the affordable units on site within the same project. Low and moderate households in San Francisco translate into many occupations, including a single housekeeper, an entry-level public school teacher, a single-parent police officer or a firefighter with one child, a single-parent postal clerk with 2 children, and a public school teacher and a housekeeping cleaner with 2 children. The AHPP will produce an additional 2,000 units for these households. This will be more than double the 900 inclusionary units enabled under current zoning on the same sites. This is a significant enhancement to San Francisco's ability to provide affordable housing for low and moderate income households without additional public subsidy. For context, San Francisco's inclusionary housing program requirements from 1992 through 2014 have resulted in nearly 2,000 on-site affordable units, the same number that this program will produce. Ms. Hayward went over this, but just to reiterate, in 2015, middle-income households earning 120% of AMI and 140% of AMI could afford the following maximum rents and sale prices: $2,100 for a one-person household and $2,689 for a three-person household. Comparatively, median rents are much higher. To afford these rents, a middle-income household would be required to dedicate 50% or more of their income to housing costs. And the median sales price in San Francisco recently exceeded $1 million, again, twice what a middle-income household can afford. Middle-income households earn significantly higher than households traditionally serviced by affordable housing programs, but as shown, market rate housing is out of reach for these households in San Francisco. But who is in this income bracket? Our middle-income households include a single electrician, a police officer and a barista, an ambulance dispatcher and a housekeeper, 2 public school teachers with 2 children, and a police officer and a firefighter with 2 children. The AHPP will produce an additional 3,000 units affordable to these households that will be permanently affordable. The AHPP is designed to complement the existing affordable housing programs and housing units in the city, to ensure that the city of San Francisco can remain an equitable and inclusive city as we continue to welcome our new residents. In the past several decades, some middle-income households have benefited from affordability assured through rent control. However, changes to tenure and state law have reduced the affordability of this housing supply. Limited public subsidies for affordable housing can continue to service the very low and moderate households, while mixed-income development projects such as the AHPP and those enabled under the Inclusionary Housing Program will service low, moderate, and middle-income households. Some members of the public have commented that in some neighborhoods, particularly the Bayview, the AHPP could warrant a neighborhood-specific adjustment. MoHCD has described where its resources are located within the city, with the Bayview receiving a higher percentage of its resources for affordable housing. The Bayview does have a higher share of households earning 30% of AMI and below, but it also has roughly 56% of households earning between 50% of AMI and 150% of AMI, household incomes that will be served by the AHBP. Additionally, there are 2 provisions to help ensure that existing residents can access below market rate units in their neighborhood. The first is a recently adopted legislation separate from the AHBP called the Neighborhood Preference. This legislation prioritizes 40% of all affordable inclusionary units to be available to existing neighborhood residents. This provision enables existing residents to seek permanently affordable housing in the district. The second provision is part of the current AHB draft ordinance. In order to ensure that the affordable units are below market rate, the AHB legislation requires that all affordable units be rented or sold at a price at least 20% below a particular neighborhood's market housing costs. For example, if a project in the Bayview was entitled under the local AHBP, before the 18% of units that are intended to service middle-income households were marketed to residents, the project sponsors would be required to demonstrate that the middle income targets, either 120% or 140%, were at least 20% below prevailing market costs for the housing in the Bayview. Should the city find that housing priced to be affordable to 140% AMI households was reflecting the market rate, the project sponsor would be required to reduce the cost to a price that is affordable to households at 120% AMI, and market those units to qualifying households. This provision enables the program to be flexible to a neighborhood-specific market condition and market variations over time. To address comments about affordability, the department recommends the following amendment. Within the constraints of feasibility, the AHBP local program for mixed income developments could be modified to require that a higher share of the affordable units required to be provided for households making 100% of the AMI for rental or 120% AMI for ownership. This amendment addresses the concern that a wider band of households' affordable housing needs could be met through the program. At the same time, as Kirsten stated earlier, the design of the program is to incentivize a project sponsor to provide 30% on-site affordability as opposed to the state analyzed program, which at most provides us 20% on-site. In general, lowering the income levels of required affordable units could have some impacts on financial feasibility for some projects. And as the local program becomes less and less feasible, a project sponsor may be less inclined to do the local program, and the scale may be tipped towards the state analyzed program, or a project sponsor may choose not to provide any affordable units. If the AMIs are to be lowered, a financial sensitivity analysis should be conducted in order to identify the exact relationship between these lower income targets and the project's feasibility. This concludes the staff presentation. And as a reminder, there are 2 items before you today. First, a proposed amendment to the planning code, and a second, a proposed amendment to the general plan. And there are still a number of staff here today for commission comments and discussion, including representatives from environmental planning, the ZA's office, OEWD, the Small Business Commission, and MoHCD. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. There seem to be a couple of clarifying questions on this topic. Commissioner Wu.
I had a related clarifying question. So there are 3 programs in front of us, the local program, the state analyzed, and the 100% affordable. And so can those be separated, basically? So could we decide to approve the 100% affordable program but not the local program?
I can answer that. So I believe you can make whatever recommendation you wanted to the Board of Supervisors on the package that's before you. So if you wanted to make comments on specific programs, you certainly could.
I was just trying to understand the different trade-offs. Thank you.
Commissioner Antonini.
We often get questions about where the AMIs are taken from, and I would assume, since we're talking about San Francisco, the AMIs that we've been talking to are about the city and county of San Francisco.
Commissioners, Kate Hartley, Mayor's Office of Housing and Community Development. The AMIs referenced are published by HUD. They are called technically the unadjusted area median income for the fair market rent area that contains San Francisco. That is a larger area. That is a 3-county area, San Mateo, Marin, and San Francisco. The reason that we use the HUD unadjusted AMI is because it is the standard by which affordable housing finance works. HUD uses those numbers when we develop tax credit housing, low-income housing. Our investors can easily access those AMI levels. The State Department of Housing and Community Development uses those numbers. So it is the industry standard for affordable housing development. There's the AMI simply represents a certain income level. So the San Francisco does have a slightly lower income level than Marin County and San Mateo County. So there's equivalencies if you wanted to reach households at, say, let's see, for 100% of area median income, one-person household is $71,000 in our 3-county area. In San Francisco, that number might be $65,000 for 100% of area median income. It's just a matter of dropping the value if that's the area median income level that you want to reach. But it's important that we do use this unadjusted AMI so that we can easily and efficiently develop affordable housing in conjunction with all the other many multitudinous sources of funds that we have to access in the affordable housing financing arena.
Okay, thank you. And as far as housing prices, that would remain even higher in San Francisco than the other 2 counties when you talk about.
Yes, we are higher.
And rent are higher. So
That's
that
right.
part of the equation is higher here.
Right.
Commissioner Hillis.
A question on the medium rent numbers that are in here. Where do those come from? The existing median rent.
So are you talking about the market rate rents?
Yeah.
We pulled them from the data companies. I think we used Zillow. We also looked at Rent Jungle and Trulia. So there's some variation depending on the source, but those are pretty recognized, accurate sources of non-regulated housing in San Francisco. What you would
not
have to
just
pay.
new construction; it's new construction, existing, rent control, but that's vacant.
Yes.
It could be anything.
Yes, that's right. So it's not. It doesn't incorporate rent-controlled rent. So it's not an average rent in San Francisco. It's what's available on the market now, and that may be a unit that moves from rent control to market rate rent because of vacancy decontrol.
And are those numbers? So the issue that came up about maybe in some neighborhoods it's closer to what the affordable rent. It's lower. There's obviously variation in rents.
Right.
Do we have neighborhood breakdown of the market rent? I mean, do we get close?
Available. Mm-hmm.
Okay, that might be helpful. I don't know if we have it available. I mean, do we get close to kind of the affordable monthly rent in any neighborhood? In the Sunset, perhaps it could be cheaper. Do you how low does that get compared to the 140% AMI rent?
Well, for a one-bedroom, the average rent is $2,500. For a one-bedroom, market rate rent is $3,500. A 140% AMI household can afford $2,500.
Right.
So that is even in lower-priced neighborhoods. That's a stretch, but there is variation. Yes.
And what's the low end? I mean, do we know what the low end of that is? Is it $2,700? So it's only $200 more than a $2,500, or is it $3,100?
I can get that data for you.
Okay.
We do find that generally speaking, these middle income households, even up to 150% AMI, have trouble competing in the marketplace. That's not to say that there aren't apartments available, but generally speaking, middle-income households are priced out of market rate units, and we'll pull that data for you.
Okay.
I think that's why the the market analysis requirement is really important, so that you have to demonstrate that the AMI level that you're proposing to reach is, and that price point remains 20% below market in the neighborhood.
Right. Okay.
Commissioner Richard.
Sorry, Kirsten District Department staff. I just want to clarify for the record that the 140 is only an ownership opportunity. For rental, we only go up to 120. Right. So I think the issue still stands, but just to clarify.
Commissioner Richard.
I guess, can you help me out a little bit more on the 20% below? It said marketed at 20% below. Marketed, or is it sold, or is it rented? I mean, marketed is a term that doesn't mean a lot to me.
Sure. As Kate Hartley just explained, basically what we found in some existing inclusionary units is if the market dropped down below whatever the sale value was meant to be, whatever income it was supposed to target, it was very hard to sell that unit. So that was the beginning of our thinking about this. What if you build a unit that's supposed to be equity limited for and affordable for a household at 140% AMI, and then the market drops below that? It's very hard to compel somebody to move into that. On the flip side, and I think more compelling to our team, is if the market's delivering at 140, that's not a public good. We really want it to be at least 20% below what the market is in that neighborhood. So let's say a project comes online. I always pick Viz Valley. I'm not sure why, but in Viz Valley, and they're meant to be selling 140% AMI market rate units, or middle income units rather. And they do a market study, and we find that actually the market is at 140 or 130 out there. They would be required to dial down both the price and the qualifying household by 20%.
Okay.
So the unit would effectively become, a 120 or 110. I forget what number I used in my example. Affordable home ownership opportunity.
So there is a hook to actually have it be below market.
Right. And this is our way to try and acknowledge that this is a program that will span over 20 years and over a large variety of neighborhoods. And our real estate market has been pretty turbulent, and so we'd like to create a program that's responsive to that.
Got it. I guess next question is, in terms of federal tax dollars for using the non-adjusted Bay Area median income AMI, how would this project relate to that? The fact that you want to use that because of tax credits, would it be more appropriate to use a local number that's specific to the city if there is no tax credits involved?
Kate Hartley, it's for ease of administration of our programs, it's really important that we use this HUD unadjusted chart. For all our affordable housing, we really need to use this chart, and we do reach people from homeless people to people at 30% of AMI, 40, 50, 60, up to 60. It's just a measure of a certain income level. So if your goal is to reach people who earn, say, $50,000 a year, on the unadjusted chart, it would be at one level, and on San Francisco only, it would be a different number. So it's possible to reach lower income people if you change the inclusionary level, and you only wanted, you wanted to more approximate San Francisco rents, but then it just San Francisco incomes, excuse me. But then it's a feasibility analysis at that point.
So in your opinion, using the HUD unadjusted AMI is a better thing because it's lower, or does it cover more people, or is the San Francisco specific number better? Forget the administration, but I mean, in terms of the reach and the effect of the program itself, which one would be a better number to use?
Well, again, I think that I know that in our 100% affordable projects, we reach a huge range of, not a huge range, but a wide range of incomes from 0 to 60.
Okay.
And so where we slot in on the HUD unadjusted chart is sort of immaterial to the fact that we are able to serve very low income people, and that is 92% of all the housing we produce. For the non-tax credit units, again, I think that you can use this chart. The question is 55% of AMI is 120%, is 140% AMI, where we want to be, or should those numbers be lower? I think that it's really just a question of a feasibility analysis. I know that in a market rate development where you have to pay tax credits, at the 55, where you have to pay property taxes, at the 55% AMI level, you're basically, covering the operating expenses. So you could say, well, let's serve people at 50% HUD unadjusted AMI or 40%. But then you start to, need cross-subsidy for just to cover operating expenses.
Thank you.
So I think the chart is not really the something that we need to that's really problematic.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Hayward, would you have something to add to that?
Hi, Sophie Hayward from Mayor's Office of Housing. One thing I do want to add is that in the existing inclusionary housing program, ownership units are priced at 90% AMI, and that was in using this chart, and that was to sort of take into account a 10% drop from 100% AMI, if that makes sense. So rental units under the existing inclusionary program use the same chart that we're talking about here. Rental units are priced at 55% AMI. Ownership units are priced at 90% AMI. And those numbers were arrived at acknowledging that they are a bump lower than median income, for example, which is 100% AMI.
Sure. So if you use the unadjusted number for a single person, it's what number? Make per year. 74, 82, what was it?
I have it in here. $71,350 per single person household.
And a San Francisco specific one would look like what?
Would probably be 10% lower than that.
Okay, so if we use the San Francisco number, it would actually could reach more people here.
That's correct.
Because of the lower income.
That's correct.
Okay.
And there are people here who know more of the history of the inclusionary program than I do, but my understanding is that at one time Mo CD was using two different charts, San Francisco only for the inclusionary program,
right,
and the HUD unadjusted for the rest of our portfolio. That became very confusing, and so in order to reach the same households, the decision was made to drop the ownership price, for example, from 100% AMI to 90%. That's the 10% difference.
Okay. And was it done for the rental as well?
Yes, from 60% AMI to 55%.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Antony.
Ms. Hayward, just one question. When we talk about the bottom line for rental, let's say it's 55%, I think that's what I've seen in the last few years. It means you cannot make over that amount. So you can be making very, very low amounts or no income at all, you still would qualify. All you would do is having an area where that number is a little higher might include a few more people who are on the cusp, but it won't dismiss any people who are making less.
For the purpose of the inclusionary program, the 55 and 90% numbers are the price points, not the eligibility point. Okay. So the units are priced at a rent that is affordable to a household earning 55% AMI, or priced to sell to a household earning 90% AMI. For the for sale units in the inclusionary program, for example, I know that there is a buffer. You can make a little bit more than that. I think it goes up to 100. You can earn up to 100% AMI, but they're priced at 90%, and that has to do with the way that your assets are counted in the eligibility process, in the screening process.
Right. I understand it's two different things. One is pricing for rent or ownership for purposes of what the rent or the ownership price is going to be, but then there's also the level of income. And the level of you can be it's below those numbers to qualify. You can't make more than that.
These are maximums.
Maximums.
Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Wu.
But there are minimums also, right? At least for rental housing. So you can't make $10,000 a year and still qualify for affordable housing. No, there's minimums.
Well, Kate Hartley, you need to be able to afford the rent.
Right.
So yes. So if 55% is the maximum, or 55% is the price point on rental, we do get households who earn 50% or sometimes even less than that. But at a certain point, it's too burdensome if your income is too low. So yes, there is a point at which you would not be able to afford that rent. The HUD standard and the way in which these rents are set is that 55% is 33%. Sorry, the rent at that level, whatever price point you're talking about, say 55%, that rent would be 33% of a household's gross income. And so some people pay slightly more than that, 35%, 37%. You would not, it becomes a burden once you're over 40% of your income paying for rent.
Right. And so as I understand, in tax credit buildings, if rental, I can be a person that applies for affordable housing, but if I don't make enough to prove that I can feasibly make the rent, I will actually be rejected, right?
Yes, that's right. What I would say is that it's very, very typical for, in our tax credit developments, for households to earn less in income than where that price is set.
Yeah.
Okay. I believe that concludes all staff's presentations, correct? Okay. Thank you. We are going to open it up to public comment. There is, yep. There's
the organized opposition.
That's right.
Get the first 10 minutes.
Good evening, Commissioners. Doug Engman. I represent the San Franciscans for Community Planning. As many of you know, I served on this esteemed commission many, many years ago, and it's a little bit of deja vu since it was the Agnos Planning Commission that adopted the first inclusionary affordable housing requirements for market rate development in San Francisco. I'm here to discuss topic 4. We only have 3 speakers, so we can't cover all 6 topics, which is a concern to me and ought to be a concern to you. I was astounded when I first saw the legislation that the planning staff recommended basically the removal of the authority of the Planning Commission to hear and decide on these projects. And that, in a process that I would consider one of the biggest upzonings in San Francisco in the last 50 years. Maybe it's 30,000 units, maybe it's 13,000 units, maybe it's 3,700 units, depending on how you define it, but it is a huge upzoning for the city. And the City Planning Commission has to be at the core of that. Under the original legislation, and even I think under the amendment that's been proposed by staff tonight, it's an unprecedented delegation of powers from the Planning Commission to either the staff or the Board of Appeals or the Board of Supervisors. And that will set a huge, huge bad precedent for other types of legislation which wants to remove the authority of this commission to make decisions on projects. Now, if you listen to the staff presentation, Ms. Mohan's description of the process, you can have design review authority. Yeah, you can fiddle around with the commercial uses, but can you decide on the mix of the units, the density of the units, the size of the units, the AMI of the units, and then if you don't like it, turn down the project? I didn't hear that in her presentation. And if you think about what they've said, that this is not one size fits all, you're going to have buildings of different sizes, different mixes in different neighborhoods. It's exactly the kind of project that deserves the conditional use authorization, which is what was in the planning code and for this kind of project. And to have this wishy-washy, you can do some things but not do other things, really undermines your authority in a very, very important topic in the city. So I urge you Do not abrogate your responsibilities and delegate away or legislate away permanently your authority over these projects. By the way, it's working in the state program. They don't require it. Why is the city trying to limit what your authority is? Forget about Section 328. Put it in the conditional use authorization and proceed and look at these projects separately. So that's one reason why we think you should send this to the board with a do not adopt so that you can start over again and really get this legislation right. Thank you very much.
Lorraine Petty from San Franciscans for Community Planning. We are opposed to the Affordable Housing Density Bonus Plan, and we urge the commissioners to a do not adopt position. As advocates of community planning, we do not oppose development. We are very much in favor of building new affordable housing. But a massive new government plan, first and foremost, has to preserve and protect what we have. The diversity of our people, local businesses, neighborhood character, cultures. The question is, can we achieve this preservation and also build for the future? We think there are two contrasting schools of planning thought. One is a conventional, paternalistic sort of approach. It's built on well-intentioned design school wisdom and global economics of profit-taking. This approach says the professionals know what's best for the residents, and the approach is applied to everyone, everywhere, without sufficient exceptions for differences. This approach requires an enormous amount of fine-tuning. An alternate approach is one of innovation and respect for humanity in all its messy, creative glory. It recognizes the soul of the city of San Francisco is comprised of many villages, each unique and in character and culture. This approach starts with a blank slate. It fills it with the voices of the neighborhoods, their wants, their needs, their ideas of the kind of future that they're going to have to live with for the rest of their lives. The bonus density plan before you is an example of the first approach. Conventional, top-down, really minimal community input that's done as add-ons and after the fact. This is repackaged redevelopment, citywide rezoning. It's a fast-track plan for greater height, greater density, less open space, a narrow range of units, most of them still unaffordable. And all of it applied really with a bludgeon rather than a selective tool. A month ago, we presented to you here in this chamber with the Affordable Divisadero Community Plan. This is a blueprint for new construction in the Divisadero corridor. The Divisadero plan was developed entirely by neighborhood residents and business people. It encourages future building with density incentives requiring true affordability, with units for individuals and families and, up to the San Francisco median income levels. It bans demolition of rent-controlled units, displacement of current residents and businesses. It recognizes and specifically addresses the impacts in that neighborhood of new building on transportation and infrastructure. The Affordable Divisadero Plan was a consensus reached in little more than 3 months. To developers, if you're listening, we offer the Affordable Divisadero Community Plan as illustration, inspiration, and framework for what could be accomplished when neighborhoods generate the basis of the plan, and then you work within it. Developers would find plenty of profit incentive and an enormous amount of community goodwill to facilitate the process. To planners and San Francisco officials, we say if you choose the innovative approach, If you jettison the density bonus plan and use neighborhood voices as the basis of a new one, you can easily accomplish affordability goals. And at the same time, you'll be demonstrating that developers, planners, and neighbors can accomplish so much more, contributing in partnership, not opposition. Thank you.
I see I got less than 2 minutes left, huh? Well, Commissioners, my name is Dennis Moscofi, and I'm from San Franciscans for Community Planning. And I'll summarize AHBP, the solution. It didn't involve neighborhood residents. It didn't involve neighborhood merchants. It laid out a displacement plan. It ran into buzzsaws. It made changes, and it still insists on a merchant displacement plan. Staff changes failed to remove the remaining most threatening provisions of demolition and displacement of local businesses. I'm not going to get all this in because unless you're going to give us an extra minute. There should be no mandatory demolition of existing viable retail. Preserving viable neighborhood-serving businesses should be policy. And planning estimates that rent-controlled and historic resource buildings will move maybe 19,500 parcels from the AHBP eligibility. Yet, and still, the department insists on upzoning 30,550 parcels in our neighborhood business districts. Clearly, in our view, there's an agenda to displace. Since we have no evidence that the board will exempt all housing, that 7,200 number, this will leave 11,000 parcels on neighborhood retail corridors subject to demolition and displacement of their businesses, and will establish a license and zoning law for future demolition and displacement of perhaps 30,000 parcels. I was going to comment on the 240, but it looked like the 240 is now down to 215, and the whole time it was presented, it was a guess. And we now see that basically we should look at soft sites, but we should start with what SBC, the Small Business Commission president, said. We should start with vacant sites and then see how that works and work collaboratively with merchants and with the residents. Thank you.
Commission President, we are now going to afford an opportunity for those disabled to come forward and speak.
Nope.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is George Wooding. The Community Coalition urges the... Hang on, please. Urges the Commission to pass the proposal to the Board of Supervisors today without recommendation for 4 reasons. There is still no actual language banning the demolition of most rent-controlled or any other housing in the measure, and it seems the only time there will be any such language is when the matter is before the Board of Supervisors, so we should get it to the BOS as soon as possible. It is also, point 2, it is clear that staff is avoiding the question of relocation of assistance for the merchants displaced by the program to the Board of Supervisors for solutions, and again, getting this to the full board as soon as possible to resolve this key issue. Third point, the staff has not drafted any language resolving the key question of the retention or the conditional use process and the role of the Board of Supervisors acting on the appeals. Getting the matter to the Board of Supervisors as soon as possible seems to be the only resolution. And finally, staff still insists on a one-size-fits-all approach to rezoning scores of residential shopping streets and entire neighborhoods when it is clear that such an approach is neither supported by this commission or the general public. Again, this important issue has not and will not be resolved by the planning staff. Thank you.
Are there any other speakers who are disabled who'd like to speak at this time? Okay. If not, we're going to go to public comment. Calvin Welsh, Georgia Shudish, Ozzy Ram, and again, same rule, same plan. We'll all line up on that side of the room as I call your name. Joanna Jonas, Bruce Bowen, Matt McCabe, Melissa Kennedy, Renee DeCoscu, Anastasia Rasa Moss, and Jim Morrell. You're on.
Calvin Welch, Haight-Ashbury Neighborhood Council. Can't hear you. And I've been silenced. Oh. Calvin Welch, Haight-Ashbury Neighborhood Council. Mo did it. It is a regional number. I'm giving you the language of the regional number. It's a regional number that includes the two most wealthy suburban counties in the United States, San Mateo and Marin. Your director is very proud of the fact that he is proposing a density bonus affordable housing program that requires no public money. Why are we using a definition, a regional definition, designed totally to attract government money for a program that is boastfully advertised as not costing the taxpayers a dime? We need a San Francisco affordability program for the local program. We need San Francisco affordability AMI levels. That's why no matter how much lipstick and now rouge and nail polish we put on this pig, it's still a pig. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, to follow up on something Commissioner Wu said, there are actually 4 programs as I read it, and it's the state density bonus individually requested program. And I'm very confused about that, in part because, well, if you read the thing in the ordinance, page 32 of the ordinance in your file, and then you go to the note to the file, which is actually like around page 189, there's something in there about language has been added to clarify that sites in RH1 and RH2 can accommodate. I don't know what that's about. Somebody needs to explain. Are you saying, is that a loophole for RH1, RH2? I don't understand. The main thrust I want to say, though, is the following. We built a lot of luxury housing here, and that's really had an impact on the affordability, regardless of the issues of demand. I think you have to keep the CU. You can't get rid of that. I think the local program should just look at the soft sites and start slowly and see what that does. And here's 2 other possible amendments, thinking out of the box. A Twitter-like 5 to 10-year tax break to all property owners who have kept units out of the market for whatever reason. Water bills are a very good indicator of occupancy. So if a bill has been consistently under $20, that unit has not probably been occupied. So these are existing affordable units that could be incentivized back onto the market. And under this program, you could do that. And it would have this property tax break. And the other suggestion is eminent domain for the 22nd and Mission Street site to produce 100% affordable housing. That's the Mission Market site. There's real tragedy there. I think something like that, 100% affordable, eminent domain, would lessen the tragedy that's happening there and wouldn't compound it. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Ozzy Brown from District 8 and Protect Nose Charm.
I and countless other folks in District 8 are opposed to this plan because this is bad for people and bad for business. Aside from the obvious, which is people displacement and business closures, what's buried in the fine print is mind-boggling. It allows for the development of lots, entire lots, minus 20% for the rear yard or 15 feet, and that is going to take away the mid-block open space that is a community resource and contributes to the health of our city. It co-opts the public review process for the benefit of the developers to gain speedy approvals. Gone will be conditional use and discretionary review requirements. This program is so contemptuous of the public involvement that it even renders the Planning Commission moot and irrelevant. Gone will be the ability of the Planning Commission to use their conditional use authority to overrule a project. Majority of District 8 people who know about this program oppose it, despite our supervisor's support for it. We are the not-so-silent majority, despite our elected officials' stance on this. The only people in our district who support AHBP are the few individuals who are connected to the development, real estate, and construction conglomerates, and they will benefit from it. They distribute these postcards in farmers market. Overhead, please. Thank you. And get the unassuming residents to sign them and send them to you under the guise of affordability. 30% affordable housing with cutesy little two-story buildings. Wow, who wouldn't be against that? This is truthiness in advertising at its best. We urge you to pass a resolution to the Board of Supervisors.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up.
Thank you. Soft sides, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. Unona Jonas from District 8. I'm one of the few people in the room that remember the redevelopment of the Fillmore in the 50s and 60s. I went to grammar school at Fillmore and Fell when that neighborhood was destroyed. In that process, people who were displaced from their Victorians were told they would be eligible to return to brand new, modern, price-controlled, below-market rate housing. In reality, that did not happen. Those few who did returned to pockets of public housing. And this was the demise of the thriving African American community in the Western Addition. This same rationale is being applied today with the Affordable Housing Bonus Program. Although the Planning Department says this project is different, the effect is the same. We are told the displaced tenants will be given priority to return to the new facility, and new facilities will be affordable. But affordable by whom? There is a mismatch between the people who are displaced by this program and those that will be eligible as a result of it. And once the new buildings are built, what is the plan for holding the new landlords accountable? How will anyone know what percent of a particular building is rented to the correct income level? While Supervisor Breed's amendment to exempt rent-controlled units is a step in the right direction, rent control is not a permanent zoning designation that can be administered by zoning laws. The plan does not address compliance issues, and yes, the devil is in the details. Because relocation of residents on a large scale is rarely successful, we urge the Commission to limit the current program to the 240 or so soft sites. But please keep in mind that some of these soft sites should also be protected. These would include businesses such as gas stations, or at least some of them, and open-air and plant nurseries. These types of businesses cannot be moved to ground levels of a multi-unit building, but they are businesses that help make our neighborhoods and our lives livable.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Bruce Bowen, also from District 8. I ask you this evening, respectfully, that the program be revised or restarted in order to use a consensus or participatory community planning process that reflects different impacts that this program will have on different neighborhoods. For different neighborhoods, call for different guidelines. As an example of the blanket citywide approach that the program inappropriately reflects. We heard about the relationship between street width and building height. Page 9 of the executive summary states that all of the program area can comfortably host buildings that are 60 feet or taller. This conclusion is either inaccurate or ignores neighborhood context or indicates that Mr. Jacobs' rule, as he stated, can't be simply applied across the whole city. As a couple of examples, a picture on Elizabeth Street, which is in the program area, showing in a house, not that would be demolished, but a house that could be replaced by, or a building that would be now this high, so over 60 feet, on a street that is clearly, in our opinion, inadequate for a building of this size. Or on 24th Street, this is what we would see. Buildings that just don't fit in this neighborhood or in a street of this size. So I understand that in possibly even a building the size of the Castro Theater at 60 feet or with lots merged as allowed by the program could fit on a street like Elizabeth Street. The Castro Theater is fine on Castro. I don't know if it's good on 24th, but it certainly would be good wouldn't be good on Elizabeth. So please limit the program to soft sites only and involve a community planning guideline process. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening. Matt McCabe, also from District 8 and a 35-year resident of our city. Everyone in this room, in longtime residents such as myself, as well as our newer neighbors, all agree we've got housing problems that have to be addressed. But this density bonus program as presently drafted is a shotgun approach when the tool that's really required is a rifle. The proposal puts some 30,000 sites at risk for upzoning, while a significant portion of the touted benefits could be gained by focusing on the roughly 200 sites identified in Mr. Kelly's memo to you dated Monday morning. It's a well-intentioned but broad brush and extreme proposal. The public has been insufficiently informed and enrolled during its development, and the proposal has not been sufficiently vetted. The very recent neighborhood exceptions, accommodations for the many who would be displaced, and amendments to the proposal highlight just a small portion of the many questions and uncertainties that remain. The proposal does not adequately address public safety, transportation, or infrastructure issues attendant to neighborhood density, nor does it consider the unique characteristics of each neighborhood. The proposal is presently drafted, stifles public input, clouds the control you now have in directing our city's development, could open the city to extensive litigation, and could actually result in delaying the addition of new units to our housing stock. A pilot program that is explicitly limited to those soft sites identified in Mr. Kelly's memo would be a far less risky and far more equitable step and would allow lessons to be learned and best practices developed. Yes, we have a housing problem, but inviting developers to carpet bomb the city is not our solution.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Anastasia Yovanopoulos from District 8. The policies and objectives and complex legislation, the plan before you, was not developed by multiple stakeholders. The Affordable Housing Bonus Plan is a deal between the city and the developers that gives the developers multiple bonuses. It all but usurps this commission's authority and ignores residents' concerns and the concerns of business people. The Noe Valley merchants that we met with yesterday has legitimate concerns. They plan to take the matter up with the members of their business community and their own board. Charrette, overhead projector, please. Okay, I Googled this. A charrette is a meeting in which all stakeholders in a project attempt to resolve conflicts and map solutions. Kirsten Disher knows about this because it was used in the Market Octavia
Excuse
plan.
me, I'm sorry. SFGov TV, can you go to the overhead, please?
Okay. So, It's an intense period of design or planning activity, and it's a technique that can be used for urban planning that could involve municipal officials, developers, and residents. I appeal to you to reject this proposal. We want a community planning process that preserves existing housing with no dwelling units demolished. Draft a plan, a planning department, to propose the development of soft sites using a charrette. Thank you.
Hi. Thank you all for staying so late. So I'm a renter, and I've been here for about 25 years. And one of the things that's not addressed is tenants' displacement. So while I appreciate Supervisor Breed's amendment to exempt rent-controlled units as a step in the right direction, it does not address non-rent-controlled units and the possibility of invoking the Ellis Act to remove a building from the rent-controlled status. Plus, rent-controlled is not actually a zoning designation that would be administered by zoning laws. It's not a permanent characteristics of a building that can be permanently regulated. So to say that a rent-controlled building would be exempt and therefore tenants are not at risk of displacement under this proposal is similar to saying that all buildings that are painted red or striped or checkered or plaid will be exempt from this program. It's unenforceable in its current state, and one needs to pay closer attention to displacement, which in the case of many of the seniors that live in the city who are GLBT, need to have the kind of security of housing that perhaps other demographics might not. Living in this city for a senior who's gay might be the closest thing to a family they have. So when you think about displacing gay seniors in the city, of all cities, you need to reconsider a plan that would allow such things to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Rhett Currier. I've lived in San Francisco for over 20 years. I was a public finance lawyer specializing in low-income housing. The AHBP may be a well-meaning piece of legislation, but it has targeted way too many lots. We've heard people say it's an upzoning of the whole city in a one-size-fits-all manner. And I appreciate the department coming out and trying to carve out RH1 and RH2 to narrow the focus and the amendments that have been presented. But we've seen the gaming that comes when you've got demolition rules and rent control units and all that stuff. The planning department's identified 215 soft sites, and my thought is if you do adopt this, why not reduce the scope to just those soft sites and subject those soft sites to the appropriate participatory planning community process, as many of my colleagues have already said tonight. So thank you.
Next speaker, please. I'll call some more names. Edward Mason, Carol Brits-Shiggy, John O'Doin, Henrietta Currier, I think you just spoke, Tu Tong. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Melissa Kennedy, and I am reading the testimony of my sister, Carolyn Kennedy, who could not be here this evening. We are District 8 constituents and Dolores Heights residents who oppose this plan in its current form. To learn about AHBP, Carolyn attended a public meeting in January at St. Philip's Parish with nearly 100 other residents. The overall tenor was skepticism and mistrust. At that meeting, planning staff presented their vision for this program and got lots of questions on missing details. And the biggest missing element, no neighborhood group endorsing the program and explaining its benefits for Noe Valley, Dolores Heights, and District 8. All we saw was a map of blue-colored sites and projections of only 10 to 20 projects per year. Today, over 20 development projects are proposed in District 8 every month. So the audience skepticism and mistrust is well-founded. The biggest flaw in AHBP is the city's top-down approach to rolling out a plan that has no community collaboration. It does not have to be this way. We have excellent examples of planning charrettes, the Market and Octavia Area Plan, and the Upper Market Community Plan resulted from neighborhood and planning department collaboration. So why create a one-size-fits-all plan behind closed doors and then hold ceremonial meetings to break the news to the public? I recommend that you vote no on this program and ask the planning staff to host charrette-style community planning sessions. We need neighborhood-based plans tailored to the specific context, scale, and character of each neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. And I do mean evening. It's going to be a long one. I think everyone here is actually in favor of more affordable housing. While this proposal has the word affordable in the title, I'm concerned it instead further accelerates unprecedented levels of displacement that we're seeing today. There's a couple of concerns were raised in the public hearings I attended. I only have time to talk about two. One is rent control. We're told rent control properties would be excluded. However, there's unresolved questions on whether they are a permanent exception or only until a further review in a year's time. There's also no mention of excluding properties if a rent control tenant was Ellis Act evicted in any way as an attempt to bypass that. Please ensure that this proposal permanently excludes rent control properties as well as properties that were Ellis Act evicted. Number two is about the soft sites. We're told only 240 approximately soft sites are feasible to develop. This seems unusual, but there are no financial numbers to presented on this. Yet they're still talking about 30,000 units or lots. I would ask that we reduce this proposal down to the 214 soft sites so we can see the real impact of this. Even the most recent planning department quote says, the property owner is motivated to build on their site, which is not considered a soft site. They may also use these rules. And I'd ask, the last thing I'd note is that I routinely see properties bought for record valuations remodeled by driving a bulldozer through it, literally, so you can actually see out the back. And then they build it out max square footage, and then they sell it for over $1,100 per square foot. Those are very high profit luxury properties built for the 0.1%. And I think that as remodels could bypass any restrictions on demolitions, and that's why I think this proposal would actually accelerate the displacement.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time, and I wish you good luck with the rest of the evening.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening. Carol Britschke, and I'm a native of the Noe Valley. Affordable housing. Is this program affordable, and to who? Would you take the risk of being uprooted from your home in exchange for a chance to win the lottery, to maybe purchase 1 or 2 units that will be available to low or mid-income families? That's a big risk. From the San Francisco Planning website, a very low-income one-person owner has to earn $97,000 and is considered 50% of the AMI. A low-income one person has to earn $197,000 to own. The job categories of the police, fire, and dispatcher earnings $75,000, and those jobs are considered at 110% of the AMI. If the very low or lower income residents do not win the lottery, how are they able to purchase a home? I guess that's the reason why our firemen and police officers are living in Novato, California. Commissioners, please pass a resolution to the Board of Supervisors revising the scope of the AHBP to only those soft sites identified, and request that these soft sites be subject to a proper review by the affected neighborhoods and addressing the needs of the affected communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Edward Mason. I'm sorry to see the director departed. I'm a native Noe Valley resident indirectly affected by the 200-plus soft sites. Growth fees are not adequately funding growth, and general obligation bonds secured by property taxes for infrastructure expansion. Adding housing adds population, thus increasing the demand on current and future transportation infrastructures. Studies indicate millennials favor public transportation as opposed to driving. Muni projects ridership to increase 43% or 300,000 more trips by 2040. The Mayor's Transportation Task Force 2030 estimates a $1.6 billion transportation expansion funding gap. The May 2015 Nexus study estimated $31 per residential square foot, which was discounted 75% to $7.74% by the Transportation Sustainability Fee Financial Feasibility Report. The Transportation Sustainability Fee exempts affordable housing units in residential projects of 20 units or less. The TSF expects to collect only about $16 million a year, or $480 million over the 30 years. Growth is not funding transportation infrastructure growth. Two $500 million general obligation transportation bonds fall on the shoulders of the property owners. As the Chronicle noted, the city needs to decide how to hold increased development accountable for increasing transit service and other improvements. The current solution, as I see it, is to identify soft sites as a pilot program, and future planned programs must include all stakeholders from the beginning, such as they're doing in Seattle. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. I am Lily Wu, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Duncan Newberg Association in District 8. In summary, we support the Planning Department's recommended limiting criteria that projects that propose to demolish any residential units shall not be eligible for AHBP. We believe that demolishing existing residential units to build new ones, even if more, is wasteful and disruptive. We agree with the Planning Department's analysis that AHBP projects should be soft sites and not have residential uses currently. We recommend that this exact language be adopted in the final AHBP planning code so this intention is codified and will not be forgotten or disregarded in future years. We believe it is an important protection against any possible abuse of the AHBP to disadvantage or dislocate existing San Francisco stakeholders, such as tenants, homeowners, and small businesses, in the name of affordable housing. Finally, we are concerned that the local AHBP code, section 206.3, has more stringent applicability terms than the state AHBP code, section 206.5, and that the state code may be used to challenge the local code in the future. Please work towards closing any loopholes or differences and aligning the various plans so that the local plan, which is more stringent, is meaningful and enforceable. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. No next speakers. Daniel Camp, Nick Pasquarello, Jody Medeiros, Tracy Tran, Andy Thornley.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Daniel Camp, and I am a resident of District 8 who wants to urge you to support the Affordable Housing Bonus Program. I'm actually not a real estate developer, even though I get called one a lot. So I'm a renter in the area in District 8 in Noe Valley. And, I didn't move here 20 or 30 years ago, so I have been completely screwed out of the chance of home ownership ever. Entirely, no matter how much I make, unless I win the lottery. So I just want to say, we need to be building lots more housing. This is a perfect opportunity to do that, to get more housing and have it at a higher percentage of affordability. So people like me may have an iota of a chance of living in our, neighborhoods someday. And I also want to say, someone brought up here a picture of, a new development on 24th Street. Showing how it could have been 6 stories tall. And And I want to say, I walk by there on my way home every day, and the thing I always think about that stupid development is that it could have been that. It should have been that taller one. We're in a crisis-level housing shortage. That's what it should have been. It could have, provided, if it was at an appropriate density and had more than 10 units, it could have provided a little bit of affordable housing, which is something that Noe Valley has practically none of. And this program is a good opportunity to start doing that, start putting more affordable housing in Noe Valley, or at least on the transit corridors and in the other neighborhoods too. So I want to urge you to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Sir.
Hello, I'm Nick Pasquariello. The mayor has gotten a great deal of mileage out of this word affordable. I don't believe you're creating affordable housing. There are thousands of San Franciscans, such as myself, who live in rent-controlled apartments, who cannot afford, will never be able to afford any of the housing proposed in this plan. I noticed that the staff of the planning department had great difficulty and carefully avoided the use of the word minimum. So the figures that were presented to you about this plan said that the bottom income level that can afford to move in would be $36,000. They wouldn't use the word minimum. I guess it's a loaded term. But there are thousands of San Franciscans who will not, I'm repeating myself, I could not afford to move into any of these units. I don't think you're building affordable housing. I think you're just serving developers to make inordinate profits. So I'm very concerned with the distortion in the use of the word affordable. I would urge you to send it to the this plan to the Board of Supervisors with no recommendation. I believe that, like many speakers before, that the plan requires neighborhood participation and has not gotten it, and would succeed only if it did get neighborhood participation, such as the Divisadero neighborhood plan received. I appreciate your help. Bye.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Andy Thornley. I'm a resident of District 1. My wife and I are tenants. I've lived here since, I guess 30 years. I'm one of those invasive folks. I came here for a tech job. I fetched up on an illegal in-law in the Richmond, and I've been there ever since. I am a lucky guy. I still live in San Francisco. I still live in the Richmond District. I don't know how much longer. My wife and I have been evicted twice in this century, twice in this very young century. We have been put out of our home, not by any wickedness, not by any greed, but by families who bought the house we were living in and wanted to move in with their families. They had every right. I don't begrudge them anything. I love to have families in the Richmond District. But my wife and I have to keep finding another place. We're holding on by our fingernails. The program that's been proposed for you is meant to be an attractive alternative to a mandatory state program. The state program is going to exist no matter what you do. Project sponsors are going to come to you with projects. We'll have to deal with that. Your staff has worked very hard and has talked to the public and listened to the public and brings you an attractive alternative that's meant to redirect that energy that's going to come anyhow. I'm hearing from people who are going to come forward with projects under the state program. We'd rather have them do something better for the city and get a better outcome. The AHBP is not perfect, but we could talk about it forever. I think this is maybe my fifth hearing with you. I've watched them all. I've gone to 3 or 4 community meetings. There's been a hell of a lot of talk about this. And if we limit this just to the 220 sites, that's fine. But we're going to send people over to that state program. People are going to bring projects either way. Let's make sure we bring them forward the way we want them to be built. And I'm really ready to work with my District 1 neighbors on a plan for Geary and for Clement. Let's do that too. But there's no reason to wait. Let's get building. Thank you.
Can I have the overhead, please?
Good evening, Commissioners. Jody Medeiros, Deputy Director with the San Francisco Housing Action Coalition. This week, the Planning Department released a list of eligible parcels for the Affordable Housing Bonus Program through their analysis, and I thank them for sharing that list with us. Of course, I was excited to see what kind of areas or parcels we were protecting by not passing the Affordable Housing Bonus Program, and I've chosen 4 examples to show you through 4 different neighborhoods. Street. 5190 3rd Street in the Bayview. Fortunately, it's directly located on the T3rd Street light rail, our newest light rail that opened in 2007 and currently running under capacity. This parcel is only 1.5 blocks from the Revere Schaefer Muni Light Rail stop. Conveniently, only 1.5 blocks away from the new Bayview Branch Library, too. The most important relevant point about this site is that its current zoning, the current zoning would only allow 23 homes to be built with this site. If the state density bonus is used, 31 homes could be built on the site. But with the Affordable Housing Bonus Program, 50 homes could be built on this site. And quickly, this is Van Ness, also in Cow Hollow. Again, close to rapid transit. We're going to have Van Ness Bus Rapid Transit coming here soon. Ideal place for housing, walkable to two retail corridors. And right now it's an abandoned gas station, ideal for housing. I have 2 more, but I won't show those. As a city, we have a choice, and you have a choice, Commissioners. We are in a housing crisis.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Okay, next speaker, let me call a few names. Annie Fryman, Karen Payson, Tim Colin, Corrick Smith, Donald Dusnap, Laura Clark, Peter Z, Luza B, William Buddington, Igor S., Ruby Murray, and Ben Woosley.
Hi, Laura Clark, Grow SF. I wish that someone was paying me to be here. That would make my life a lot better. Because I live in Noe Valley and I am a renter, which means that I am getting gouged. I am a volunteer with Grow SF. I'm on the board, and we're an all-volunteer organization. And we are some of the people who have been passing out those cute little postcards and having conversations with residents all over the city about the potential for increasing the city's density. I want to draw attention to the donut hole that this policy is attempting to fill. Right now, you can see that we have low-income people able to live in the city, struggling to get by. And this is the displacement that we are talking about. This donut hole where median income people are being forced out of the city. And yes, we need to build housing at all levels of affordability. In the second graph, you can see that we are, over the past few years, adding a little bit for low income, almost none for middle, and a lot for high income. This proposal gives us the ability to add more to the total number of the lowest income by increasing density, and it also offers us the opportunity to add even more middle income, filling that donut hole in current policy. I'm going to skip, so diminishing middle class, you all know. And to put a face to these people that this policy will be helping, these are middle-income people who we will be supporting with this policy. And so I really beg you to really think about the future of this city. What kind of a city do we want to be? Do we want to be Disneyland for the rich with a few little bits of subsidized housing for our lowest income? Or do we want diverse place where many people can afford to live and work in this city?
Thank you. Your time is up.
Good evening, Commissioners. Tim Colin on behalf of the Housing Action Coalition and its 300 members. There is an overarching but unacknowledged reason this hearing is happening today, and that's a 2013 State Court of Appeals decision that clarified the rules of the state density bonus law. The court ruling unambiguously indicates that San Francisco has illegally ignored its rules for decades, and that is coming to an end. To its enormous credit, the Planning Department recognized this problem and began to devise a local density bonus program that brings the city into compliance with the state law, but also delivers more benefits to us than the state version, particularly increased affordable housing that is targeted to the middle class. What is not being discussed is that before long, this commission will begin seeing projects that have asked for density bonuses. The state rules are straightforward, are being used in other cities around the Bay Area, and have a well-understood legal framework. The state version does not need your approval, the supervisors, or the mayor's. We are aware of 6 residential projects that have applied or intend to apply for density bonuses. Our concern is that too many modifications and carve-outs to the AHBP, however well-intentioned, only serve to make it a less attractive option compared with the state density bonus. Again, the virtue of the AHBP, as planning has said countless times, is that it delivers more affordable housing. The decision you face, Commissioners, is not whether density bonuses are a good idea or a bad idea. The state rules are clear and projects are coming. It seems the only pertinent question to be decided tonight is whether they will be accompanied by the better deal offered by the AHBP or the stripped-down one available under the state rules. This is a good program, and you should move it forward. Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Corey Smith. I am a community organizer with the San Francisco Housing Action Coalition. To date, the SFHAC has collected 900 signatures. That's email addresses and zip codes of San Francisco residents. You can go to the overhead that support the Affordable Housing Bonus Program. This is a heat map as to where those folks come from. I cross-referenced it with the public voting file. Since the initial induction of this program, the Housing Action Coalition, since September 2014, has had 10 blog posts to try to inform the citizens of San Francisco about what this program specifically entails. Further, Kirsten knows this number. They have held 28 public meetings with a number of different groups, including ours, including some that have come out in opposition. And I do want to point out that while community input is required, it has occurred, and unanimous approval is not what is required. We have also, in the spirit of this evening, asked a number of supporters, instead of coming up here and speaking to you, to instead come into this room and literally stand up in support of that program. So for those that are in attendance and support the program, if you could please stand up and raise your hands. Thank you. And lastly, and this goes back to Andy Thornley's comments earlier, we've talked a lot about this, and we talked a lot about a housing crisis, and we've talked a lot about different ways to solve it, and we've talked, and we've talked. And we need to stop talking about solutions, and we need to start building solutions. That is what San Francisco needs. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Mark McDonald. I'm a principal with DM Development, a San Francisco market rate residential development firm. I'm here today to express our support for the Affordable Housing Density Bonus Program. Building more affordable housing is paramount to keeping our city diverse, thriving, and competitive. And the Affordable Housing Density Program is an effective and balanced way to increase the production of housing at all levels, and especially at the affordable level. It provides appropriate development incentives to help offset the cost of producing additional affordable housing, and it makes particular sense to help construct denser housing along high transit corridors. We are currently working on a number of new market rate developments in San Francisco, including 2 projects in the marina at 2465 Van Ness and 2301 Lombard, both of which are shuttered gas station sites with chain link fences around them. The Planning Department asked us to evaluate the potential usage of the Affordable Housing Density Bonus Program at both of these sites. And after extensively analyzing this program and its applicability for several months, our final results are very encouraging. By applying the Density Bonus Program, we could almost double the number of housing units we could build on these sites and more than quadruple the number of affordable units we could build on these sites. For example, at 2465 Van Ness, under current zoning and affordability, we could build 41 units, including 5 BMR units. Under the Affordable Housing Density Program, we could build 81 units, including 24 BMR units on site, a significant and meaningful increase. This program is the right solution at the right time to stimulate the creation of much-needed housing at all levels. I would encourage you to vote in favor of this important program this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, and I'll call some more names: Jordan Gwendolyn Davis, Tony Robles, Christine Hawken, Leslie Dreyer, Tony Robles again, Teresa Flandrich, Kathy Lipscomb, David Deppel, and Carl Weber.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Hiroshi Fukuda, Richmond Community Association and CSFN. Several comments. I think one of the most important commissions in the city is the Planning Commission. You have a lot of power, you have a lot of wisdom, and it's very important that you retain your power. The Affordable Housing Bonus Plan will treat you like a mental health patient. It would put you in a straitjacket and it would muzzle you. So for those reasons, I think that this program needs to be modified. What this program does is it transfers your power, your wisdom, to the Affordable Housing large project team. And who are they? Well, they are young planners. I'm sure recent grads and well-intended, but unfortunately lacking in experience, lacking in the lifestyle and experience of the what they have experienced in the neighborhoods. Senior planners, which are not very many in the planning department now, senior planners have lived in different areas in the cities. They have friends that have had the San Francisco experience. Unfortunately, they're not there anymore. And these young planners need to be mentored. In closing, I want to say that the Planning Commission saved Japantown. Without you, the Japantown garage and center would have been demolished. You heard the community, Japantown community, and you saved us. And we want you now to save the rest of the city. Now, in real estate, there's location, location, location. In affordable housing, there's location, location, location. You can't put these 6-story, 7-story houses east and west on the avenues. Please reject this plan.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Ben Woosley. I'm speaking on behalf of Western Soma Voice, which is working to improve the quality of life in Western Soma. So I'm proud that our little corner of the city is responsible for creating 1/3 of the new housing in the last housing count. I'm saddened that so little of the city is pitching in to work towards solving this crisis that's leading people to be homeless on the street, people to be bunking up in bunk beds and in railroad rooms and other and more like questionable housing. And the opposition is responsible for creating an economic situation which is untenable, and it's going to be solved one way or another. It's going to be solved either through state action, through initiative, at some level. So I urge the Commission to take this plan seriously and to work toward solving this problem for San Francisco. Thank you.
Jordan Gwendolyn Davis, and I'm just a concerned resident in the Tenderloin. I think this plan is just really a bad idea as it is currently written. I really think it should at least be whittled down all the way down to like the 215 soft sites, and we need to do a charrette. We need a community plan, and we can't. The San Francisco needs to be kept hella diverse and hella affordable, and we need to target like those who are being left out of the real donut hole, which is like teachers, which is like service workers, which is the working poor, and of course, which is also like homeless and disabled individuals like myself. We need to serve those people. We don't want any more market rate housing, and it shouldn't just be a city for rich white people. So like I say again, reduce the scope of this plan, don't displace anyone, and involve a charrette, as a lot of people from District 8 have said. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Kathy Lipscomb, and I'm a Noe Valley resident. I've been there for 23 years as a tenant. Noe Valley, which has been gentrified a few times over the last 25 years, would really like to see the trend modified, slowed down. I just spoke with a business owner at 3924 24th Street who is closing her business. The $9,000 a month rent is a major factor. We welcome our new tech neighbors, but admit that with regard to the AHBP, we would like to see a broader social economic range of people renting and owning there. You know that famous San Francisco diversity that we brag about? Also, we can't think of our neighborhood in isolation. The Mayor's Office on Housing has reported in its Housing Element 2005-2015 that 22,600 residential units were constructed, but out of this number, only over 6,000 units were in the affordable category. This is really unacceptable and a lopsided outcome. In the same report, the housing balance figure for District 8 notes that only 377 affordable units were built, while 844 were removed from protected status, meaning rent control. District 8 got a minus 12.4 grade. Correction is in order. Aside from diversity, an intent of the AHDB should be to allow those below median income to not have to drive 25 miles or more into San Francisco for work. All of this is to say that the 12-18% affordable range should at the minimum be reversed for those with AMIs below 70% or those people with below $50,000 a year. Let's think about beginning teachers, preschool workers, hotel workers, seniors, janitors. More revision is needed. Thank you very much.
How about Stan Hayes, Lily Hu, Catherine Howard, Roger Ritter, Jacqueline Braver, Elaine Boken, Jim Siegel, Tess Walborn, Doug Engman, I think, was already here. Let's see, Tommy A. Depa Varma.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Dave Dipple. I'm a 43-year resident of District 1. When I moved in, I rented a garage for $35 a month and started at the very beginning. It happens to all young people. What I wanted to talk about was the specificity that is needed in the program, which basically will bring integrity to it. I want to give an example of a site on block 1460s, lot 040 and 041. There is a 20-unit building, no off-street parking, one rental commercial unit there for a management project. It is a very worthwhile project. It should have been done. It was done in 2008 to 2011, long before affordable housing bonus program. It's basically known as St. Peter's Place, also St. Peter's Supportive Housing, and shows that high-density housing can be built in residential neighborhoods. There were approximately 4 RH1, RH2 lots combined to create this project. This per some of the maps from the assessor's office. I'm concerned because I live on a block 1440 in the Richmond, and we have 2 RH3 6-unit buildings, 1 preschool, all of which would be subject or could be subject if affordable bonus housing allows lot merging and any construction on the north-south avenues in the Richmond district. Basically, I think you should restrict yourselves with this legislation to the soft sites, and having proved that that works successfully, then move on. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Paul Weber. I'm a resident of North Beach, and I'm on the executive committee of Telegraph Hill Dwellers and a delegate to the Coalition for San Francisco Neighborhoods. And I wanted to speak on just specific of the topics, and I'd like to start with affordability, which was topic 6. We've heard mind-numbing data on why one AMI is better than another AMI. But what we didn't hear was the proposal of the city is in violation of Proposition K, which was passed by the voters in 2014. And we've raised these questions before, but we've never gotten an answer on it. The percentage of middle-income housing is too high. It needs to be reversed if one is going to stay in compliance with Prop K. Prop K requires almost 2 to 1 of affordable housing to middle-income housing. And I wasn't aware that we were planning to just toss that out. Secondly, I would urge you to look at the Kim Peskin ballot measure, which was approved 7-4 at Tuesday night's meeting for inclusionary housing. It basically accomplishes exactly what you want to accomplish, only it does it in compliance with Prop K. So what I think you can end up doing is you're going to end up with the same percentages in both matters. I can't understand a policy difference where they're being different. But you don't really need a local program. With the inclusionary housing ballot measure plus a dusting off of a local version of the state program, that would be all that you'd need. So we urge you to pass this out tonight with no recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. Thank you.
I have a letter here. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Stan Hayes. I'm the president of the Telegraph Hill Dwellers. So, this is the moment, finally. After more than 24 public and group meetings, 5 commission hearings, hours and hours of discussion, finally, this is it. We're here. It's decision day. Staff has brought to you tonight at the 11th hour 10 new substantive recommendations in 6 major topic areas. Now, we really appreciate staff's efforts. They've had a very tough job in trying to assemble and digest and distill down the comments they have heard. Thank you very much for what they have done. We owe them a debt. But the recommendations that they are making still don't fix things. The fundamental problems still remain. AHBP still is a de facto rezoning applied unnecessarily to thousands of parcels, not just the 215 that staff predicts will actually use it. It still establishes a low-income definition that prices many of the people most in need of affordable housing out of the market. It still fails to ensure residential density equity and fairness. It still offers inadequate protection of displaced small businesses. It undermines current zoning protections, overriding height limits. It imposes a one-size-fits-all program that fails to account adequately for individual site circumstances. It relies on design guidance that's just 19 pages long, with only 11 discussing the guidelines themselves, vague in general terms and no definitions. In any event, no more continuances. It's time to vote, up or down. To us, even with staff amendments, this legislation is not ready for prime time. Reject it, send it back, get it right. Thank you.
I'm Eileen Boken, a resident of the Sunset Parkside District. I am here to urge the Commission to move these items forward with a negative recommendation. If this is not possible, then move them forward with a neutral recommendation. In today's Cron, there is an article titled SF Affordable Housing Trade-Off Plan in Trouble. The reporter states that, and I quote, "While planners see it as a modest proposition, the proposal created a small uproar, particularly on the west side of town, where homeowners saw it as setting the stage for an invasion of greedy downtown developers looking to replace quaint, emphasis on the word quaint, neighborhoods with boxy Soma-style apartment complexes," end quote. As a sidebar, a reminder that Supervisor Katie Tang is the sole co-sponsor of the mayor's legislation. Back to the article. The reporter then goes on to contradict himself and talks about broad opposition and quotes a nonprofit developer that, and I quote, they have managed to enrage every neighborhood in the city, end quote. This statement is by far the most accurate. The West Side is part of a broad and well-informed coalition that believes these programs are ill-conceived and that the strategy to fast-track their approval was ill-advised. Please move this forward with either a negative or a neutral recommendation. Thank you.
Head, please. My name is Tess Wellborn with D5 Action. Using one AMI standard for the city doesn't reflect the income diversities among our various neighborhoods. It doesn't reflect income diversity in our ethnic groups, as you heard a month ago. This is one document that gives you an idea about how rents vary considerably across the city, and if you set one standard, there's a whole bunch of San Franciscans who are being left out of the opportunities. I've participated in the Market Octavia planning. I participated in the Affordable Divisadero. I know that community planning can result in increased density, which I do support, but not this kind of one-size-fits-all. So this program is advertised as rezoning about a third of San Francisco. That's way too much. This program is touted as being able to produce a few hundred affordable units a year for 20 years. We can surely do better than that. There's been some disingenuousness in showing pictures about how these units would be looking so sensitive to the neighborhood. I think those glass boxes that we see on Market Street are more likely to end up on 24th Street than the charming David Baker pictures. Finally, the zoning administrator issued a bulletin that seems to suggest that these affordable units could be smaller, cheaper looking, and in the lower part of a building. We need a community-based planning, not this one. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Alyssa Kies, and I'm here representing SPUR. Thanks for the opportunity to comment on the Affordable Housing Bonus Program. SPUR supports this program. We believe it's an important tool in the toolbox for addressing San Francisco's affordability crisis. We believe in the program's goal of increasing the city's supply of affordable housing without drawing resources away from existing programs. And we're pleased to see a tool to create housing for moderate and middle income households, a sector of the population whose needs have not been addressed. We are hopeful that this program will facilitate the development of underutilized sites where zoning and form-based controls have not been aligned. And we applaud the Planning Department for working carefully to design a smart program around many challenging constraints and possible unintended consequences. We largely support staff's recommended amendments to the program. Feedback from the public has identified many issues that are worthy of consideration and adjustment. We have 2 areas of concern. One, we believe that there are more nuanced ways to deal with potential demolition of existing residential units. There will be sites where a cost-benefit analysis comes out strongly in favor of a new project, and a direct prohibition does not allow for that analysis or discussion. We also support the original proposal that the appeals body be the Board of Appeals rather than the Board of Supervisors. And we're strongly opposed to the idea that separate CUs would be required and not considered as findings within the bonus program project entitlement. In fact, we're disappointed that there are not additional process improvements included for projects in the bonus program. Overall, however, this program is a worthwhile tool to put in place, and we urge you to recommend approval of this program to the board. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Catherine Handel Rashid Zitzler. Let's get back to reality for a moment. The fact of the matter is the city of San Francisco population has increased by over 100,000, and that's not going to change. And if you look like a duck, quack like a duck, walk like a duck, quack quack, it is a duck, and that is NIMBYism, and that's what got us in this mess in the first place. All these years of projects being delayed and dragged on for infinity until nothing gets built and the housing stock didn't increase, and we now have the mess we have today with a massive shortage of housing. I urge passage of this passage and moving forward so we can build more housing, and that's the only way forward. Anything else is just plain old delay tactics. Thank you.
Okay, Sarah Schönborn Zimmer, Fernando Martini, Peter Cohen, Malcolm Perkins, Ali Gaylord, Stephen DiVincenzi, Elaine McMahon, Penelope Clark, Fabio Spinella, Susan Brock, Jesse Fernandez, Robin Tucker, and Aaron Master. Whoever's ready there.
Good evening, Commissioners. Catherine Howard. I'm concerned with a few things with the Affordable Housing Bonus Plan. First, the loss of open space that would result from this plan. As our city becomes more crowded, open space becomes even more necessary for both new and existing residents. Secondly, the description tonight of the assistance available for businesses is kind of like someone saying, I'm going to run over you with a truck, but don't worry, because we're going to have the best medical team in the country available to help you out. I don't think that you would take up that offer. I don't think the businesses will either. At the beginning of this hearing, it was said that, quote, this is the legislation we have put forward to you as a solution to the housing problem. Well, the problem is that the Planning Department has put it forward to us instead of coming up with a plan with participation from all of the people whom are going to be impacted. That is why I suggest that this be remedied. Please pass this legislation to the board with no recommendation. Instead, ask the board form a task force that includes the neighborhoods and helps to preserve neighborhood character. And please work out the details with everyone so that a new plan can move forward quickly with the support of the entire city. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Fernando Martí, co-director of the Council of Community Housing Organizations. We are here to recommend that this measure be forwarded with no recommendation from this commission. It has been said before that this is another tool in the toolbox. Well, the tool that we have here is like a chainsaw coming to cut a 2x4, except nobody brought a tape measure to actually measure what is being cut. What I have in front of me is the map that has been presented by staff showing the different, in I guess blue or dark blue, soft sites. And what this shows is I sent earlier. As you look at various areas in the proposal before you, you'll see that areas such as, for example, Sloat Boulevard get a 577% bonus. Areas, I think, was shown, Bayshore Boulevard was shown with a 170% bonus. Taraval Street gets a 331% bonus under this proposal. What is the difference between that and a state bonus that is 35%? Seems rather large to me. The question that I think all of you should be considering in any of these proposals that are before you is, what is the deal? Are you getting a good deal out of this proposal? Are you getting enough affordable housing? And in this case, the affordable housing that we are discussing will in its majority be one-bedroom units affordable to people who earn $100,000. Is that a good deal for a 177% bonus on a site that's the Sloat Garden Center in the Irish Cultural District? I don't know. I think it's time to actually take out your tape measure and start over analyzing this carefully. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Commissioners. Peter Cohen, also with the Council of Community Housing Organizations. I have another handout. You're being choked with information tonight. Several things in there, starting with a paper, an op-ed we did about density done right. You've heard many of the issues tonight, and this is our take. We really do think there is a way to do density right. That's not what this plan is. Whether the Band-Aids or not are fixing some of the issues, you got to start fresh. I'm going to focus on, I guess it's issue 6 or issue 2 in our letter, which is about who is the Affordable Housing Bonus Program to serve. Who's this for? Who are the quote affordable units for? You heard our Mayor's Office of Housing say that our city subsidized programs, 92% of all units are for families or households below 60% of AMI. That means everybody else above 60% AMI is a potential target for this program. For reasons we still can't understand, you've leaped all the way over from 60 up to 120 up to 140. Every single qualifying household between 60% AMI and 120% isn't going to afford it. The second page in your packet is our own cartoon. Everybody's coming up with who are the firefighter and the teacher and all the combinations of great folks in Mr. Rogers' neighborhood. But it gives you an idea from that range up to 120 of all the different types of our city's workforce that will not be eligible for the housing that's being provided. And Commissioner Antonini, there is a point at which you cannot be eligible for housing if you make too little money. That is a fact of the program. There's no squishiness. The other thing I want to point out that's been said here before is that one size does not fit all. You heard last hearing, whether you break it down by race and ethnicity or by geography, there are many, many populations in this city who will simply be priced out of an affordable housing program. That ain't right. We can start over and get the income targeting right. I'm happy to answer more questions. This is the in-the-weeds stuff that's very, very important. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name's Malcolm Perkins. I watched all of the testimony a month ago. I have been talking to San Franciscans about this program for 17 weeks. What you are hearing in these two hearings is what I've been hearing, that there is a clear majority that is negative on this program. I'm asking you, as I think most of the residents of the city are, for political leadership, not technocratic leadership, not conditional use, not asking what's the best way to administer it. but to forward general recommendations to the Board of Supervisors on what are the key questions, what should the priorities be, what should the limits be, and once the board has considered those things, to possibly include AHBP in a solution. I hope you will take time to make general recommendations to the board and encompass the broader parts of your responsibilities. Thank you.
I'm Penelope Clark, and I'm a resident of the North Beach Russian Hill area. And as you can see from that blue map, which I realize is a sort of a floating target, much of the northeast quadrant is a main target for this program. And I think it includes a lot of sites where the developers are really given way too much incentive for way too little product. The larger sites where you can get real amounts of affordable housing should be the ones that are the priority, not in upsetting very dense, settled neighborhoods where you have a little minefield of buried mines where no one knows, where suddenly a 6-story building will pop up in a block where it's already intercepted by narrow alleys. The character of the neighborhood, I think, is important, and I think the idea of promoting affordable housing in real quantities that will really help meet the need is something that really should be prioritized. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Chairman Fong and members of the Commission. My name is Steve DeVincenzi, and I come to you today having just retired a month ago from a planning career as a planning director at San Luis Obispo's Council of Governments. And I've done sustainable community strategies, regional transportation plans, air quality plans, regional housing needs analysis, and all the issues you're talking about today, we talk about in San Luis Obispo County at a different scale. And the housing issue is probably the toughest of all. I'm here today to ask for a specific modification, a minor modification, to the staff's recommendation as it would apply to the urban design staff recommendation C. And I bring this forward, and I wish I could make this a little larger, sir.
You can dial it.
You can zoom it in on the top there.
And the speaker, Mr. McDonald, that talked just a little while ago, is currently working out a potential on that site there. Now, your recommendation C talked about a 50% of the actual block length being the limit, which would put the line a little bit through that third parcel. I'm recommending that you add a clause there that would say, and, after the word 50%, and allow consolidations of original lot configurations up to 70% of the block length. And what's difficult for you to see here is this was the original lot on that block. And it's now 1A and 1B. And in 1938, it looked like this. Something of a gas station on an empty lot.
Sir, you're going to need to speak into the microphone.
And currently looks like this.
Sir, unfortunately, your time is up, but if you submit that to staff, I'm sure they'll...
Yes, I've spoken to staff, presented to them, and I'd like to see if you can't consider that minor modification to that one clause.
Thank you.
Oh, one
Next.
last.
Sir, thank you.
Next, your time is up. Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi there. My name is Susan Brock, and I oppose the Affordable Housing Density Bonus Program. And I noticed somewhere along the line the title lost the word density, but it does appear that it really is about density. I've lived in San Francisco for over 20 years, and I love the city. I did live in New York City for a while, and now there's a dense city, and that's where we're headed, I think, if we go down this route. One of the best things about San Francisco is the neighborhoods. They're very unique. They're all different. They're diverse. And I've heard tonight the idea that this is going to take about 20 years to implement. And somebody said earlier, what kind of city do we want to have? What kind of city do we want to live in? And I want to throw out the idea that in 20 years, our city could be a completely different city from the city that we all know and love if this goes forward the way that it's written now. It's something that's going to take on a life of its own, and the character, I think, of our neighborhoods is really, really going to change, and there's no way we'll be able to get it back. I think we would end up regretting it. As far as affordability, I was pleased to hear people using middle income tonight instead of affordable, because all along I've just been really scoffing at the term affordable, because this wouldn't be affordable to me and to most people I know, but it also just seems a little bit disingenuous. So let's just call it what it is, middle income. And I think we also need to plan from the ground up and not from the top down, such as the plan that the Divisadero community put together. So please vote no on this. Thank you.
Okay, Richard K., Kathleen Courtney, Lori Lederman, Dennis A. Okay, thank you. Mike Inman had a bunch of cards here. Elisa Kais, Catherine Haas von Rolslunter, sorry, can't pronounce it, Gen, and Deanna S., Judith, and Sonia.
So sorry. President Fong, Honorable Commissioners, Director, Assistant Zoning Administrator, good evening. My name is Robin Tucker. I'm the co-chair of the Pacific Avenue Neighborhood Association, also known as PANA. We would like to incorporate by reference all of the testimony that was conducted or held tonight by those that oppose this affordable housing bonus program. We'd also like to quickly summarize, since I'm having coughing attacks, we think some of the most critical elements of our opposition. One is one size does not fit all. There does need to be a process in place to determine on a district-by-district basis what is appropriate for that particular district based on historic sites and also legacy businesses, which have not been mentioned tonight, I do not believe. To the community planning process, I know there was one meeting held in by MPNA, was hosted at one of the sites, but I never heard from the city regarding this program. None of our constituents were surveyed, and I really feel that there should be more community input. 3, about small business displacement, especially where we have office space encroachment, and we need to really look out for that. And 4, what is the community benefit for the upzoning? I mean, if we confer more value in one project, don't we need to determine what value we recapture? Is it or should it be greater? Thank you very much. Please do not accept this program. Send it back for reassessment and for more time to evaluate. Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Sylvia Johnson, and we had no problem before when I built houses. We accepted all our requirements. I don't know what the problem is now. I think that there's some other people that don't think that a real newer place can be possible, and that's too much. I think that they can, put in control. And the ideas of not being in court is one of the main problems we got here. So I would not, put that because of some, powerful devastator because of something that was mistake by one organization, which we had no control, no problem before, and I don't know what the problem is now, and it's really kind of fishy, and that kind of organization was a resolution, and I think that this program is not really the answer to changing what we had before. And I think that we need to think about this really seriously, because we had no problem before, and why would we have any problem now? Because I've always, been approved, and, took to the police. And when I got there, it was at over 10. And I get it. Something is gone wrong and fishy,
President Fong and members of the Planning Commission, my name is Kathleen Courtney. I'm chair of Housing and Zoning for the Russian Hill Community Association. In 2014, 130 individuals representing 107 organizations were invited to participate in the design of this program. 130 individuals, 107 organizations, not one neighborhood activist, not one neighborhood organization was invited. 40 years ago, we downzoned the inner Sunset. It was the largest rezoning in this city's history. 55 blocks. 80% of the property owners signed on to that downzoning. That was community participation. That was neighborhood individuals being responsible and designing the type of city they wanted to live into. This was not an acceptable process. It did not involve the neighborhoods. We have thousands of years of experience of people sitting in this room, and they were not invited to participate. I ask you to send this off to the Board of Supervisors with a negative recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Dennis Antinori. One issue that's really completely obscured by the staff presentation tonight has been the issue of the serious threat to our neighborhood businesses, and hasn't been discussed sufficiently tonight. In my neighborhood alone, the Inner Sunset, I counted within a 4-block area 30 neighborhood businesses in one-story buildings. I think all of those businesses are at a threat, not just the areas that have been denoted as soft sites by the Planning Department. The Planning Department's solution to this issue of displacement, solutions really are inadequate. The so-called early notification ignores one really important fact, and that is that the rights of tenants are governed by leases. The landlord cannot be forced to lease a building to tenants. So this early notification is of almost no use. The idea that a right of first refusal somehow helps the business fails to say, how does that business survive for the huge period of time that it's going to take for this project to be completed? What happens while this business is waiting to come back to this property? Secondly, what is the property going to cost? What is the rent going to be? How do we know that that tenant's going to have any ability to pay the new rents for that building? And we don't have commercial rent control. The idea of referring to the Uniform Relocation Act is quite interesting because that act was in direct response to the failures of the San Francisco Redevelopment Agency in the Western Addition. Congressman John Burton introduced that act and had it passed, but it was passed many decades ago, and it has limitations in it that make it completely ineffective in terms of protecting small businesses. As the president of the Small Business Commission noted, the amounts and the limitations in that act would create a situation where no business would be able to survive even if it was benefiting from that act. Thank you very much. I hope that you pass this to the full board without any recommendation at all. This thing needs to be completely reworked. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Hi. San Francisco is a beautiful, amazing city. I think all of us in this room are passionate about this place. We wouldn't be here if we weren't. But the thing that's made San Francisco thrive, the thing that's made it extraordinary, is the fact that it's made room for the people who want to move here, for the eccentrics and misfits who didn't fit in somewhere else, who came to San Francisco and found a home. Now, that has produced extraordinary results and a flourishing community. But the city is in danger of becoming a victim of its own success. So many people want to move here. The economy has thrived. The technology industry has flourished from the diverse backgrounds of people who moved here. And if we don't make room for more humans, more people to live here, both affordable housing, market rate housing, middle-income housing, then the San Francisco we love will be washed away. So I urge you tonight to not only pass the bonus program, but also seriously consider not making amendments that water down the number of units that it builds. We need to build more beautiful housing. This is a very well-designed program that will not overbuild. It builds the right amount in the right places in the city. Pass it, and let's get on with solving the problem that's threatening the beautiful city we love.
Next speaker.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Lori Lederman, and I'm a resident of the Inner Sunset. It is clear from the staff report that staff has heard and acknowledged the validity of some of the concerns voiced by many sectors of the public. While staff responses to these concerns are encouraging and seem to reflect good intentions, with legislation, the devil is always in the details. There is still a glaring lack of needed, unambiguous language. We need unambiguous language to maintain conditional use requirements, to prohibit the demolition of rent-controlled units and other sound housing, to eliminate the income gap in the affordability ranges that continue to exclude a swath of the underserved population, and unambiguous language to ensure a make-whole provision paid by developers for the merchants who will be displaced if this goes forward. But even if enforceable language were enacted to address these vital areas, the need for adequate room size and protection of open space would still be missing, as would the insufficient levels of affordability, and the uniform upzoning of the entire city, which fails to take into account neighborhood differences. We would still be at the effect of that upzoning. This proposal before you is still a demolition plan. Demolition always causes displacement, and we most certainly have a displacement crisis in San Francisco, which must not become policy under the guise of adding some affordable units. We need community planning, and we need it fast. I urge you to vote this proposal out tonight with a do not adopt recommendation. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Diana Sarma, and I wasn't going to speak tonight, but sitting here, it made me want to say that as a gay youth, I looked forward to the day I'd move to San Francisco and move there with all of my gay friends, and we'd finally have this accepting community where we could just live the life we wanted. So then I finished college a few years ago, and now I'm here. But a lot of my friends aren't. They can't afford to live here, and this is especially the case for gay women, as on average, gay women earn significantly less than gay men. So basically what this is coming to is I don't really want a small pilot program or to delay. I want my friends in the LGBT community to live here now. We can't maintain San Francisco's gay culture if the gay youth can't live here. Please pass the affordable program.
Hi, I'm Sonia Traus. Earlier, a commentator said that one of the best things about our city is our neighborhoods. And all I could think was, I wouldn't know. I don't live in any of the neighborhoods in San Francisco. I can't. I've been kept out of them because there's not enough housing for me to live there. 40 years ago, we downzoned the Inner Sunset. That was the housing that we would have been living in. That's the affordable mid-market housing, is 40-year-old, 30-year-old housing. And that's what community planning gets you. It sounds nice, but what has the community done with their ability to plan? They have not built affordable housing. Do you see affordable housing in the avenues? We had 2 people tonight say that you can't build affordable housing in the avenues. This whole program tries to build affordable housing all over San Francisco, and people are here saying, don't do it, it's going to ruin neighborhood character. I think it's worth it. There's nothing as ugly as not having a house. There's no ugly housing that's going to be worse than not building it. Anyway, you know what I want to do is give you an update on 100 Van Ness. On my way over here, remember that thing? I met somebody that lives there. And this is the first time that I met somebody that lives somewhere that I testified in favor of. So I was really excited about it. He has a dog. He's really nice. He's super into Bernie Sanders. So people are living there, and there's going to be people living in the stuff that gets built if the Affordable Housing Bonus Program goes through. Thanks.
Good evening. Can I put something on the overhead?
Yes, of course.
I just wanted to remind everyone how much property costs in the city nowadays. This was the biggest sale of the year here in San Francisco. Now, I'm not sure how appropriate it would be for me to name the person that actually profited from that sale, just as it's not probably appropriate for me to make any remarks about other people who've spoken here tonight. So I won't. There's a tremendous amount of disingenuity in the criticism of this program. Most of the reasons that many people are opposing it are not altruistic reasons. It is not the job of this commission or other parts of government to help people protect their own property values or maximize them. Just as it is not the job of this commission or any other arm of government to help certain city contractors keep their piece of the budget pie. It is their jobs to try and make this city affordable again and livable. I ask you to please do the right thing.
Good evening, Commissioners. Donald Jessup here, resident of the City and County of San Francisco. And I just want to give my final remarks on this program that has been very effectively researched with the ESSA Planning Department staff for 18 months. They went out of their way to go to the neighborhoods of the districts affected by the 250 sites and had long discussions with the residents, regardless of their political affiliation. The bottom line is the people that are opposing this program have no skin in the game. They're already homeowners. They're pretty much saying that my friends and myself, who have recently moved here in the last 3 to 4 years, are saying, go back to where you came from. With this comprehensive program that even Eric Marr has spoken and said that we need, we need to push forward with this program because it is comprehensive. And now, because of all the feuding going on between the state bonus program and the affordable housing bonus program between the city, which reflects San Francisco values, by the way, the developers are now aware of what they can do. And with that state density program, they have more leniency to build what they need to build in those neighborhoods compared to the SF Values program that we have developed in the SF Planning Department. I urge you to support tonight and move forward with this program because people are out on the streets couch surfing.
Thank you, sir. Your time is
Thank
up.
you.
Good evening, Commissioners, and thank you very much for staying so late to hear our comments. I live in District 5, and I work as a gardener and a landscaper. I would suggest that you consider the honeybee. Each and every day, honeybees perform myriad and miraculous tasks. They are essential to the prosperity and stability of their environment. Now compare the people who currently live and work in San Francisco to the honeybee. We are engaged with our local communities and neighborhoods. We sit on juries, pay taxes, and we volunteer in schools, libraries, parks, and neighborhood organizations. I am a NERT volunteer in my neighborhood. I participate in park and ocean cleanups. I help an elderly and frail neighbor when she needs it. I contribute to my community in ways that are not obvious. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of San Franciscans just like me. I am also a renter. We look after our neighborhoods in far more efficient and meaningful ways than any city agency can. We are the glue of this city. You cannot put a dollar value on the contributions that we make. We must build more housing that is truly affordable for the people who already live here and who are the cross-pollinators of our city. Real estate speculation and free market values have caused an inflated bubble and an unprecedented housing crisis. And this affordable density bonus program is not the solution. It is flawed, and its build, baby, build approach is wrong-minded. The good news is that we do have a community-based plan, the Affordable Divis Community Plan. A diverse group of over 500 neighbors and residents met in 6 different sessions to hammer out a community plan.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up.
It's from the bottom up, and I would urge you to look at it.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment?
Can you go to the screen? Hi, my name is Judith, and I first appeared at this planning commission because there was a developer who wanted to build something next to my son's school. And for some reason, I've gotten drawn into this bizarre world that you guys inhabit, and I kudos for all the work you do. So first of all, I just wanted to talk about outreach because I've come here twice. I came here January 7th, begging for a meeting in District 9, and I came here a couple of weeks ago asking again for a meeting in District 9. And there was a meeting in District 11 where 9 was invited, but it would have been really great if you'd actually done outreach in District 9. District 9 has Bernal Heights, and this is basically the area that's affected is along Mission from Cesar Chavez to like Randall, and then Cortland, which is this nice little commercial street in Bernal Heights. And so I actually went to the meeting in Bayview this week, and Gil Kelly revealed the soft sites, and I started looking at the soft sites, and I actually think I'm becoming an advocate for parking lots now, which is really weird. But the first parking lot I encountered, the very soft site, is the parking lot right next to the employment office, right? People actually use that all day long to access EDD at Mission and Chavez. So, okay. Then I go to the next one. It's right next to the Planned Parenthood. Then I go to the next one. It's next to the Bank of America. And this is the map from redlining from 1937, which is my neighborhood, which was basically banking is really important. They just closed the bank on Cortlandt. The Bank of America is now just doing mortgages. And so having a working bank where you can do commercial deposits is important. So I just want to make sure that the amenities and infrastructure for neighborhoods, which Bernal Heights has actually been denied by being redlined in 37, stormwater drainage, loading zones, more
Thank you,
setback
ma'am.
for
Your
public
time is
right of
up.
way.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening, President Fong and Commissioners. I'm Kathy DeVincenzi, and I have a letter which I am submitting for the record, which, among other things, concerns the failure to perform CEQA review of the proposed changes, including the deletion of the protection for neighborhood character from the housing element in the proposed general plan amendment, and this amendment should be rejected. And I also sent an email yesterday, which I am resubmitting for the record, asking the Commission to add language to the general plan amendment accepting RH1 and RH2 areas from the changes to Table I-58 and Map 6 of the housing element, which refer to these areas, and RH1 and 2 areas are not supposed to be affected by the affordable housing proposals. The bonus program would incentivize the demolition of low-rise neighborhood commercial structures and result in the displacement of small businesses that can now afford the rents in older structures. Rents will be higher in the new structures, attracting chain stores and resulting in the loss of the unique diversity that differentiates our city from the suburbs. The proposal to require existing businesses to be afforded a right of first refusal in the new structures and to be paid a relocation fee is grossly inadequate, since market rates will be higher in all the new rentals, and once displaced, it's very hard to return. The idea that middle-class flight can be curbed by building units in multi-unit structures is at best a radical experiment that may well fail, since individuals earning $100,000 per year will likely have down payments and have options that lower income levels lack, and they may prefer the suburbs. And the families of 4 making $140,000 may prefer the school advantages in the suburbs. Since there are no size requirements for the middle-income units, the developer could make them very small and is not giving up commensurate value. Thank you very much.
Next speaker, please. I think they've already spoken. You're next.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is John Bardis. The Affordable Housing Density Program, as proposed, is to provide sites for the development of some affordable housing and thereby try and meet the housing crisis we have for affordable housing in San Francisco. And by using the existing housing stock to create this, what you really are proposing in this legislation is that we cannibalize the existing housing stock to proceed to provide for the meeting that need for affordable housing. And in cannibalizing the existing housing stock, you really are destroying the most affordable housing that exists in San Francisco. At one time, the general plan and the housing element was saying that as an explicit piece of language, which said the existing housing stock is the most affordable housing stock, therefore should not be demolished, should not be modified in order to meet housing needs. So where do you meet housing needs? Well, I suggest you might look and see in the city, we had 1,300 acres at Hunters Point Naval Shipyard. We had 1,300 acres at Treasure Island. And where was this concern about affordable housing when we owned the property in those sites? And then basically, did what? Did we meet affordable housing needs of the city? Did we say, this is what you're going to do in this land? You're going to build affordable housing, not inclusionary, subject to market rate housing or anything like this. It was going to be done for affordable housing.
Sue Hester. Some of us on the side that is asking you to just send it out without recommendation have been fighting to get the laws changed to build affordable housing and have been building it for a very, very, very long time, decades. So we're sincere about wanting housing. Secondly, some of us have also been burned by the planning department process for planning to do an area plans. I have been burned big time by the Eastern Neighborhoods Plan. Others have been burned by the Market Octavia Plan. We have a lot of comments from the community when you're doing the plan, unlike this one, which didn't have that many really comments and thing. Once you adopt the plan exists in fantasy. It's on a shelf. No one looks at it. No one understands what the intention is. They just look at the rules. They look at the planning code. And I am distressed with my experience that the planning department staff, the guys and the girls who've come in, gone through planning school, been here a year, 2 years, 6 months, are analyzing the projects and not asking the questions that should be asked. So the history is the Planning Commission has to be the entity that makes the decision, not the planning staff. Planning staff is the kids that graduate from planning school long after the plan is done. So keep your role, send this out. There needs to be a lot more thought, but the Planning Commission should send it to the Board of Supervisors and make them deal with it. Thank you.
Hi, John Schwark. I wasn't going to speak today, but my young girl planning intern decided since she came this far, she wanted to get on television. I'd like to make a couple quick points about some things people said tonight that struck me. One, we don't want any more rich white people coming into San Francisco, which I thought was kind of interesting considering that by far the greatest net worth people in the building tonight were the people speaking against the program. Another person also said, well, one person has $23 million in the bank from the sale of his house. He spoke first tonight. Another person bought a house in the 70s for $40,000 and it's now worth $4 million. That's 100 times return. He doesn't have to worry about where he's going to live or where his kids are going to live. I'd like you to please pass the Affordable Housing Bonus Program. Let's get it done with fewer carve-outs if possible. I know we have to make some political compromises, but every time we make it less attractive, that's less housing that gets built. And thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Any additional public comment tonight? Okay, public comment is closed.
No commissioners.
And commissioner comments, Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, I guess we can just sort of begin going through these things and give you my reflections on this.
Commissioners, if I may, we were recommending that you take it by the 6 topic areas and consider the recommendations that we made in each of the 6 topic areas. You can choose not to do it that way. It was just a way of structuring the discussion.
Jonas, you want to point out that?
Yeah, Commissioners, staff submitted Exhibit C, which might establish a framework for your discussion. I know you might
Where was that,
find it
Jonas?
difficult to find it under
Yeah.
the pile of paper you've received. It was in the staff report that was submitted to you, and it's titled Exhibit C, Department Recommendation Summary.
Like that. A little different.
Got it.
I got it.
Yeah. Okay.
For folks that are still looking for Exhibit C in their case report, you can also make use of pages 27 and 28 of the case report. So as a reminder for the Commission, the first topic which we discussed was program eligibility. Paolo Ikazoe walked you through a series of the program's current eligibility criteria. We started by discussing zoning district control, and talked about the historic requirements. And the recommendation is for the Commission to consider is whether we would like to propose that the program not be eligible for any projects that demolish a residential unit. We're happy to take comments, questions.
Okay. Commissioner Hillis.
So just a couple of questions and maybe some comments that can help move this along, at least in this section. So I think these maps were helpful that you showed, and I think I guess I have a clarifying question. When you went from the 3,700 parcels, which are those that don't include historic buildings as well as residential units, and that includes residential that's under rent control and non-rent control, right? So single-family homes and those built after 79. This is what you'd recommend, right? That map that shows those units, those parcels. And then how did you get to the potential soft sites?
Sure. I think you're asking for the difference between 3,700 that meet all parcels that meet all the eligibility criteria,
yeah,
and the 240 or so that are determined to be potential soft sites. And the real difference is the existing uses on those properties. So the 3,700, it could be any size structure, but it does not have a residential use. On the 240-some sites, the existing structure is 5% or less of the development potential, and that's a good estimator for us around where a site might be considered to be underutilized, and it might make sense for development to occur on that site. It's methodology we've used for both Eastern Neighborhoods, Market Octavia, and other efforts like to project where development might happen.
So in a 40-foot height area, it would have to be, there would be an existing building that would be less than the lot size.
Correct.
At that point. Okay. So, one, I think we should make it clear, if it's not, and I believe it is, but if it's not, that what we're starting from is this 3,700 units, because I think that was helpful. It's 3,700 parcels, because I think that was helpful to a lot of folks. We heard some people reiterate this notion of residential units or rent-controlled units or any residential units, but I think we're clear in this, or we've been clear in the past, that we don't intend to have this demo any existing rent control, and now we've expanded that to any residential units, correct? And I certainly would support that. I think the only thing I would try to get at, and I don't think we'll necessarily get at it tonight, but perhaps it's to make a recommendation if people are supportive to look at it. When I looked at the soft sites, and I went through and spent some time kind of looking at them on Google Maps and figuring out what they were, a lot of them could work, to add. There's things like the McDonald's site on Hayton Stanton that people have cried out for development. There's the gas stations on Deviz and Oakenfeld. There's the gas stations or banks on Geary in 18th. And I truly think those parcels could work and could could work under this program and generate more affordable housing, and you could have additional stories on there that aren't impactful for the neighborhood. There are those soft sites that come up that I don't think can work. Like there's the Kate's Kitchen on Haight Street, which tends to be mid-block, not necessarily because of the use. I mean, that building may be historic, but I think because the street there is narrower, it's less of a transit corridor, and I think some people brought up Irving or 24th Street. I don't know how we kind of phase this or prioritize some of the soft sites. It may be the soft sites that you've picked out in that methodology, but it may be also looking at things like how wide the street is or if it's a transit corridor. Because I think places like Deviz, Geary, Masonic, Oak, Fell, in a lot of them that showed up on that smaller list work better than the more narrow neighborhood commercial districts like Irving or 24th Street. So I don't know quite how to get at that, but and I'd suggest we do this kind of, and people talked about a phased approach, that if we're going to go down that path, that may be a way to kind of get at this, is look first to kind of those more wider transit corridors that I think a lot of your soft sites are on. That's just my thought on the first section.
Okay. Commissioner Wu, thoughts on topic 1, program eligibility, or you have general thoughts?
Yeah, sorry.
Let me just stop for a second. How would you like to do this? I mean, ultimately, I think we'd like to maybe take an action or recommendation on each topic, but if it's best now to throw out everything you have and we can come back to them, or do you want to tackle them one at a time?
I mean, I could go through, and I think it'd be quicker if we just went through and kind of talked about some of the changes. Because
one at a time. That's fine, but I have other questions too.
Me too.
Yeah.
So we can do one at a time, but I'm going to ask some programmatic level questions.
Okay. Well, why don't we try it this way? Why don't we try to focus on each topic? There are going to be some general questions that you have that will affect all of them. But if we can, we'll try to, after we get through this round of comments, we will try to take an action on topic 1. Commissioner Wu, thank you.
So I want to go back to the fact that there's 4 programs. So there's the I don't know what all the terminology is, the individually negotiated state bonus program, right? Basically, people come in one by one and you try and figure out what the state bonus is. Then there's the proposed state analyzed program, the local analyzed program, and then the affordable housing, 100% affordable housing program.
That's correct.
So on the state analyzed program, how much leeway do we have? For example, the program in front of us has something between 13 to 20%. If you do 13 to 20% affordable, you get the bonus. Are those numbers mandated by the state? Are they a proportion?
The primary difference between the state analyzed program and the state law is simply the state law is broad in its description of the types of incentives and concessions, like waiver on parking or waiver on backyard, that can be offered or asked for. And so what we tried to do is keep the density ratios consistent with the state law, almost as literally as possible, implement the state law, but really limit the types of incentives and concessions that can be requested. So rather than what would happen through the individually requested process, where we'd have to look at 2 proposals and negotiate 5 or 6% on the backyard, we relied on the analysis of David Baker and Libby Seifel's firms to set up a menu. This is an approach that some municipalities, such as LA, have taken. But the percentages of density benefit are exactly mimicking the state law.
Okay, I think the reason I asked that question is to ask what happens if the inclusionary baseline changes. So, for illustration purposes only, if the requirement were 15% low income and then 10%, whatever the next step up is, middle, is that what we're calling it? Moderate? What would happen, because that's more than the 20%?
Sure. So we have worked through some analysis of this just very quickly, and per the state law, any project that met the affordability requirements proposed by the charter amendment would get a 35% density benefit automatically. Under the local program, which is the one that currently encourages people to go up to 30%, we've structured it to say, first you meet whatever requirement happens in Article 415, and then you do the rest in middle income. So should that proposal be successful, a local affordable housing bonus program project would first meet the requirements described in the new change and then provide 5% at the middle income level. We built that flexibility in because we anticipated that Section 415 would change over the 20-year period.
Okay. And then I guess for both state analyzed and local, how much work is there, do you imagine, before you go to adding 2 floors? So there are other ways to get density, right? How often would you just say you can do more units within X envelope as opposed to saying you get 2 more floors?
So under the state analyzed program, we developed a formula, and we only give additional volume when we can tell from that formula that you couldn't fit what we consider to be an average size unit, which assumes 40% 2-bedroom, within the volume that you're currently permitted. And then you're only allowed that extra volume as the formula predicts. So if you're getting a 35% density bonus and you can fit all of those units in the volume you have, you would get no heights or maybe half a story. But through our work with David Baker's firm, we realized that there are almost no cases where a 35% density benefit would warrant more than 2 stories of heights. So that's why we wanted to be really explicit with the public and decision makers that that formula sort of caps out there. Under the local program, there isn't that process. One of the benefits to a project sponsor that commits to doing 30% affordability is they have that option to choose 1 or 2 stories as part of the program benefits.
Okay. So I'll go to the issues as they're laid out. I mean, on the first one, I think that's something that the Commission has asked for. I would be really supportive of taking out residential units or parcels that have residential units on them from the program. I think what is then a struggle for me is I'm not as clear on the other ones, other issues, and so where does that leave me on the program? I think that's kind of a challenge.
Okay, Commissioner Antonini.
No, I agree with Commissioner Wu. I think that we should. I've heard a lot from the public. It seems to be a concern, and so I think taking all the residential units out of it would be recommended. I think we also should, when we pass it to the supervisors, say examples of like 1681 Fulton that you show that there are these instances where good things could happen, but on the balance, I don't think the program should cover that. And there's no reason why someone who wanted to use the state plan couldn't involve some of the housing, because that's separate from the local plan. So I think that I would eliminate residential units. And while I have the floor, you did go through infrastructure, but then you didn't put a category in there. Are we going to do that after we do this here?
Infrastructure is topic 2.
Oh, it says urban design
on the voter guide. Well, we did not propose any amendments related to infrastructure. Right, so certainly you can have a discussion on that topic.
Can I bring that up now? We can conclude that with our vote on number 1, if that's okay. Or you want to wait?
I'll go
ahead with this. What I am concerned about in infrastructure is you're trying to mitigate the cost of the impacts of the new units. And I think that you're talking about fees for 20 units or more, and I would like to suggest that there be a sliding scale where the fees begin no matter how many units are added, and everybody contributes something towards this to allay the fears that people had that the impacts will be, too great to be able to be mitigated. I think this is going to happen pretty gradually, and I don't think it's going to be nearly the impacts that we have with the bigger plans that we approve. But
Commissioner, if I may, I think the reason for that number is that was the just passed transportation sustainability fee, which only applied to projects of more than 20 or more units. And so we were simply assuming that same program that just went through a couple of years of process and that was just adopted by the board a couple of weeks ago into why it's only applies to more than 20 units.
On our recommendation, I would suggest we ask the board to look at any other possible fees that they may levy against smaller projects pro rata to their size and perhaps generate a little more revenue.
Commissioner Richards.
So before I comment on topic one, question I have is foundational to the program itself in terms of value recapture. We heard Fernando Martin get up and say there was extraordinary value conferred on Sloat Boulevard and yada, yada, yada. And we have a table that was handed in that talked about conferred value because it's taking away the density and adding height at the same time, which is somewhat exponential, I guess, versus a straight 20% or 30% kind of give back. So that to me is foundational to the whole thing. And from there, then I'd love to talk about or comment on program eligibility. So if somebody could comment on the analysis around value conferred, we just had 160 Folsom here, or Block 1. We saw that it was 66% value recapture of the value conferred, and we confirmed that. How do we know what the value conferred and value recapture is here?
Sure, that's a great question, and I did get a chance to read the memo from Choo Choo. Unfortunately, I didn't have a chance to dive into those numbers in great detail, but I can certainly respond to that question. So development impact fees are something that the city has been setting since about 2005 when we established the Rincon Hill Development Impact Fee. And generally, the art of setting the fee has something to do with finding the number where you accomplish your public goal, you make projects feasible, and that comes to sort of finding the center point, right? So in Eastern Neighborhoods and Market Octavia, we conferred removal of density benefits and variegated height, improved upgrades and downgrades, height reductions and height increases. Sorry, it's quite late. But we set the fees for those areas at a flat rate. So some projects were overburdened or the value was over recaptured, and some were getting a little more benefit than the value recapture mechanism. And in some cases, like in Eastern Neighborhoods, where the value conferred was so different, we did set tiers. And I took a look at those tiers today for Eastern Neighborhoods. For Tier 1, those were projects that had no additional height conferred to them. And then for Tier 2, those were projects that had 2 additional stories of height. And those projects were requested to pay 20% inclusionary. We're asking for 30%. So the same zoning benefits, density decontrol, and 2 additional stories in Eastern Neighborhoods era required, sorry, can I get a little quiet back there? Thanks. Required 20% affordability. And here we're offering those same benefits and asking for 30%. Eastern Neighborhoods did have a Tier 3 that was available for projects that were 3 stories or more. So we really feel that through the analysis we did with Seifel Consulting, that we have very appropriately captured a nice central point. I think one of the comments that Choo Choo made in their memo was that there are some sites that won't benefit from the local program, and that's entirely true. We've been pretty clear about that all the time. What we wanted to do is create an incentive for some of those 200 plus potential soft sites to produce 30% affordability. So we think that we're really close to that mark. And our amendment for topic 6 was an offer to take a closer look at that feasibility. And so if this question about the variegated density benefits should surface during that discussion, that would probably be the most logical time.
Could I ask Mr. Cohen a question then, please? So the thing I'm struggling with, Mr. Cohen, is if I have a box and the box is only allowed to produce so many units because of density, right? 1 per 800, 1 per 400, whatever it's going to be. I'm going to build a bigger unit. I'm going to still build in my box, right? So instead of building 1,500 square foot, 3 flats, I'm going to build now different combination of flats with my additional 2 stories. How do you, explain to me, again, foundational question here on which sites should be covered and which shouldn't be. If you can explain to me what's the difference between building within the box with more units or less units? You're still building within the box. So how's the value conferred change by zoning district?
Right. Well, Commissioner, if you're familiar with the way the various density controls work, there are ratios. It's 1 to 200,
Right.
or 1 to 400, or 600, or 800. So you have a tremendous range of density controls in different types of zoning districts across the city. And if you just eliminate those, then what you're encouraging is, if you will, the market forces to try to maximize units into the volume of the building. This is without any height increases. And so you've gone from a situation, for example, in a 1 to 800, which is a very low density or, strong control, of encouraging larger units, because that's how you kind of maximize the volume of a building, is to have larger units to take up the most space, to a situation where you're going to be encouraging smaller and smaller units. You get more of them. That's, I guess, one purpose, is to increase the volume, but you're naturally pushing towards small units. And if you remember, one of the early amendments was to eliminate micro units and group housing, because that's what you would have ended up with, is buildings full of those. But you're also still now running up against the only mechanism to encourage larger units is your 40%. 40% of these 2 bedrooms or larger. Everything else is bound to be studios and ones.
So then the premise on, I guess, where your rationale is, smaller units command a higher price per square foot.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying.
That's micro units, yeah. And
Okay.
it works the same way for anything.
Okay.
And I think the point of my colleague who did all the deep weed stuff is that in a one-size-fits-all at that scale, you end up having not just a center point, as staff pointed out, which might work in some scale, but when you talk city-wide with all the different zoning districts we have, you end up with a huge law of averages. And you have some sites for which the amount of conferred zoning is just off the charts. And so our point is to look at this at some kind of scale where you can actually find the right center point that isn't just simply giving away the farm.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Moore.
I would agree with Commissioner Wu and Commissioner Antonini on eliminating residential units. There's one element which I have been and continue to be very uncertain about, and that is the basic definition and what type of work went into identifying soft sites. I have gotten a number of calls and had a number of conversations with people in different districts which identified sites which they believed were more soft side than those identified on that list with all the blue outlines on it. And the question I am asking is, what criteria were used to identify these sites, who identified them, and what is the record by which somebody could look at the criteria you used to make them soft sites in your mind? In redevelopment, for example, no, I don't want an answer. I don't need an answer. In redevelopment, for example, there is a very clear, strictly codified methodology by which to look at a neighborhood and identify if there are sufficient sites which fall into the category of redevelopment. And there are identifiers and attributes which have to be used to create an apples and apples as you move through a neighborhood to identify those sites or buildings. In this particular site, it would be sites. I am asking, what was used here, other than finger in the wind or sending somebody out who thought because there was a gas station or because there was some dilapidated shack that this was a soft site? Who did the work and where is it documented?
So there's a document that was a part of your case packet or handed out to you this afternoon, which is dated February 22nd. It's labeled the Affordable Housing Bonus Program Potential Soft Sites, and it walks through a lot of the questions that you've just asked today about what were the steps we took. And so the Planning Department has a large set of data that tell us what the existing building size is, and we basically did some math in an Excel spreadsheet to compare that across the whole city with the potential development. And when that ratio was 5% or less, it was deemed to be potentially soft. But to your point, we don't believe that all of those potential soft sites will be developed under this program or at all. For example, and the memo goes into this, it likely includes many or all of the gas stations in the program area. And while those have proven to be very good development opportunities, we know that at some point there will be a need to sort of maintain the gas station services in a neighborhood, and so we know some of those will remain in that function. So we agree with you that this analysis is a good proxy for understanding the potential scale of the program, but not an exact predictor. And there might be some sites inside of the program area or inside of this potential soft site that don't develop, or some outside of that benchmark that maybe, because of the condition of the building, are good opportunities for development.
So you are saying to me that you did not go out and physically survey these sites? That is a yes or no answer.
We did not go on the street and survey the sites. Paolo actually led all of this work. And so one thing we did over the past couple of months is look on Google Street View at particular sites. And this enabled us to remove sensitive receptors like churches or synagogues that we knew were not actually potential soft sites, even though they're smaller buildings, because they were community-owned, community amenities that aren't good candidates for development.
Thank you. You answered my question.
Commissioner Richards.
I guess a couple of points. First, absolutely we shouldn't be demolishing any housing, so B would be good for me. But I think from what I heard today, we should start with the 210 vacant lots and gas stations and start from there. And I know this isn't in any one of the topics, but I would make that recommendation based on a feasibility analysis that truly we're recapturing the standard amount of value recapture as we do in any other plan area like Central Soma, 5M, 160 Folsom. So that I could start with. I think to Commissioner Moore's point then, for the remaining 3,500 sites that would still be covered that were just commercial, I would do a survey. And I would actually try to understand what it is they are, because most of the commercial sites in my neighborhood are 1 and 2 story. There's really no 3 story. That's usually housing. So I would do a survey, and at the same time I'm doing that survey, you could make sure that any historic issues are caught, all those B sites become A or C. That would be a good time to do it. And I think, again, it's not mention anything else. While you're doing that, and this is a 20-year plan, you go right away on the big cheese, which is 15,000 sites, 15,000 units that could be given by those 210 sites. It's a 20-year plan. Do a compressed community involvement plan. I don't know what you want to call it, 6 months, while you're doing that, and you can actually evaluate the rest of those 3,500 sites. That's how I would go.
Commissioner Antonini.
Well, I agree with Commissioner Richards. I'd like to see if we can make a motion for this first section to support it with the plan expressed by Commissioner Richards as the starting point, the ones you know for sure you start with, the ones that there's no problem with. And then we've already said that we are eliminating any rent-controlled units first, then on historical. We're eliminating all the Category A, and we're evaluating any Category B. Before they could be part of the plan, they have to be deemed not A. And then finally, we're eliminating all housing units as part of the plan. So that would be my motion to support the program eligibility with those provisions.
Second. Go ahead.
Okay. Before we vote on that, I want to hear a recap of that, please. Commissioner Hillis.
If I could try to maybe recap that, because I'm just a little nervous saying the soft sites are the sites, but I think putting criteria, and I would just suggest that the planning staff come up with recommendations to phase this program that would prioritize soft sites, which are defined as kind of vacant or underutilized sites at this 5% or less.
Gas stations and parking lots.
But also looking at kind of corner lots in transit corridors, in wider streets, because I think there's other criteria than just soft sites. Because in my look, there were sites in the soft sites that I maybe wouldn't recommend be in the first phase. Yet there's others that aren't in the soft sites that could be. So I would just, because we're making recommendations here, is recommend a phased approach to this where they look at things like that. Broader streets, transit corridors, low intensity development on lots. So you're not at the 24 streets, and you're looking more at gas stations on Masonic or gas stations on Geary, and not at one-story buildings on 24th Street.
Sounds good to me.
Just to kind of clarify, are you asking for within the soft sites 3 categories?
Or within all the sites?
Yeah, of all of them, but of greater importance or greater opportunity.
Yeah, because it could be things like corner lots that work better because they tend to work.
Ask for the audience to let you have a discussion, please. It's very distracting to me and to other staff. Please.
Thank you very much.
This obviously is going to take some work and effort. I don't think we have the answers here, so we're more directing staff to look at a phased approach, which would be something similar to the soft sites, but could be narrower, could be broader based on what they look at.
Mm-hmm. Commissioner Wu.
I wanted to ask a procedural question for us. So I can't remember back to short-term rental. We're going to kind of vote on each issue one by one, but there's still, is it then that we'll take the package and vote on it as a whole, or is voting on an issue implicit in saying supporting the program, right? Because there's the option to either support or not, or be neutral, but then still give recommendations,
I think
right?
that's the way.
Yeah.
It's really up to you. You could do that either way.
You could do it either way, really,
Right.
because and actually both ways, where you vote on each of these topics individually and then on the entire program as a whole, or you can choose not to vote on the entire program and just simply forward the program to the Board of Supervisors with the individual votes.
Right.
Yeah.
I think I would prefer the second, which,
Latter.
if I understand it right, it's just forwarding the program to the board, but then with recommendations on certain pieces.
Yeah.
And so there would not be then a recommendation on the entire program.
Yeah.
There seems to be some consensus on that approach.
Go through each one. Yeah.
Okay, then we'll forego the vote on the entire program, but rather on what'll be forwarded to the board or the individual votes on each of the 5 topics that staff is proposing amendments to.
Or more, if there are more amendments, correct?
With the voting part.
Commissioner Moore on the process.
I'm concerned with the voting part. It's voting up or down. I think making comments for or against it or asking ongoing questions as a commentary rather than as a vote would be much more comfortable to me. If we would have like 6 or 8 weeks to work with you like we are in a working session, then it would be something else. But we're basically here tonight to decide what to do with this. Pass it on without comment, pass it on with comment, but voting is something completely different. Voting is basically 4 for it, 3 against it, or the other way around. But that is not what I was thinking we should be doing. We're going to be sitting here till 6 o'clock tomorrow morning in order to thoroughly give it all we have to do it justice.
Well, we've had many months to work on this, so
Yep.
We should have some idea, some direction at this point. Commissioner Richards?
I think the issue for me would be on this first one. I'm trying to divorce the other topics to create a big ball of spaghetti here, which is not what I want to do. The reason why I said we should take a look at phasing this approach in is because that of topic number 5, preserving small business, those are the other sites that I'm talking about. They're going to be impacted. I think one of my recommendations would be meet with a small business commission in the future, at some point in the future, to talk about, if this program were to actually go through, how to make it work. Again, and the other thing is there are other topics here that are also related to it. But again, I think we need to make sure. I would vote, if we're voting yes, I would vote yes if we do a value recapture study that says that we're actually getting similar value recapture on these original sites as we do in all the other value recapture scenarios that we've been involved in, which is between 2/3 and 3/4. And we have a community planning process for the remaining sites that are not in the original proposal.
I guess as a maker, I think I can include that in my motion for this first part.
That's the reason why I did that.
Commissioner Moore.
I would like to ask the question about gas station. Ms. Dissinger, we're talking about gas station as the one side we're hanging our hat on. How many of these gas stations are really there for redevelopment? We have, as you know, one or two particular operators here in town who are trying to make gas stations more like the formula retail of gas stations. We had one on California and
Scott,
Buchanan.
Pierce, Scott, yeah.
Somewhere up there. And how do we know that all of those gas stations are indeed soft sites? For one, gas stations require a significant amount of cleanup before they can even be used as housing sites. So I know there's one at the corner of Union and Van Ness, there's one further down on Lombard, which might probably be ready, but those are almost the only ones in town, at least in the western part of town that I know, are available.
I absolutely agree with you. I think the soft site analysis is just the first indicator. So over a 20-year period, all it's really telling us is the existing structure is taking up less than 5% of the total. But as Paolo alluded to, there's a number of private transactional steps that would need to take place before any change of use would happen or any development. And I do think that those first soft sites that we developed or potential soft sites would need some further vetting. So I really like this recommendation that's coming from the Commission for, program eligibility to move forward with the removal of residential and a direction for staff to do further prioritization. And I've been trying to take really detailed notes, but I think it's on broader streets, corner lots, existing small businesses. Those were the three issues I wrote down.
Vacancies?
So it was value recapture, making sure that was the first thing. That's kind of for me to take it to the dance. Second one was the remaining sites that are not gas stations or parking lots, they're surveyed. So you can see what's there, because that would impact your topic number 5. I mean,
absolutely.
The small business. And then also help your historic.
You're saying survey from a historic preservation standpoint, or survey
both? I mean, you're physically going there. I mean, I don't know if it's two different people or not, but
yes,
that would really help things out. You'd know clearly what's an A, a B, and a C historic-wise, and you'd know, hey, we're going to be affecting 3,500 small businesses. Some of those may be vacant. I don't know.
I think this is enough for us to work with, and we'll come up with a technical solution for this.
The community planning process on the remaining, when we phase this out, there would be some type of community planning process on those 3,500 sites, like a charrette. We did that for Upper Market over the course of, I think, 4 meetings.
That's about, just to be fair, Commissioner, that's Upper Market's maybe 200 sites.
And not scattered about.
It's a 20-year program. I mean, I don't know.
Okay, that's fine.
I mean, we've seen, and I don't know. We've seen other communities come up and say they've looked at things in the course of a few months. I know that's aggressive, and you're not going to get unanimity, but I think it helps with that community planning process or feedback on.
This is something we can work with.
Sure.
Commissioner Hillis.
I need some clarification on what we're voting on, because I'm just a little confused. I mean, I'm all for, looking at it, but a site today that has a small business in it may not be a site 10 years from now that has a small business in it. A site today that's not historic may be historic 20 years from now. So I think we're trying to set policy in kind of broad zoning guidelines that you look at the time somebody wants to do a project. So a gas station may not be a soft site today, but it may be a soft site 10 years from now. This is zoning that's supposed to last for years. We're not going out and developing these sites now.
Right.
So I think that's what I was trying to get at is let's do this in a phased approach, which I think is what you're trying to get at, and not be so prescriptive as to what's in or out in this first phase, that they be broader zoning types of decisions and not, there's a great restaurant we like on Irving and 9th, so that shouldn't be in. You know what I'm saying?
I wasn't saying what should be in or out. I'm saying the remaining 3,500 parcels, we don't know what's actually even there.
Yeah, but we don't know what's there 10 years from now or 20 years from now.
Yeah, but we're creating incentives for the demolition of a structure today. So if I'm a legacy business sitting on a corner site somewhere and I've got a 5-year lease, but I've got my site's been rezoned, my lease isn't going to get renewed, and I'm going to be displaced. I mean, this is where I'm going with this. What we're doing today is going to set the stage for tomorrow, and we're going to have to figure, if there's a way to be more flexible, I think, but I don't see any other way around it.
I think I'd say if you're a legacy business, that can't participate in this program.
That was just an example. I think the question is, most of the commercial spaces are 1 and 2 stories. I just want to know what's there.
Maybe I can make a recommendation that staff take a crack at making a proposal and bring that back as an informational item to the commission to get further comments as we're evaluating this. Because I'm hearing a lot of different ideas, and I think we can probably gel them together in some way.
Yeah, and I think we're going to get this to the board. I think that's really going to inform the board to take what kind of action they're going to need.
Absolutely.
Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, as a maker of the motion, just it's acceptance of the staff thing with all housing being out of it. Basically, that's the first part. But what Commissioner Richards had added to it is that there's a priority of those sites where there are no structures on there, and it's much easier to move to those. Any that do have structures will, of course, you already told us you're going to consider whether they're A, B, or C historically, and so I think what we're basically saying in this one is our eligibility is going to focus on first priorities are ones that everybody agrees there's very little development on them, and where if there is development, then there'll be more attention given to that. And that's sort of the motion, as I understand it. If you agree, Commissioner.
Maybe I could try to recapture what I heard. What I heard is that there's agreement that we should have we should not use sites with any existing housing. I think there's general agreement on that. There's agreement that there should be a value recapture study, further analysis on the value recapture to set the AMI limits. There's agreement that there should be some kind of phasing. And what I think I heard is that you're comfortable with a phasing that includes the soft sites, perhaps some soft sites. I don't know how you define that, but the 215 soft sites that are on the table, recognizing that some of them aren't going to be developed anyway, and that you want further analysis of sites beyond that.
Yeah, it's good. From a small business and historic preservation point of view.
So I would suggest, in the interest, and I know that Commissioner Hillis is interested in looking at a distinction between some wide streets and mid-blocks and corners, I would suggest you take that up as a separate issue under the urban design category so that you can have a focus on that discussion separate from this issue of which sites are actually eligible. Does that make sense?
That's a great idea.
Yeah. Yes.
Right.
So the motion, I believe, under program eligibility was to move a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors to remove parcels with residential units, to recommend a phased approach to implementation of the program, starting with soft sites, which include vacant and/or gas station sites, and include an evaluation of value recapture for AMI limits, as well as small business and historic preservation. Is that it? Okay, on that first motion, then, to pass along that recommendation regarding program eligibility, Commissioner Antonini?
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
No.
Commissioner Wu? Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
And Commission President Fong?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That recommendation will move on to the board with a vote of 4-2, with Commissioners Moore and Wu voting against.
Okay,
One down.
Topic 2. Commissioner.
So, topic 2 was infrastructure, and we
Excuse
focused
me.
on transportation. Sorry.
Commissioner Moore.
I was wondering, are we making any footnotes to any of those decisions?
I think it's wide open. If you,
Commissioner, just to be clear, we always summarize your discussion to the board with the types of discussions and the issues that you raise. It isn't just a yes or no. We always summarize your discussion.
The comment I like to make, and I restate what I said earlier, I like to have a second look at the methodology by which soft sites were identified.
Certainly.
That might indeed require clearly described parameters, which might include identifying other sites. It might eliminate a number of sites that are currently on your list.
I think that's what we are asking for, a revisit of that. Commissioner Richards.
The other thing on that we just voted on was the sites above the 215, there'd be some type of community planning process.
I don't think that was in the motion.
Right. We'd have to go back.
Okay.
Well, the way I suggested was that you look at those sites beyond the 215 for considered further eligibility. If you want to add community process for that, that's great. I mean, we would do it anyway. I mean, that's fine. You want to, Jonas, did you capture that in the motion?
No, I did not actually specifically capture that portion of it. So if you want to recuse the previous motion and offer substitute motion, then we'd have to do that. Or it can just simply be captured in Commissioner Richards' comments, the same way Commissioner Moore's comments were captured.
I heard that too. I mean, I think it should be. He heard it. It should be noted that was discussed.
I'm just curious. Would commissioners be able to submit after tonight any writing, any footnotes, thoughts, maybe why they voted no on a particular topic, and if a suggestion was not included in the motion, be able to submit that in writing?
Essentially, they'd be submitting it as an individual, but not as part of the commission, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, your actions as a commission have to be done in a public forum collectively by vote, by majority vote.
So can I ask that last vote be reopened to include Commissioner Moore's and my comment then, so that it's official?
I guess if we have to go through it again, we can. I'm not exactly sure what community involvement input is going to be. I mean, we always do have community input on things.
Mini community charrette or plan.
Okay. I mean, do they need to take a vote to rescind the previous vote? Jonas?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Someone needs to make a motion.
I make a motion to rescind the previous vote.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you. To rescind the previous vote, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Wu.
No.
Commissioner Richards.
Thank you.
Aye. Commission President Fong.
I should have said no, too.
No, and this is getting a little silly.
Yeah, I make my yes.
Okay, that motion to rescind passes 4-2. Is there a substitute motion?
Substitute motion, exactly the same motion we made before, with the inclusion of, as we move into the more contentious or the phase sites, that we will have community involvement in this process. With I'm not exactly sure how we're going to do that as a commission.
Can I
City
suggest?
Attorney. Yeah.
Deputy City Attorney Marlena Byrne, may I ask the Commission a clarifying question? The way this project will be implemented is by application of the owner. So maybe staff can work with you to understand better what this phasing idea means, but the city isn't reaching out and...
No, I think what we're talking about is phasing the parcels that would be eligible for the program, right? So they're making a recommendation to the board on which parcels might be eligible or not be eligible. And they're saying the first phase is soft sites with a further analysis of soft site analysis, and then then to consider the other 3,500 sites with a community process to consider if they should be eligible for the program.
And this would be for the local programs?
Yes.
Yes, because the state program applies citywide. We can't do anything about that, right? Okay.
Commissioner
Thank you.
I just, to help us, I think the more we try to package all this together, the harder it makes it to vote. And so the reason I voted no previously is, I've stated publicly that I want to remove residential units from it, but the more that we are like packaging something together, it feels like processes we take otherwise to come up with a cohesive package of recommendations. But I don't think that's where we're going, So I would just encourage us to separate issues as much as we can.
And the reason why I added them was because they weren't mentioned in any other topic. I don't know where to tuck them in.
But you can certainly add them to take separate votes.
Okay.
If you want. Something to keep you from doing that.
We should vote on this one.
Okay, so I believe Commissioner Antonini made a motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you. So on that motion then,
Would you restate the motion?
I'm going to try to. On the motion to then move a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors on program eligibility to remove parcels with residential units, to recommend a phased approach to the implementation of the program, starting with soft sites identified as vacant and or gas station sites, and then during that phased approach to further evaluate the other identified sites based on small business and historic preservation, and then have the value recapture evaluation for AMI limits, and then include a community phasing process. Is that everything?
That's pretty close.
Okay, on that motion, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
No.
Commissioner Wu.
No.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
And Commission President Fong.
Aye.
Okay, Commissioners, that motion passes 4-2.
Topic 2 is transportation. And infrastructure. Staff did not prepare any proposed recommended amendments for this item.
Okay.
Commissioner, unless you had any that you wanted.
Yeah. Commissioner Anthony on transportation.
I don't think we need to. We're supportive of that position. I think, unless there's any feelings otherwise. But I did want to have noted that we want for the Board of Supervisors to look at all possible projects to see if they could make some contribution towards some fees or exactions towards possible impacts they might have, if the other commissioners agree with that being mentioned.
I think that was noted.
Okay, great.
That wasn't a motion, it was just a...
Staff noted that.
Okay, great. Topic 3 is urban design. Staff have made several recommended amendments for urban design. One is to add a design guideline to maximize light and air to the sidewalks and frontages along the streets, including alleyways.
Excuse me, if the conversations can continue outside the chambers while these proceedings are occurring, we would appreciate that. I think we've stated that repeatedly already through the course of this hearing.
The second staff recommendation is to modify lot merger limitations to 50% of the actual block length rather than apply a citywide numerical cap. And the third is to direct planning staff to include analysis of a project's conformity to design guidelines in a planning commission case report. So there's 3 proposed staff recommended amendments for this topic.
Commissioner Moore.
I disagree with all of them. Light and air does not apply to the street side of buildings. It applies to the requirements for unit exposure. That's where light and air and privacy come in to define livability, to define street with sufficient street width for circulation and cars. There is no impact on light and air other than what you have in C3, where you have particular streets where sidewalks have to be in the sun. That does not apply to the neighborhoods in which we are trying to add density. It would be a nice idea, but I don't think it would fly because this is particularly codified in C3 and does not have anything to do with the concerns about light, air, and privacy, where densification, particularly affecting the rear yard and light wells of adjoining buildings, is the issue. So I would think that needs to be rethought and brought into a completely different discussion as it relates to rear yard setback, and building separation, or respecting property windows. because we're building in built-up neighborhoods where many of the existing buildings, the older buildings, were built prior to the institution of no property line windows. And until we understand that and codify that as a protective element to protect the units in these older buildings, we will do a lot of damage to the issue of light and air and where it needs to be considered. I believe that further to your discussion about street width and Alan Jacobs' book on grade streets, he spoke more about the designing of grade streets, not how to create them. I think the discussion of street widths to adjoining building heights is a very good one, but given that we mostly add 2 floors, at least in your current proposals, that particular rule will hardly apply because the streets are so much wider than the adjoining streets. So it's a nice idea to mention, but has hardly any bearing on what we do. I think it's actually a misuse of a reference, while I think it's nice when you start planning a city to use that. It does not apply here to protect something which doesn't need protecting. I think we can think about it, but I don't think it helps. What is of real importance to me is to look at how changing street wall heights might have to meet requirements of upper floor setbacks in order to protect view lines, as we do when we build additional height on in buildings that currently have height limits, and we are adding extra floors, holding them back by 15 feet. I think that would be a good discussion, but not the street wall height itself.
Okay, great.
Thanks.
Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, I think I agree with Commissioner Moore, and probably if we modified this, we have to talk more about maximizing light and air to the sidewalks with, in terms of what she was talking about setbacks on these floors that might be what we would need to do, not necessarily just the sheer height of the building, but rather how it affects the higher floors would affect the streets and the sidewalks, and also particularly the rear yards, which was mentioned, and property line windows, which need to be protected. And these are all the types of things we have to look at. And then the rest of this, it talks to lot merger. The 50% is fine. There was one gentleman who said that, if it's a lot that previously had been one lot, you might have the exception that needed to be studied because it makes a case for something that was originally one lot. We may not make it behoven to the 50%. And then conform to the guidelines and case reports and continue to work on the issue. So I think this, actually, with that sort of thing, I think it's something I could support.
Commissioner Moore.
I talk about lot mergers. I forgot to speak about that. Residential blocks in many neighborhoods in San Francisco are about 230 by 450 or something, or thereabouts. And if you are taking aggregating lots up to 150 or half the block, you're creating substantially large buildings in areas where you might have indeed a much, much finer grain. And with additional heights on what is half a block, I'm very concerned that those buildings could look rather overly monstrous relative to what we're trying to achieve. So unless additional guidelines are developed which break down the appearance of the building into what is the typical lot width in San Francisco, we want to avoid in the rush for value capture that we are forgetting architectural modulation and all those kinds of things by which we are, by which I was wondering if you're still there.
I am still here. I'm listening. Getting lots of advice.
We are indeed not forgetting the essence of what San Francisco architecture is all about. The
Absolutely.
Urban design plan itself, and that is for C3, very strongly spoke against lot mergers. For those people who haven't been around, I need to remind you, because what the urban design plan for the downtown districts required was indeed to avoid having the city look like Houston. And the Embarcadero, in its redevelopment fervor, indeed did exactly what we ultimately decided not to do, and that is oversizing buildings that really negate the typical lot pattern and lot subdivision in San Francisco. So if we are using large aggregation as a metrics, I think we need to have additional guidelines which speak to the type of buildings that we want and then be neighborhood specific in order to develop guidelines.
As a reminder, the Affordable Housing Bonus Program includes several design guidelines that will be in effect as an interim measure until the Universal Design Guidelines that Jeff Jocelyn and David and Maya are leading up. And I believe those design guidelines address a number of those issues. And additionally, many of the districts in which the Affordable Housing Bonus Program is applicable currently do not have lot merger limitations. And I think with the Planning Commission's recommendation of excluding any parcels that have residential units, the opportunity for lot mergers is greatly diminished. But I do believe that the design guidelines we've crafted with David Baker's team really do address the ability to really think about the fine-grained scale and character of the neighborhoods.
I still would caution that we do not make this too much one size fits all. David Baker is a very skilled architect, and while this is not about mentioning names, there is an equal number of less skilled architects in this town who bring buildings forward which barely meets the intent of what he's suggesting. He has a very, very good feeling about fitting workable units into pre-prescribed volumetric envelopes. Not everybody has that skill. So I think you need to be very careful on that one.
Mr. Hillis.
Just on this lot merger, the 125 feet versus the 50% of the block that we had. What was the rationale for changing that?
We're changing from 125 feet, and we're proposing you recommend to change it to 50%, so that enables that ratio to be block specific. So as Commissioner Moore suggested, there is an average block length in the city of 250. I'm getting tired. But there are some blocks that are more narrow, and so this would enable that lot merger limitation to be specific to those corridors.
Are there blocks that are longer?
I'm going to defer to Menica. I believe in Soma, which is not included in the program area.
Could we just say 50% or 125, whichever
Absolutely.
is the max? Okay. I mean, that's what I would recommend on that. And then maybe picking up on Commissioner Moore's that we develop specific design guidelines related to lot mergers.
Great.
Commissioner Richards.
I still think it's too much. I keep looking at the Castro Theater, which is roughly 6 lots wide, and it's going to look as tall as some of these buildings are going to be, and I keep imagining those plop down on 24th Street and all these other commercial corridors, and I just think it's too much, so I'm going to vote no.
There's not a motion yet.
Oh, okay. When there's a motion, I'm going to vote no.
And I will remind commissioners and the public that the garage closes in about 55 minutes.
I thought it's later. I thought it was 2 o'clock now, but maybe not.
Get your cars, take a break.
Okay, so
Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, so in terms of what we're presented with here, then I guess that there are some commissioners who would want the merger to be less than 125. I think it was the lesser of the two, 50% or 125. And that would be the maximum. And once again, in our approval process, which is coming up next, if we're going to move into a stricter approval process, we will have control over, whether or not they could have a project approved on a larger site. So that's one thing we can control the whole process a little bit.
Commissioner Richards?
I think sitting in the Mayor's Housing Work Group, subgroup pipeline and process, the thing that I keep hearing from the development community is the first thing that they do is secure the land. So if we're going to allow them 125 feet or 5 lot mergers, and then they come to the commission and we say, no, cut a couple of lots off, I don't think that's going to work. I think we should set it and forget it.
Commissioner Moore.
At the stage where it is, I am hesitant to support it because it is too generic for me. I think since it is such a radical program and has far-reaching consequences, I think on that particular 3-point item on the urban design, it needs significantly more work and be more specific.
But I think you need to take it. I think we need to then say disallow lot mergers, or not permit lot mergers.
I think that one is correct, or could develop more specific, site-specific guidelines and be more specific about building types in what neighborhood depending on lot size. So there's 3 parts to it. Takes it out of the generic checklist into something much, much more responsible and with much more scrutiny.
Commissioner Anthony.
Yes, I would probably move to forward this without recommendation to the commissioners with the comments that have been made about giving greater individual attention to the lot merger question rather than having a one size for all, and also in terms of modifying to protect light and air, expanding it far enough to deal with backyards, to deal with property line windows, and those sorts of things. So that, I think, would be, we forwarded that with an idea that they would continue to work on those without any specifics from us.
I would just modify. Oh, sorry. Can I go ahead? I would just modify that to say we'll take recommendation D, and we'll modify recommendation C to say prohibit lot mergers until adequate design guidelines are developed.
Community plan.
Okay. That's probably fine.
Okay, so you accept that modification, and Commissioner Hillis, is that a second?
Second.
Okay, I believe there's a motion that has been seconded to accept staff's recommendation on D, to recommend that further evaluation for lot mergers be conducted until,
Actually, prohibit lot mergers until guidelines are
Thank you, that's
further
right. Prohibit.
Adopted. Yeah. Developed and adopted.
Yeah.
Prohibit lot mergers until adequate design guidelines are created. And then to further evaluate all components related to light and air. Right?
Yeah.
I think she said more specific site design guidelines.
I'm sorry?
More site-specific design guidelines, responding to the width of the streets.
So refine the design guidelines.
I think there have to be site-specific guidelines.
I mean,
I don't know how you I don't know how we do guidelines for every site, Commissioner. I don't know how we do that. I mean, we don't. I mean,
when a site comes forward, you have a basic set of criteria, and you develop them or respond in how you guide the design based on basic considerations. It puts a little extra work in the PPA.
okay.
How about refine the review of light and air?
Yeah, that's okay. A special reference to rear yards and property line
Who's
windows.
this? Can we just forward to saying it needs more work?
I believe we are, because the maker of the motion is actually suggesting that we forward without recommendation and just special consideration of these 3 elements.
We're recommending D.
Yeah, yes, D is recommended, but then
I
all the others.
apologize. You're right. We are recommending D, so there is a recommendation. Okay, sorry.
And we were giving specific recommendation that lot mergers were prohibited until guidelines are developed. So, I mean, because currently you can merge lots.
Right.
So, but if you're going to take advantage of AHBP, you couldn't merge. Lot mergers would be prohibited until until specific guidelines were
Okay,
developed.
I thought that was just a recommendation.
So I think that's the motion.
Instead of trying to specify how the guidelines are developed, could we say until the guidelines that are approved by the commission are developed? Okay? So that you would see the guidelines before they are finalized. And until then, the lot mergers would be prohibited.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
I'm sorry. Director Ram, could you repeat that?
Lot mergers would be prohibited until commission approves new guidelines.
Commissioner Moore.
Director Wayne, wouldn't guidelines have to be codified for this particular type of a program? And as we saw today, guidelines really are only as good as those people who agree to it in the moment. And then when it later comes to using them, there are all kinds of reasons of why we are not using them. So how can you, this is a very complicated program with far-reaching consequences over a long period of time. And unless these things are being codified, I think the guidelines are only as good as we are working ourselves through a nice evening with each other.
They're typically, go ahead.
Yeah, so the ordinance as drafted does reference the design guidelines, and those guidelines have to be approved by the Planning Commission, which is a similar form we use for our other design guidelines. So they essentially have the power of code, but the specific design guidelines themselves do not live within the code. There's a separate document that is approved by the Planning Commission.
We had a D4D today, and we all thought that was really important at the time when we did it, but it didn't work.
Commissioner Antonini, as the maker of the motion, are you accepting of those amendments that we are making recommendations as opposed to no recommendation?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioners, then there is a motion that has been seconded to recommend to the Board of Supervisors that they accept staff's recommendation regarding Section D of the urban design, and then that lot mergers would be prohibited until such time the Planning Commission approves new guidelines, and then to refine the review as they relate to light and air. Okay, on that motion, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
No.
Commissioner Wu.
No.
Commissioner and Commission President Fong.
Aye.
Well, that motion fails 3-2.
Here.
Do you want to defer this vote
Yes,
until
please.
Commissioner Richards returns?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's go on to the next one.
Topic 4 is public review and commission approval. Staff has made one recommendation for an amendment, and that is to modify the existing approval process available to local and 100% affordable bonus program projects to be appealable to the Board of Supervisors rather than the Board of Appeals.
Commissioner Hillis.
I mean, we heard a lot of testimony that it should fall under a conditional use approval, which to me, this is in essence a conditional use approval. Can you explain, though, the difference between what you're asking us to do as far as how this approval is done in a CU?
I can take a crack at that. Corey Teague, Assistant Zoning Administrator. The design of the approval process for the local programs is not to necessarily remove any of the requirements that would have applied to a project without the program, but to consolidate them all into one approval process, which is the proposed Section 328. And so if that project would have otherwise required a conditional use authorization, the Planning Commission would still be required to make all the same findings and review all the same criteria that conditional use authorization would have required. It's just all of that would be consolidated under the 328 approval process. So you'd have one essentially entitlement instead of potentially multiple entitlements on the same project. As it's structured right now, because it was crafted after the large project authorization process that we have for Eastern Neighborhood mixed-use projects, those approvals are appealed to the Board of Appeals. So the proposal here is to basically keep the same proposal we have, keep the 328 process, which, in terms of the way you would hear and see and review a project would not change anything. You'd still have to review all the same criteria as you would if they were, numerous separate conditional use authorizations. But instead of having it be appealed to the Board of Appeals, have it be appealed to the Board of Supervisors just as a conditional use authorization would be.
So if the project didn't need commission approval prior to AHBP, and now along comes AHBP, what's the approval route?
It would be 328, and so that's a good
So
point.
it'd be 328 to the
Yes.
commission and then approval
because we wanted to make
appeal
sure,
to the Board of Supes.
right? We wanted to make sure that because this program is so specific and detailed, we wanted to make sure that each project that took advantage of this program had a very similar review and approval path.
Okay.
So yeah.
So I'm comfortable with the recommendation then provided. I mean, it's analogous to a CU. So I'd move that, the staff recommendation.
Commissioner Antonini?
Yeah, I'm not sure there was a lot of calls for further higher level, like conditional use on any of the projects. I know we have many large projects authorizations that come before us from the eastern neighborhoods that have lots and lots of discussion and modification, and I would be supportive of this as long as I am sure that any project that has to come before us and we can do any modification we want. Some speakers were saying we can only change design. We can make them shorter or do anything we want with them before we approve them. Is that correct?
The ZA might be able to answer whether you could make modifications broader than urban design through the 328 process.
I'm sorry. Could you repeat the question?
Well, I guess the big concern that was voiced by many members of the public tonight was, if something complies with all the tenets of this legislation, then our ability to modify the projects would be somewhat limited. And if we feel that they were allowed 2 extra floors, but we really don't think it's appropriate, we only want to give them 1, I mean, can we do that sort of thing on
Sure.
an LPA?
I mean, for this program? Yeah,
Yes.
for this program, yeah. So the design is such that you would have the same ability you would with an LPA for each neighborhoods to grant exceptions, right, as you see fit, and to especially to allow you to move mass around to address context in the area. So, for example, if a subject property is on a block that doesn't have really any mid-block open space to speak of, maybe it makes sense to take a little bit of height off but add some mass in the rear to help keep the overall development envelope around the same thing. The language in Section 328 states that very clearly that the Planning Commission can modify the project. It does have to make sure that the project meets the Affordable Housing Bonus Program design guidelines, but that the modifications are intended to be minor, because obviously if you do chop a lot of it off, then it's basically not really an incentive to use the program, because you're not going to be able to get the development, the density bonus associated to cover the higher affordable housing. So obviously the Planning Commission has the ability to modify it, even deny it, but there is language in there with the understanding that because of this program, it is understood that to some degree these projects are going to be somewhat larger than the surrounding context.
Well, that's true, but on an individual project, I would like to have the authority to modify it, even though, the bonus might be less. They might get less affordable housing. They might get less, because the height is too high, or for one reason or another we feel this particular one has impacts that are negative enough. And I think that's what the public has been talking about. They want to make sure that we have discretion on each of these projects. And I would support this if we have it. If